Oh, live stream is starting soon. How's the quality? That's horrible quality. Okay, let's bring that up. So the live stream for the final, the mega final is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we've been waiting for. Thank God it's coming, because if not, if it was another 20 minutes, I don't think I could make it. Um, but yeah, this is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. We got one viewer here in the chat, so okay. That's me. That's I'm the one viewer. No one else is tuned in, which I'm actually surprised. Usually one or two people come in on average. Um, so we're just waiting for this. Let's watch some more Danes while we wait. Or should I stay? Friend filter. See if there's anything else I need to mess with. Should I move to just chatting or should I stay on Roblox? I feel like I should stay on Roblox, but I might move to just chatting if viewers are low. Because just chatting does give me a lot more viewers on average usually. I might I'll stay here. It could just be that my stream sucks. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is starting at some point. I'll probably just wait this out. Closed captions, let me turn it off, because that's going to be annoying. My original plan was to stream on YouTube, but that didn't work, so I had to wait like 24 hours for that. I didn't know that. I should have tested all of this like sooner. Speaking of testing, let me test. Let me see how the audio. Is it capturing the audio? Okay. I think the audio is good.
Stalking when you were a kid? Stalking? Yeah. Yes. I love. Oh, I don't remember.
Sorry. Oh, that's why. That's why. Because Creek Crab is streaming. That's why I'm not getting views. Dang it. That's probably why. Who's going to tune into this? I mean, maybe some people might. People who don't like Creek Craft, they might show up here. We'll see. But yeah, that's the issue. It's competition. Great. Okay, so it should be starting now actually. It's 12. My predictions is I think Roby is Roby in this? If he is, I think he is the one that's going to win. I don't know anything about the art plays. Here we go. Diverse content. Sounds woke. No, diversity. That's... Alright. Alright, here we go. We've been waiting for this. Hello, J Party.
To the Mega Hunt Final. I'm your host, J Party, head of our global developer community and longtime host of all things Roblox. And joining me today
I'm going to be
awesome,
doing commentary over
guests,
this, and I'll be talking about
the wonderful esports commentator and legend, Mimi Wormkratz, and video star Me and You, or as I know him, just NU.
Thank you, J Party. I got lost and found my way here, but thanks for letting me stay.
Yeah, we're happy you stumbled into the studio because you're going to make this awesome. Mimi, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited to be here. We've gotten to see the contestants warming up and rehearsing for this one, and the stakes, I mean, they've just never been higher. $1 million on the line here, J Party.
That's right. You heard it here.
That's right, and I still can't believe that this is actually happening. Unreal.
Well, it is happening, folks, and we'll be meeting our contestants shortly. But first, let's introduce some special friends that will be helping us today. I'm thrilled to introduce the Hunt Mega Final Correspondence Team. Coming to you live, it's going to be Dagichi Gamer and one of creators of RB Battles,
there
Sabrina
she
Bright.
is.
Let's go to him and see what's happening.
Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome, welcome,
Hi.
welcome. I don't know about you, Sabrina, but I am ready to
I'm not ready.
go. Like,
I'm not ready
really,
to go.
I'm ready
I'm
to
also
go.
going
Like,
to
if
talk
any of you want
about
me to
what I would
substitute
do
for
in
you,
this
I will
situation.
gladly step in for a chance to win $1 million.
Yeah.
Same. Keep us posted if we need to step in, J Party. Otherwise, we'll be here following all of the action.
Thank you both for your generous offer, although today I think the contestants are ready to compete themselves. And throughout this competition, we're going to be checking in with this team to get their
Sorry.
take on all of the action. Well, is it
What
about
did
that
you
time,
say?
Mimi?
I think we're getting close, but first, we should meet our 10 contestants playing today.
All right, let's see who they are. Coming up first in maroon, we have the Deaf Eagle. They've been playing Roblox for 12 years, specializing in obbies.
And next up in red, we have Poke Dragon 100,000. Their forte is puzzles, thanks to their 10 years of experience.
Our third contestant, hailing from New York City, is
Yeah,
Shafe.
that's-
He's been playing Roblox
I don't
for
know
12
how I feel about
years with a
that.
focus on obbies and more recently on FPS
It's not,
games.
I wouldn't
Today,
call
he'll
it
be representing
cheating,
Orange.
but it is an
Coming up next, we've got
advantage.
Icicle. Sporting the yellow attire, he has been mastering puzzles on Roblox for 10 years.
Looking good. And then we have Anonymous Lime in Lime Green, an expert in Sims with over 15 years under their belt.
Following that, we have Roby 100. He's repping green today, and he's been on the platform for 13 years. Another expert in obbies.
All right, coming up in light blue, we have Dudadud, a 13-year Roblox veteran, especially when it comes to
Notice
the
how
finding
all of
those.
them have
We
mentioned
have
that a
another
friend
obby
told them
expert
and they
here,
joined
Jay
a group
in
of
blue,
friends.
and has been playing for 9 years.
They're all
Our ninth
friends.
contestant is none other than Mad Max. Today, he's rocking black, and he's yet another one of our experts in the obbies.
They're all friends.
And in gray, we have our final contestant, N Terrell. After 16 years of playing RPGs, they know how to win, but this is no ordinary competition.
All right, folks, this is an incredible, historic moment. After
Crazy.
millions and millions of players have fought it out, today we have
Yes,
our
I
final
was
10
one of those
live
millions.
in-house to compete for this prize. I cannot wait to get things started.
And
But
I
before we do,
failed
let's bring out a very
because
special
of
guest. That's
not
right,
Beast
the one
version,
and only
Pet Simulator.
David Builderman
Because of
Bazuki.
Pet
Welcome
Simulator.
to the set. Come on down.
I failed.
Oh, and you brought something special.
I brought something special. First, J Party, Mimi, and you. Thank you so much for hosting today. Okay, so we set out to build something really special
No, you didn't.
for our community.
No, you didn't.
The
No, you didn't.
competition, the action has been intense. The hub has been played over 183 million times.
Wow, that's a
And
lot
then
of
today,
players on the hub.
10
Crazy.
amazing finalists live with us right now. Today, one of these finalists is going to be the grand prize winner. And J Party, what are they going to bring home?
That's right, $1 million.
Absolutely right.
And what else?
Finalists, good luck to all of you. Let the games begin.
All right, folks, you've heard it here, but now let's turn it back to Mimi to find out how some of the rules are going to go for today.
Thanks so much, J Party and David. It's going to go a little something like this today. We have a 3-round tournament consisting first of a qualifying round. Following that is the round of 4. Of course, all leading up to our $1 million round. There will be 8 games in total played today. Each has their own
Okay.
rules. So this isn't a tournament about being the best at any
I thought
one
Piggy
game.
was going
It's
to
about
be in this.
mastering them all. First
Power
up
of Hell
is
is
the
going to be the
qualifying
last
round.
one.
And J Party, why don't you tell us a little more
All
about
right.
that?
Dress to impress.
Mimi. We're going to have 10 contestants that have the chance to compete in 5 games. Dress to Impress, Super League Soccer, Blade Ball, Slap Battles, and Doors. But out
I
of these
could do
10
Doors.
contestants, only 4 will move on.
Well, that's
to
it.
the
And
next
maybe Dress to
round,
Impress.
which will be
No,
the elimination rounds. All
Well,
right,
it depends
any
what it
questions?
is.
Just one. How do you win at each game?
And
Okay.
you, the money question. Each game's a little different, so we'll explain the rules right before each one starts. One last thing to mention. At times throughout the competition, you may notice 2 Roblox admins, Holiday Beats and All the Swords. They are in place to operate, record, and make sure everything runs smoothly and fairly. That's right, all rules will need to be followed. All right, now that we've got that out of the way, we are ready to kick things off.
Let's do it. Our first game up is a fashion phenomenon. It's none other than Dress to Impress.
Game 1, Dress to Impress.
All
There
right.
are 2 matches, and contestants will have to create a stylish look before time runs out. Judges will vote, and if there's a tie, they will also vote on who earns a higher placement.
All right.
Everyone will collect points and advance to the next game. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right, folks, we also have a surprise. 3 of them, actually. Joining us as guest judges for Dress to Impress are none other than Twitch streamer Joe Bartolozzi, VTuber and variety streamer Iron Mouse, as well as music and reaction variety streamer I'm Dante. Welcome to the show, our
that
3
looks like
guest
I'm
judges.
Dante.
All right.
Hello.
That looks like I'm Dante. Just as I remembered him.
I'm Dante. Welcome to the show, our 3 guest judges.
I
Very
remember
exciting,
I'm
exciting
Dante
stuff. How are
looking
you
like
guys
that.
feeling?
Amazing. Can't wait.
Awesome. Very
Excellent.
excited. I was watching the intro.
Yeah.
This seems like a very competitive event.
Yes, it will be.
There's
Are you guys
so
ready
many
to
voices.
judge
It's going to
this
be difficult for me
competition?
to commentate.
I'm
It's
ready.
going to be
I'm ready.
difficult.
Absolutely.
All right, your judgment hats are on. You're feeling good. That is exciting.
Anything you guys are looking for in particular? Are you big on focusing on the
That's
themes?
what I'm
Is it
Dante
just going to be
looks
going
like.
off the vibe? What are you looking for in the judging today?
They have to come to Slay.
Real.
Thanks. Playing for sure. I think I really need them to fit around the category that I'm judging.
Okay.
They have to.
Flamingo should have been one of
not
them.
only look good, but
I'm
also
sorry.
fit
Flamingo
the
should have
style
replaced
that
Iron
they're
Mouse,
trying
whoever
to
that is.
portray.
Get them out.
That's
Should have
mainly
been
what I'm
Flamingo.
looking at.
What about for you, Dante? Anything you're looking at here?
Yes. The poses. The poses are very, very important to me, and if they're not hitting it, yeah, those stars are going to be super low.
All right, folks. Well, our 10 contestants are
biased
set. They are
judges?
underway to serve some fierce looks. So we are jumping in the game to check out this action now as folks are just getting their baseline outfits solved.
Let's talk about some of the differences that
Is that fair,
we're going to be playing with
VIP?
today versus the game that you all are familiar with at home. It's a little abridged, only 4 minutes
do they
to
all
get
have
your look
access to
perfect.
it?
And for
I
our
don't know.
first round, the theme is circus. And that is not a lot of time to get the look down. You have to have an idea real quick.
Right, and especially coming from somebody like me who is very well known in the Dress to Impress community by absolutely nobody. My opinion definitely matters here. I'm looking for somebody who looks like a clown, and it looks like that's what some of these contestants are going for right now. But yes, not a lot of time, so they better hurry up.
Yeah, it's a good thought. Circus can be really on the nose, but maybe there's something more creative you can hide within it.
Obviously, the qualification to get here was a little different than what we're playing today. It was about solving puzzles, getting those mega tokens. And I know you were playing through some of the qualifying games, as were, 140 million other people who were visiting that.
So I'm just not
what were
going to
you
do
looking
this
for?
one.
How much of a challenge
I'm
was
going
it
to be honest
actually
with you.
to be one of the 10 players who made
I
it here?
can't do
I
this
mean, I
one.
played for a
I
total
could
of
do
like maybe
doors,
5 or 6
that one I
hours and
could do.
immediately realized that I stood
But
no
this one
chance
I
against
failed.
some of these guys that are here today. So very, very challenging, very impressive that these 10 made it here today.
A little note, too, for the folks at home. There are some additional rules the folks are playing with to give them an edge in these short rounds. They are running with the custom makeup unlocked, VIP access, run faster, and, of course, the increased item limit for some really creative looks that hopefully can slay out there.
A lot of our players talking ahead of this event said that Dress to Impress wasn't a game they had played a ton, and with such a wide variety of games ranging from fashion to FPS to an obby, the players had to practice a lot and really come in with ideas for the games that they aren't as comfortable about. But I think it's been clear that every one of these guys competing today has put that effort in, and even in these less comfortable games, he's going to put their all out there because every point matters, especially in this qualifying round.
Right, definitely. And it's good to put them outside of their comfort zone for the first qualifying round to see what kind of miraculous outfits they can pull off. And I will honestly say with a minute and a half left, everybody is looking good.
I don't know how I feel about
see, we thought this was a
Tower of
relaxing
Hell being the
warm-up. We're talking
last
to the contestants
round.
Again, this is a high-anxiety round
But
of
you know what? I
fashion,
guess it makes sense.
putting some of their skills to the test here. And a good reminder, this is actually a newer game to the Roblox, and a lot of these folks are long-time players, but this came out in 2023, has already had 6.5 billion visits, truly has been a smashing success for the platform, and a pretty fun game, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Dress to Impress, it's definitely been
debatable.
having a moment in these last couple of
That's
months.
debatable, J Party.
I know a lot of people at home enjoy it, but this has got to be the most high-pressure match of Dress to Impress anyone here has ever played.
Yeah,
True,
especially
but
in
you also got
2025,
to take
day and
into
age of
consideration
aura farming.
there are other
Is that key
ways
for you, Enyu?
that
Aura
they
farming?
could
Yes,
get
aura
in,
is the key to
even
winning
if they
this. If I
don't
was a
pass
judge,
this
that's what
one,
I would
right? They
do.
have
That will
multiple
be what you're
opportunities,
going
so
for?
even
Yeah, it's going to
if
be interesting having some
Shut
of our celebrity
up.
judges get...
Shut up. Okay. So even if, right? So even if they fail this one, I'm pretty sure they have multiple opportunities in other games. Some of these people may be good at fashion, but others may be good at slapping, or maybe good at doors, or whatever. So they do have other opportunities. This is something you need to take into consideration as well. All right, take it away, J Party.
Last couple of seconds
That's
here
not J Party.
really fiddle with everything. There's almost infinite customization you can do in this game, and it's easy to overthink it, but with limited time, they've got to lock in now. 3 seconds, and we're about to head to the runway, Enyu.
Can't
All
wait
right,
to
here
see
we
the
go.
poses.
All right, who's going to kick us off?
All
We've
right,
got Roby
interesting.
100 showing off his
Interesting look.
fierce looks. Look at that pose. Nice use of a prop there with the cane.
Is that a cane they're holding, or is that a rose? I can't tell. That's a cane. Oh, you're right.
It almost looks like one of the batons you'd be spinning. Definitely fits the vibe here. You see him clicking around some of the poses here.
don't
Obviously,
think
those
it was-
guest judges right now. They're
it's-
watching all of these.
In my opinion, it's not circus enough. It's not circus enough. And I think I'm going to have to give this a low score. I'm sorry.
The angles. Choosing those
That's my
poses has got to
opinion.
be a big part of the action here.
Definitely. How many poses can you choose from?
It's a pretty long list.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, and you got a lot of time right here on the stage.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of time.
Still going.
Absolutely here. We'll
Just
see if
really
he
living up the moment.
Yeah, absolutely the extended. We'll see. He must have got that off complete. All right.
They
We have
finally got Roby off
cast
the
him.
runway. Our next contestant coming up to bat. It's Mad Max.
Wow, a sassy look. Taking it real fierce for
Also not very circus enough in my opinion. I'm sorry, but I don't think this really screams circus to me necessarily. I think they could have done a better job, but I'm going to have to give this a low score as well. A 5 out of 10 maybe, at best.
different style than normal DTI, as we have extra fashionable judges judging these. And here is Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, I like the microphone. Definitely looks like a performer up on that stage.
This looks... None of these look very circusy to me, necessarily. That looks like a circus baby. So you know what? I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Another contestant down the runway.
Alright.
Looks like this might be Dutta Dude and Giving Clown.
This one, I'm going to have to get a 9 out of 10. Maybe a 10 out of 10. But I think it's going to be a high 9 for me. This one really looks circusy, and I really like the style.
Pops in my head.
Definitely. Red
you
and
just
blue,
see
maybe?
the tent.
Yeah.
Maybe the blues. Yeah, the red and white color. How about here we go? Oh, only a touch of red here. A little more
Whoa.
subtle. I like it.
The cotton
Looks like cotton candy. Looks like a celebration. I'm going to give this one I'm sorry. I'm going to give this one like a 7 out of 10. I like the way they're going, but it wasn't just doing it for me.
With Icicle in this game, I thought he had super good fashion sense. So a really creative one there, and I think honestly standing out from the crowd of a lot of red and white, a lot of masks.
All right, this one kind of screams circusy to me. I'm going to have to get this one also. I'm going to have to get this one a 6 out of 10. Maybe a 6.5. But that's my opinion.
Competition today.
And another red look. This is Jay, looking very similar to one we saw earlier with that cane.
Absolutely.
When it comes to circus, I mean, I can kind of see the circus to this, but not really. I'm going to have to get this one as 5 as well, because it doesn't really match the theme, in my opinion.
Remember, our contestants, they don't know the theme until we're actually going into things. So it's a lot about sight reading, figuring it out on the fly, and this one, another bit of a different approach.
I'm going to give this one maybe a 7. I don't really like the style necessarily. It could have done much more better, honestly. It looks like a farmer, really. But that's my opinion.
Astute observation.
Thank you. And you. All right, we are wrapping up things soon here. And Terrell coming out, one of our final contestants.
And Terrell, I'm going to have to give you also another 5. Like, the look is great, but it doesn't really match the theme that well, so I'm just going to have to give this a 5 as well.
Played in Roblox, the most experienced guy on the stage today. Dressed to impress one of the newer games, but still putting something good out there.
Yeah, hopefully his 16 years pay off.
This is the Death Eagle, coming all the way over from Lithuania. Had to travel 14 hours to make it here.
I'm going to give this one a 4. I'm sorry, but I just don't like the style, and it doesn't really match the theme either. So, yeah.
A little lighter, a little simpler,
That's-
and just spamming
that's
that post
crazy.
Create, you know, made famous by a handful of celebrities, brought to you by DTI.
All right, well, that's all our contestants now walking down that runway. The judges right now tallying up the scores and making their decisions. A lot for them to think about. Some good looks out there.
All right, yeah, and that concludes the kickoff round of the ultimate competition, the Hunt Final with DTI. We hope the players are finally shaking those nerves off, getting relaxed. As we've mentioned, we are going to have our hosts kind of collect these scores, and we'll come back to you when they're ready.
Yes, we will. Was there any outfits that we're sending out to NU? Would you have a favorite if you were to be judging today?
Are they
Personally, I
items like
Icicle's
item
cotton
codes?
candy hair look and his those furs on the shoulders. Yeah, that definitely stood out to me amongst all the red color choices. So that's my choice.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, right? I think Icicles was the most unique out of all of these, but also there's a reason everyone went red and white. It's iconic for a reason.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing for the judges if they prefer that kind of iconic red-white, or people who kind of had a more creative interpretation of it.
Yeah,
think
I don't
mine
really
was
like
also a fun
these
shout-out,
necessarily.
as it really kind of instilled a thought in you as it went forward.
This game is interesting because it is so different.
The issue I have with these, excuse me, I'm talking right now, so let me talk. So, it wasn't very circusy to me, in my opinion, and like a lot of them really fell with my ranking. I don't know what I'm saying. A lot of them were low ranking because of that. I gave them a 5. Only 1 4, but I'm sorry, but like none of them were really too circusy to me. It wasn't screaming circus, so. Alright, take it away, J Party.
We'll save them a
You
lot of
actually
time.
need quite a bit of game
Yeah,
knowledge, right?
definitely.
Like even the way the
You're
different
not
pieces of
J-Party.
clothing layer, things like that.
I didn't
it
tell
takes
you
a bit
to
of effort.
speak.
I wouldn't have pulled that off in such a short time for sure.
Yeah, reminding us again, these are shortened rounds at 4 minutes, so you got to know the layouts, you got to know the plan, have a plan of action when you
You're
get
right,
in.
we
It
do
already
have to
feels
know the
short.
layout and the
when you're
plan
playing
and stuff
for
like that,
6
yeah.
minutes, like
You're right.
I was playing a fair bit of Dress to Impress to prep for this event, and I was stressed out with no money on the line and 6 minutes to get set.
Yeah, very, very stressful.
All right, well, we hope the stress is being relieved here as they're going to be warming up here for our next round. We are gathering folks in the lobby now, and we hope we're going to be breaking through soon with the next and final round of Dress to Impress. As a reminder for the folks at home, we're going to be playing 2 initial rounds here before we progress any of our users. So we've got more action coming.
Yeah, let's take a little look here, though, because the judges, they've tallied up our first round, and Dud
Who
repping
is-
that light
Right.
Who
blue
is
is
him?
taking things home here.
Yeah, followed by Jay and Icicle. And again, all the points matter. Your spot is a big deal. You want to climb to that top as much as possible. So an interesting kickoff indeed.
As a reminder on format, this qualifying round has 5 total games. Points are cumulative throughout, and at different phases throughout the day will qualify a contestant into that top 4. But performance is just as important at the beginning here in DTI as it will be later in the day towards doors. But it looks like we are ready to go. Let's hop into our second round of Dress to Impress and take a look at what that new theme is going to be.
Alright, let's see. Thank you for giving the mic to me.
Looks like
No.
everyone's
in
just
my
loaded in right
opinion-
now, so should be able to hop in there in just a moment. I'm hoping to see a theme that is going to ask.
I'm talking. So, what I think is going to be interesting is they need to stick to the theme really good and make it scream that theme and also look good while doing it. And I think I want to see more of that. The circus one wasn't impressing me at all, necessarily. I wasn't screaming circusy enough to me. So let's see what's going on. Take it away, J Party.
Let's see if we can't get in one of these contestants.
every
POV
time,
and
it's
take a
not
look at what
J-Party.
theme they're working on today.
Yeah, it's interesting to see they're not all at the same booth. So contestants are spreading out here. I mean, again, your time is limited. What is your strategy for the 2 of you here? You think you're going wide dresses, specific on the makeup? This is an interesting start here from Jay.
I think you can't get too bogged down in the details. You want to start like as macro as possible. Like when I was playing this game, I always thought like, what's like the piece that is making me think the theme immediately, and then kind of tie everything else in around that.
Elf ears.
I
Definitely
agree,
elf ears.
but another
Elf
issue they
ears
need to
and
take
some wings.
into
Yeah, the wings, the
consideration
elf ears. I'd honestly be shocked if anyone doesn't
is
go
the
for
theme.
those kind of
Sticking
looks.
to the theme.
You know, that's the
stick
kind of
to
thing, though.
the
Can
theme
you
as well.
create a
Make
look
it
without
scream,
wings that
Ice Fairy.
conveys fairy? Maybe
Instead
that's
of,
kind of the winning
being
combo just to
something else
stand
that
out
looks
from
like,
the
you know,
crowd.
it's
But
red and
for
white,
now,
but
we
it
are
doesn't
seeing
really
a
scream
lot of
circus to me.
fairy wings coming out.
And it looks like blue is the recurring color here amongst the contestants.
Yeah, here ice. I think like light
Do I
blue,
need to
white,
edit,
those kind
like,
of
the
colors.
mic
Seems
volume?
like Mad Max getting the same idea here.
And here we are, another
I think the mic
larger
volume
gown
is
here from
okay,
Anonymous
but
Live.
let
I
me,
realize I
like,
don't know if I
turn it
know
down
my
just a little bit
gown
more.
styles here, but
So that's a gown.
that's a gown, right? Nice and flowy.
I'm a gown expert. That's definitely a gown.
As a gownologist yourself.
I want to see
Yes.
how that goes.
I'm interested to see Icicle's take on this because he might be, you know, he's always creative thinking outside the box. He could be going
I
with a
think the
different
volume
Okay,
is
and I'm not
fine,
gonna lie, he's
so
slaying
I can
already.
talk
It is
over it
looking
without
I
different.
like
being
the
too
idea
drowned
of
out.
like the antlers there.
Yeah.
That's creative.
Yeah, that is fun. Again, looking for those little
I
subtle
might,
differences when you
I'll
have something
turn
so
it down
direct
a
as
little
ice
bit
fairies
more,
as a
but I
theme
think that's
here.
fine where that.
Also, footnote, we see a lot of our contestants picking out very specific colors based on the hex code itself, and maybe not your typical approach,
All
but
right.
these are some sharp players behind us.
Incredible. How do they have that memorized? Is there a cheat sheet?
No, I think they actually have internalized a lot of the hex code for the colors
That is wild.
throughout Roblox.
I know before the event, you were tallying it up. There's a crazy amount of experience between the players.
That's right. These are Roblox power users. I added up all of their hours of our 10 finalists here, and they have a combined over 76,000 in-game hours of Roblox time. So there are some experts here, and you're going to see that throughout the day, that these truly are masters.
They track that?
Only one member on that stage with less than 10 years of experience in Roblox. Really a testament to the skill, to the dedication that it takes to have made it all the way here to the final.
The passion. The passion's definitely there.
Yeah, 9 years ago, the noob, where they've come. Could they have ever imagined they'd be here competing for $1 million, dressing as ice fairies? Not what you expect. But again, looking good here. And we only have, what, a minute 20 left, less than that in this final round of DTI, where we will get some more scores going forward. As a reminder, again, there will be another game before progression, but a wonderful start.
Yeah, I want to take a look
All
at
right.
100. When we got the questionnaire from the players, he said not only does he love playing Roblox, but he loves trying to make his own games and get creative. It's kind of the beauty of Roblox, right? Being able to experience all of these different games while also having the opportunity to develop your own experiences as well. And I think you see some of that creativity coming out here.
Yeah, you know, Roby, very fun one. Again, you mentioned he is a developer. He's been developing a long time, and he once created a game called The Easiest Game on Roblox, one of his hit games. And actually, today he's competing in now the hardest game in Roblox. So a wonderful journey for Roby, coming all the way to the other side of the hardest competitions around.
Yeah, I played Roby's easiest game on Roblox,
Really?
and I was not able to beat it.
Is the game ironic? Is it
I think I'm just terrible.
All right, you've heard
Maybe
it
a
here.
bit of column A, column B.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. The mic is mine now. So I think I could play it. You know, I probably might do a video over it. But yeah, Roby is a developer. We know that as well. That gives him an extreme good advantage over the other players that are trying to play. That's why his team is really strong in this battle. But we'll see. Okay, the mic is now J Party's.
We're walking the runway. Here's Roby 100.
Oh, yes.
Our first look. I like the way he's kind of integrated that fur. It almost looks like a cloud to
I like this. It looks like an ice fairy to me. I might give this a score of a 7 out of 10.
Creative, broad themes with a fashion approach here, and it looked great, and we'll see if the judges like it. Coming up next, we've got Mad Max here. Oh, he found a lovely prop for this one.
Oh, I like
Harp.
This one is a high 9 for me. This is going to be a high 9 out of 10 in my opinion. I think it looks really great. I might even give this one a 10 out of 10, honestly. But I'll give it a high 9 for now.
motif for I think all our contestants here. Next one down the runway. This is Anonymous Lime. I think the most bold look we've seen. A very deep blue compared to a lot of people going for the more subtle looks.
Yeah, I like it. This feels strong. Let's make it.
For this one, I'll give this one an 8 out of 10, a low 8. But it looks good.
Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Getting hungry now.
Getting hungry already. Well, we've got a long show ahead, and you.
Dude coming down as well. Another very bright, kind of neon blue.
This one's going to be a low 9 for me. I like it. Wasn't as good as the other 9 I gave, but it's a good 9.
It's a strong one. And as a reminder, he is the winner of the first round, so it's important for him to really keep that lead here. He really secures a good spot going into the next games.
Another similar look here. This one going for a bit of a lighter blue from Icicle. I like
this. This is going to be a high 8 for me. Not quite 9 material, but it's a high 8.
A message. Whether the judges love it or not is up to be interpreted, but at least you send a strong, cohesive thought.
There's a wand.
There it is.
Like a sparkler. I really like that.
Full sparkle effects. Now we're talking.
Chafe.
This one's going to be a 10 out of 10 for me. I think this screams Ice Fairy and looks great. It has a wand even. So yeah, I hope this one wins.
A couple more contestants here to come down the runway. Who we got left?
Who's coming up? Looks like this is one of the looks we were talking about. Those antlers combined with the bow.
Wow.
This one looks...
This was a high 9, but it's not 10.
Hair so high we can't even see the name.
That's true. A good cover-up. keep it mysterious.
Definitely a nice look, though.
Yeah.
Let the judges be objective.
Can they? Okay, already coming out fierce.
Oh.
This one is going to be maybe a high 8. A high 8 for me.
Something
I
more
think that's the
fashionable.
fur
Oh,
again.
that is the fur.
But
That
you
is
see
our
the very
little
bright
boa.
neon
Those are
color.
definitely of a mid.
I was confused. What's happening here? I thought that might have been what's happening in fashion.
Antarel, one of the few players to not go with any kind of ears or antlers, instead just these
This one's going to be 7 for me. I'm sorry, Antero, but this one wasn't doing it that much for me as like the other ones were.
Again, trying to stand out in a crowded theme here. You want to be having that unique look.
and this one is looking pretty nice. This is from
This one's going to be a high 9, but doesn't quite reach 10. This one was great. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, dude. You gotta stop doing that. Alright.
like that little tongue-in-cheek, not taking himself too seriously in this mode at least.
Yeah, I think you've got it. It's an intense day. Start out with a smile and a little bit of ice cream.
A few of these players knew each other from the online Roblox community, maybe from even trying to qualify into this event, but for a lot of them, their first time meeting or first time playing in person was here at this event. But we've interacted with them, and it seems like a lot of them have gotten pretty comfortable with each other, have been having some fun. It's definitely high.
It's because they all work together.
To meet a bunch of different other experienced Roblox players from all around.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible journey for them, I know, in their last 24 hours, all arriving from around the U.S. and around the world, actually. They've got to know each other pretty well here with some of the warm-up games, some of the practices, and it's wonderful to see that kind of camaraderie and teamwork from these folks. We know there's a lot on the line. Competing for $1 million is a lot of high stakes, but keeping that kind of general positive spirit and a good sense of camaraderie is important for the folks.
Yeah, so we have our
What
judges
happened?
tallying up the points right now, and again, this is going to be combined scoring from both Dress to Impress and our second game, Super League Soccer, which is coming up after this. But I know every one of these matters because it is cumulative. All of your points from this qualifying round count towards being one of only 4 players that is going to progress.
Right, definitely. You cannot take the first round lightly because the scores, like Mimi said, are cumulative. So going into soccer, though, is going to be a much different skill set that they're going to be showing off. Some teamwork, as J Party suggested. They got some time to spend with each other. So it'd be nice to see their teamwork.
All right. Scores are flowing in. As a reminder, in our first game, we saw Dude taking first place, followed by Jay and Icicle. We'll see if that holds again for this one, but I don't know. I'm expecting some upsets this time around.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe.
see. A lot of those looks were
Thank you, Jay
similar.
Party, for your
We saw the
insight.
Blues stand out, so we'll see what the judges think again. I know DTI is not the experts of a lot of these players, but hey, a win's a win, and you got to come to win.
That's the thing that's brutal, right? It's like it's a category that you're having to sight read, figure out within 4 minutes, put a look together that's cohesive. But let's take a little peek at what our scores are. This is going to be the cumulative points from both rounds now, and it looks like our player coming out in front is the Death Eagle. A middling placement in the first round, but a strong 30 points in the second puts him out in the lead early on. A great showing for the Lithuanian.
Absolutely, and now total points coming in second. We had Mad Max, which is going to hopefully raise him a bit in the standings, but unfortunately still down here as Jay takes another strong spot and bounces up into the second spot here, up by 3 points, followed by Dud, who does fall into third from that one. An unfortunate showing in the second game, but hey, still in a great spot. You see the spread of points is still pretty tight. It will be anyone's game here going in to our next game. Here's some of the players. That is the Death Eagle there already, out in first, feeling good in the first.
Right, I have the mic now. So what's interesting is it looks like Pogi Dragon might lose this one. I mean, he's very low on points, and I'm not sure how he's going to come back from this, honestly. All right, Jay Party, the mic is yours.
Stay alert.
All right, folks, the judges have put in their verdict. Let's hear more from the judges themselves. See if we can get them here on the stream and find out what stood out on today's runways. Judges, how y'all doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we are just getting underway
Judges
here.
should
All
have
right, we
been.
saw some styles. Hopefully some of
Russo
them
plays
even
CJ
fierce. Love to
Monopoly
hear from
and
y'all. What stood out on today's runway? What did you love seeing?
Sabrina.
Maybe we'll start with Joe here. Work our way down the judges.
Okay. For the second round, I loved the person that won for the Ice Fairy round. I think it was all very well put together. The accessories were great. The ice cream was great. Obviously, ice cream, Ice Fairy matched perfectly. I was really looking at themes. I took poses into account, not as much as Dante obviously talked about doing, but I don't know. I was surprised at how good some of these outfits were.
Yeah, here we go again, seeing the recap of the Ice Fairies round for all of our contestants.
I have the mic. So I disagree. I think the wand was the one that did it for me. That's why I gave that other person the 10 out of 10. This guy.
Iron Mouse, I wanted to ask you as well. When we were talking the other day, you were saying you were going to put a lot of emphasis on how well the players were fitting into the themes. How well do you think they did overall? Did they impress you in how on brand they were with these?
I have to say, I think the second round was much.
I'm talking around. So, what the things I have to take into consideration is so like the ice cream game, right? I can see. Hold on, he's talking.
It wasn't giving ice. It wasn't giving cold.
It was giving mermaid.
Yeah, mermaid, more
Water,
ocean-like.
mermaid.
I'm talking. So I liked the ice cream guys a lot. I might change my vote, but no, actually, I'm gonna stick with my vote. I'm gonna stick with my rating. Actually, not vote, but my rating. I'm gonna give the mic to Jay Party.
And Dante, thank you again for joining us as guest judges on The Hunt.
I'm talking. So it's really the wand that did it for me. The wand is what did it for me. You can say ice and ice cream that matches, sure, but the wand was really what got me.
Players did super well at ETI, but we've got something more coming up. Super League Soccer, it's a team game. It's going to be super different than what we saw in Dress to Impress.
All right, folks, the players are ready, and while the Death Eagle may be on top for now, it is still anyone's competition. Let's check out the rules for Super League Soccer.
Game 2, Super League Soccer. There are 3 matches total, and contestants will play 5 versus 5 in randomized teams. The team with the most goals wins the match. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. Folks, I think our players are back there and ready to go. Enyu, how you feeling about this one?
Very excited. Sports is probably something I'm a little more into. Watching, not playing, but yeah.
Have you played many of the sports games on Roblox?
I played pretty much all of them. Like I said, just video games. In person, not so great. So I think I'd be a good judge of how good they are here.
Well, here we go. Our second game of the day. It's Super League Soccer. The players randomly assigned to teams 5v5. That'll get scrambled between every round, and we're off to the races. The Death Eagle first.
All right. Here we go. We got Death Eagle is doing very good, but Roby got the ball, and then
as you see, we're gonna have home versus away.
this is going insane. This is insane. This is crazy. There's a lot going on right now. All right, they're really fighting. They're passing the ball around. They really love playing with balls, it seems. So this is crazy.
Very important. Only 4.5 minutes per each of these rounds.
And I will say,
for
soccer-type games in Roblox, key is to stealing the ball from your opponents. Very easy to steal. So
yes. Oh, we got a score. We got a score. We got a goal.
Goal for the green team here.
The green team, that's Roby's team, if I recall.
And just sends that ball straight down the left side of the net.
Yep, it is.
Strong opener from the away team here. And again, you see at the bottom of the first player screen, there is a boost bar for your stamina here. Something important to manage. Do not want to use it all getting the ball and then get caught out. You're going to lose it real fast. Wow, Ice with a huge breakaway.
Like I said.
No one's
beautiful
on the offensive side of the court. No one can pick this up. Goalie should be able to drag
Oh, and it's out of range. The goalie can't get it. This could be a crazy turnout.
Oh. Score.
Assist from Roby. Roby set up the first goal, but he knocks it in this time.
That was expected from Roby. That was an expected performance from Roby. He did a very good job there. That was great.
And they did get the recovery.
Here's Roby again.
Here you see multiple steals per play.
This time the home team has to defend on their side of the pitch. A setup on the shot, but the goalie's got it, and he'll send it back away.
Oh, and that's unfortunate. The team down by 2 misses on that breakaway here.
Oh,
There's
no.
Still a lot of
Oh,
game
no.
left
All right.
You see 3:40 on the game clock. So they've got time to play. And
Interesting
again,
move there by Jay.
That was an interesting move. I don't know how I feel about that.
Not sure what he was thinking there.
yeah, brave to think about that. They're definitely going for this like deep kick strategy, hoping to find someone to recover.
Dededud gonna have to defend here. Shot going just to the right, misses out, and a pass
All
back
right.
into the middle of the pitch.
All
Somewhat
right.
even here, and both teams have just been kind of clumping the ball. Not a lot of setups for passes thus far. Hard to get that teamwork
It looks
going
like we're
perfectly.
doing really horrible right now. It looks like people are like, they really suck at
Getting
this, it
pretty
seems.
pumped back there. We're seeing a lot
I'm
of
gonna be
yelling for the
honest.
strategy.
They're into it. They're definitely into
Yeah.
it. Loving the
This
energy.
round isn't going as
Absolutely.
quick as it
is an
usually is.
exciting and intense one here. I know Super League Soccer brings the competition a little more fierce in a different way than we just saw.
Chance for a goal here.
Oh,
Save.
oh,
That's
Beautiful
very
save.
nice from Antarel.
the Deaf Eagle
Goalie,
sucks.
always an important player here. A big cheer from the players. He knows that was a big, important one to catch.
Oh, maybe another chance? No. Pass back up. Icy is set up for it. No one here to
Oh,
defend
no
but
one
the goalie.
here.
It's a one-on-one for this shot. Can he get
All
it
right.
through? Let's go.
Oh,
Misses.
no.
Wide.
The
And you-
twitch.
Wow.
The twitch, I know. Playing it like a first-person shooter here.
Icy was what a complete disaster of a move there. He could have done way better, but wow, that was horrible.
Doesn't work out, but they still have a good offense going here, and you.
Definitely. Looks like the away team is definitely in the advantage here. Let's
Yeah.
see. There's still 2 minutes left, though. They can still turn it around. A goal can happen in 10 seconds.
Shafe sends it up to Anonymous Lon. Middle of the pitch, trying to find a person to pass to, but no one's open in time, and Icy's on the offensive.
Oh, here we go.
Still has
Right.
the ball. Another chance
Right.
for a goal. Passes.
pass.
Oh, he's on
Oh,
it.
it-
Trying to
oh.
find the
Wow,
goal, knocks it
dude,
away.
they-
Repossession from the green team, but it's just going back and forth, and the goalkeeper sends it back down.
Wow,
the middle.
y'all suck.
The home team got to give a break to their goalie.
I know, really relying on that here. Oh, that was
Oh, and the Deaf Eagle got the score.
absolutely the one-on-one with the goalie. Not a chance there. Death Eagle has shown he has come to play today. He is an incredibly strong competitor.
As these few minutes have continued, we've seen the players, I think, doing a better job of setting each other up for passes. That was Shafe on the setup there for Death Eagle to get the goal.
Absolutely. We're seeing more of a spread formation here, playing a proper offense and defense, and that's going to pay off for sure, as this is still anyone's game here.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat here from the live stream, and the chat is rooting for Team Bloxy Cola, which looks like the home team here.
I didn't even
That's
know
good to
there
hear.
They're
was
rooting for a comeback.
a chat. The chat on YouTube here is disabled for some reason.
And James had to do a lot of work as the goalkeeper here. Okay, Dragon gets possession again, and the passing seems better from the green team thus far. A chance for Roby.
Roby, Roby sucks. Absolutely sucks. That was a horrible play. What were you thinking? Are you kidding me?
Self-assist.
Yeah.
Stat padding.
Don't ever play this game ever again.
Tie up this game. And at this point, I mean, you're oftentimes just thinking about trying to keep possession of
That
the
was
ball, run
horrible.
down the timer. Every second continues to move in the favor of the team at advantage.
Yeah, this is an intense game, and as we've mentioned, these are some of 10 of the best players in all of Roblox. Each one of them deserves to be here in their own right.
But for these players, this is another game where a lot of them said they weren't experienced. They had to learn it for this match. Another chance at a goal, but the keeper's got it. Shafe doing so well to defend, but he just needs some offense.
Just a little overshot, and that is important to note here. We're warming up with some of their least
This
experienced
could be the
games
tie.
here.
This could be the tie.
Oh, and the steal over the
Oh
shoulder.
no. Yeah.
Just in the nick of time. He's
Wow.
this game up.
Oh, man.
Bloxy
This is
is
intense.
catching
30
up.
seconds on the clock. This becomes anyone's game now.
Oh, gosh.
Death Eagle is hyped. I like that.
That was. We'll see if we
Like
see the
the energy.
tiebreaker out of this one. 30 seconds is enough still to score.
That's the question. Roby and Jay in a competition for the ball. Roby takes it back, trying to make his way up the court. A pass out wide, a shot, an opportunity for da-da-da to end the game. Saved yet again from Shafe. Excellence
Wow.
from the goalkeeper.
Oh, man. Intensity is high behind us for the players. They are aware of what's at stake here. This is a lot.
Yes,
of
there's a
points
lot
to
at
be
stake
gained.
here, but they're not acting like it, it seems. This is a horrible game so far. These people suck. Like, the people on the green team were doing so good at the beginning, but then they
Oh, no,
sucked.
so I believe we're
They
not playing the rules
failed
today. We'll not be having
miserably.
overtime.
You're
There
right, it is just going to be a tie here.
Tie scoring, which means equal points for both teams.
Great
Uh-oh.
comeback by Bloxy Cola.
Yeah,
All
seeing
right.
some of the reactions from all the players here.
Yeah, we are.
throughout
We
that
are.
round.
All right, I think we have seen the conclusion of our first soccer game. As far as I understand, unless the voice in my head tells me something different, I believe we saw a tie, but no, we're seeing a kickoff here. We'll have to
You hear
see
how
here.
passionate the players are. Everyone is getting active in this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the folks at home can hear on what is this tiebreaker extra. We'll see if they're playing the extra innings.
Oh, wow. Green team sucks.
Still 3 kicks left for each team.
Yeah. All right. Oh, we are doing the free kick rule here. All right. That was a change from what I understood here. So as we see in the left there already, looks like the home team is up by 1 goal here, but more goals to go. during the free kicks.
Let's see if we can take a look at Roby. His chance, left
Oh.
side, nice goal.
All right,
Clean, that was
Roby.
clean.
Fake.
And guess what? We're back to a tie here.
Yes, we are. 2 shots left for each of these teams. Lime, his opportunity. Antarell on the defense.
Oh,
wow.
Misses.
it's it. Just over the shoulder.
And on Lime, retakes the lead for his squad. Another chance here. Dud-a-dud. Left side. Blocks
Wow.
the
Oh.
Save.
Great
No.
goals.
And no one is missing today. 5-4 for the home team. Last chance for away here. Save, though. That's very good from Antarell.
So here we go. The final kick. This is it. Antarell to bring it home.
To tie it or to lose the game. All pressure's on.
Oh.
That is a goal here. That
Tied again.
Sudden death. First team to get ahead wins in this one.
All right.
Antarell
And that's it.
misses.
Wow,
And it's a
y'all,
goal for the
Antarell
home team.
sucks. This is
Now
horrible.
another chance to bring things back here. Icy, the game in his hands.
Oh.
Save.
Shafe again. They
Wow.
were down the whole match.
Oh,
Thanks
my-
to an excellent goal keep, they bring things back and take the first.
Give me the mic. Give me the mic. Green team, what was going on? That was a horrible play. That was an absolute horrible play. Everything you did was horrible. Y'all had a great start at the first, but then you just screwed it over. You screwed it. You screwed up. They party. The mic is yours.
They pulled it out in the extended overtime free kicks. So that was exciting. I think it's time to check out these scores and see where we stand after that match.
Death Eagle looking good on the winning team after being our winningest player from DTI as well.
Yeah, it's true. And we see Jay as well in that team. So this is a strong start for the folks who are already in the lead here, winning that match 1. As reminding the folks at home that we are going to mix it up. These are fully randomized teams for 3 sets of soccer. Although at this point, I think everyone's pretty excited to play as they do seem equally skilled in this competition.
Honestly, that was a lot closer than I expected.
Yeah.
It's clear that I think compared to when they gave us the info that, hey, like most of us haven't played SLS, they put in some work to go into it. And even throughout the game, really, I think built into it.
Yeah, very impressive teamwork, some amazing passes, some on-point shots, and like you said, Mimi, it really looked like it was over in the first couple of minutes for the away team, but the home team pulled off the unthinkable.
You guys got
Good for
any
them.
MVPs from that first round?
Boy, it started off strong, and I would say Dud setting a good pace for that one in the beginning
Couple
was
good
a big
goals from
score
him.
of those goals. Yeah, we saw a strong start, but again, unfortunately, his team did fall a little short in the end.
Yes.
But really a good player. Again, Death Eagle showing
That's
again
the way to
that
put
he
it.
truly is a strong competitor in this game, and I think we're going to see him excel in a broad array of games today. He has a very serious track record of being one of the best, so we'll see if he can keep that up today. Nerves is a big part of today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do think these early games are a good way to just get comfortable on the stage, feel things out, especially a team game like this. It's a little easier to just be a part of the group, feel a little bit more together than the competitors, than just every single win being about making a step up ahead of them.
Definitely, yeah. It definitely takes a lot of pressure off you. You know, you're not just out there on your own. And just to
Pressure?
go back on
The
my
pressure
favorite player
mega
of the game,
token?
I think
Please.
Shape at the goal
Yeah, I have to
really
agree.
made some clutch saves.
I mean,
Love-
his team has a lot of him. He had to protect that goal
Yeah.
so many times in the first 2 minutes, and
Yeah.
then he's one of the guys that hit the penalty kick at the end, too,
Yeah.
to bring things home.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the mental game in these competitions. It's a long day with a lot of competition. You got to not let yourself get down. I know there's a handful of folks back there who are going to be feeling the burn of a loss here and not as high of a fashion score as they'd like, but it's never over. Again, qualifying from some of the other games, it just doesn't matter. Put it behind you. You got to keep the attitude. Momentum can't destroy you. You got to let yourself turn it around here. So, fantastic start from the folks here. I look forward to a day of good games ahead of us.
And I do as well. It seems like the players are just about to get into our second game, just picking their teams. Reminder, things are getting scrambled up a little bit. We'll have different players on the home and away. So an opportunity for any of these players to put another 20 points on their board, as it looks like the players just hopping into the lobby now. We get underway for our second round of Super League Soccer. And in the center field, Dud and Roby, the ones to kick this off.
All right.
After that first game, I'm really excited now.
Yeah, we'll see who can
I'm not
shine here
excited.
again. And if they can keep their form strong here, again, we're seeing a lot of deep passes, but a hard cluster of all the players. Really want to keep that spread. All right, here is go. Our first breakaway. Do they have the stamina to go across the board here? The home team could come into a strong initial lead.
Flicks too wide to the left, and Dud misses that shot out to Icy. A tough one there.
Yeah, and that's not going to stick there. Icy playing goalie this round, switching it up from offense in the last one. He's going to be the anchor man to stop those points from being scored.
You get that slide tackle every 3 seconds. Got to be precise at when you're trying to steal the ball. Poke, a chance
right.
for him against
Lots of
Icy
stamina.
again.
Full
Right
breakaway.
side, it's too high.
Ooh.
Oh, he nearly had another chance as well. Taken by the
Wow,
goalie.
what a horrible play.
Great work.
Good work by the goalie.
All right.
To catch that.
All
You
right,
gotta get 'em,
Icy.
Charge them down, get the ball. If they're within the goal zone here, you have the power. Make sure to capitalize on that. and
All right,
ensure you don't
Dada
let them do it
has the
again, but
ball.
wow, the home team
Passes it to
unrelenting on
Pokedragon.
offense here.
Pokedragon throws it like
I
an
don't think the away
idiot.
team's even had a shot on goal yet, while the home team
Yeah.
has had
Entro
it.
has
Full
it.
control the entire
Entro
time.
misses,
Yeah, good
gets,
spin there,
and
using
just
those
drops it
abilities
like a,
wisely.
Nearly
gives
there.
it to
Icy
the
saves it at the last
opposition
second.
team.
Gosh, Icy is just the
The
ice ball
opposition
here,
team
not
passes
letting
it to
anything get
line.
in.
Another pass in. They just keep going. Poke, third chance of the game. This
This
time.
one
And
sticks.
Pokedragon
That
scores.
is unrelenting here. Good work from Pokedragon. I mean, they're going to have to step it up here. You can't rely on Icy this hard to just stop every shot here. We've already seen 5, maybe more shots on goal here. One was bound to go in.
But
All right,
every
Roby
kickoff,
has the
another
ball right
chance. Roby in possession, and for the first time, a
The
bit of
Death Eagle
offense
has the
going.
ball.
The Death Eagle has possession, switches back towards Max. Goal somewhat
Okay.
open, but the
He
defenders
fell.
do well, and they push it back the other way.
Yeah,
All right,
here.
all right.
Can this happen for
There's
the away team?
Pokedragon has the ball.
Again, they lose control
Pokedragon's
of this
ball.
so fast.
Gave it to
Okay,
the
here we go.
opposition
We got a
team.
breakaway here, finally.
Great
Or,
cross.
oh, and look at that.
Amazing
Player
cross.
down the field.
Roby
They
has the
already-
ball. Roby has
No
the
offside on
ball.
this one, Roby. Time
He's
to
going
shine.
for the.
Going
He's
back
going
the
for it. He's
team.
going for it. He's going for it.
Yes, look at
And
that
he
cross-up.
got
That's
it.
what you want to do. You want
Great.
to bait one direction for the
Great.
goalie, make him use the dive, and then switch real hard, real fast back to this side of the goal.
I saw somebody on chat earlier asking Roby to lock in, and it looks like he read the chat and sure did.
Yeah,
Great
Roby
goal.
is, again, a master gamer and a developer on his own. He knows every element
All
of
right.
Roblox world creation as well as playing.
All right, Pokedragon has the ball.
Roby, one of those players
Pokedragon
who
has the
said
ball.
he had
He
never
doesn't have
played
the ball
SLS
anymore.
before qualifying for this event.
That guy has the ball.
Really learns
Entro.
quickly.
Oh,
You got
Roby.
him in this
Roby got it.
competition.
Roby got it.
Again in possession.
Roby
Chance for
has it.
back-to-back
Roby
goals
has it.
from this man. Can he make it happen? Defenders on
He
it.
passes
Pass
it to
back
the
line.
opposition
The
team.
possession changes over the line. Steal again. Roby might have it back here. Death Eagle, no, stolen. They keep
Amazing.
getting so close, but the defenders doing well here from home.
Yeah, Pokedragon doing a good job here, actually shining in this game too here, coming to play for the home team.
That's a
Wow, that
long
goal!
Wow.
Through 4 or 5
Roby
defenders.
scores
Death
again.
Eagle threads the needle. The one European at this event. You know, you'd think maybe a bit more of an expert on soccer. No, he's that's his favorite team. Said a Lithuanian basketball team.
All right, Dada has
Showing
the
out
ball.
in soccer regardless.
Yeah, good to see some life out
Does
of the away team here, who
tripped
now
and fell,
pulls
but
ahead
Pokedragon now has the
2-1,
ball.
which
He's
just
going
shows
towards
it's
the
not about
score,
shots on
but
goal,
then
it's
the
about
opposition
shooting
got it.
accurately here.
Okay, got
Roby
it.
now
Here we go again,
has
Roby.
the ball.
Oh man, Roby.
He's going for the
showing
score.
he
He's
came
going
to
for the
play
score.
soccer.
He's going for it. Oh!
Short guy from the goal.
And just like an idiot, the Bloxy team just absolutely did a miserable attempt at getting the
That's
ball
the
for
second
Roby,
goal
but
to
Roby
get a
was too
hat
good for
trick
them.
this game.
Yeah,
That would be impressive.
I know their team now up 3-1, just like that.
Right,
What was
Dada has
looking
the ball.
as a rough scenario for the away team to start this is suddenly on fire. Home team's got a channel open. they were
Entro
doing at
has the
start,
ball
just to
now.
See if they can get that offense flowing. Oh gosh, and a missed pass.
Max has the ball.
Is this another opportunity? No. Goalkeeper's just going to take it and push it back down the middle of the pitch.
Okay, okay.
We'll see here.
Passes
A
it to the
little fire here as
opposition like
teams
an
kinda
idiot.
cluster. Can they get the breakaway?
Here's another opportunity for the Death Eagle.
All right, Death Eagle, Death Eagle.
Oh, and he
Death
lands.
Eagle made a miserable attempt at trying to get the ball into the
Great
goal,
job keeping my goal
but
coming from
failed
the first game.
miserably.
Yeah, that last second save.
He was-
here.
he is no
Again,
Roby.
you're staring down the Death Eagle with this soccer ball. He comes fast and furious.
Man, Shafe is on point today. That's another save.
Yeah, the goalies are doing a good job in this
Right,
game.
Dada
Offense
has
is
the
pretty
ball.
unrelenting in Super League soccer. So
Has the ball,
You gotta be
tries
on
to
it.
go
Here we
for
go.
the score,
This is your
and
chance,
scores.
Unfortunately, Duddy Dub just better in that position. A great bait out from him, and that should tie this game back up.
yeah, you know it's hard. You can't blame the goalie in that situation when you've got a one-on-one with that much time. It
Yes.
should be the offense's ball here. You need a
All right,
defensive
Roby
player
has
to
the
do
ball
that.
again.
And that's the issue. We've seen a lot of these teams clumping heavy for the offense, and that can work well, but
Passes
sometimes you
it
take
to
risks
Max.
with that. You have no defenders, and your goalie gets kind of left out to dry.
Yeah. All right, closing into a minute left here. The score is 2-3, and again, anyone's game. I'm
Pass
sorry, no
the ball
blowouts happening here
to
in
what looks
soccer.
like
We are
that.
seeing fierce competition.
Okay.
And can the away team pull it back? No.
No, he
They
lost
lose
that
it.
ball,
Oh,
and
they have it
then
back though. Line has a
returned it.
good pass. Goes
Dada
out
has
wide
the ball
to Duddy
again.
Dud. Off this left side, it's a tough angle to get a shot through,
Oh,
and the
that's-
pass is
yeah.
not in
Ole.
time.
Beautiful.
He
You
threw
need
the
that from your
ball.
defenders there. A strong
Pokedragon
offense,
has
force
it,
the pass, force them in the
tosses
corner.
it to the opposition, tosses it
A
to
shot
Roby.
maybe here. Can he get dove on
Roby.
in time?
Oh,
Pass
no.
it
Okay.
to
Himself.
himself.
Oh.
You see that attempt of the self-assist backboard into a sliding kick. He almost had that pulled
Very
off.
smart move.
Yeah.
Jay just
Dada
missed that
has the
slide.
ball.
Dada might go
He's
for a
going.
second goal in a
He's
row.
going for the
Here's
goal.
his 1v1.
he's going to kick, and he scores.
finds it again. He's on fire this game.
Yeah, quick, short shot. The goalie wasn't ready for it. Overshot the dive and could not get the defense. And we are closing in to a potential tie on another 30 seconds remaining in this round.
I mean, you can see the two forwards on the team.
Now,
each
Roby
with
does
2
good in the
goals.
first 2
Great
rounds,
choice
but
in
then
the position.
screws up
All
afterwards.
right. What are you focusing now? You think you want to play defensive or go all out here in the last 30 seconds, knowing you've got a tie game?
You got to go on the offense.
Yeah,
Duddy Dud knows it.
These are the best players in the world.
yeah, it's true. Go for that win. Don't risk it in the free shots. You don't want to have free kicks.
Lime wants his chance here. Poke Dragon keeping possession.
All right,
for
Poke
home.
Dragon.
Is there anyone to receive that? Up front, Duddy Dud.
The striker.
Could he close
Duddy
it out
Dud
back-to-back?
from
goes for the
Goal.
score
Oh.
and
He
fails.
misses out. And with only a few seconds left, it goes back down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, that was a hard, low probability goal there, but the ball's moving down.
And it's overtime.
And it's over. Again, another tie into the free kicks. Let's see what we got here.
Poke Dragon
Intense.
baiting it out.
Poke
that
Dragon
was a
scored.
strong bait. Pulls the goalie completely out with a whiff dive and gets an easy, easy tap in. Death Eagle here. Let's see if
Death
he can continue
Eagle.
his streak, and boom. that is
Death
that
Eagle
patented crossover
freaking
from the Death
failed.
Eagle. He has got a good look here. Really baits goalies well.
All right, did he get that?
Chafe, the goal.
Oh, yeah, he got that big. I think.
He's good again. 2 goals in a row for home.
Yeah, you can see they've really developed a better strategy here, going again.
I
in overtime.
didn't
They've all
actually
had
pay
some practice.
attention.
Oh, they definitely learned from game 1. No
Oh,
one is
no.
missing.
Ooh,
That's
Icicle
safe, though.
misses one there. That's a
Yeah.
little rough. The goalie finally coming out here, not as warmed up as the
Duddy
rest of the
Dud.
players.
Oh, he had a chance for redemption, but Duddy Dud sneaks it by. 3 goals landed in a row.
Yeah, this could be time for them to really shut
All
this
right, Roby,
down. This
Roby
goalie pulls
goes
off this
in,
defense.
but
Oh,
misses
he
like a
does.
fucking
This
idiot.
is now a dangerous scenario. Do or die.
Shea Farnaway looking like the
All right.
strongest goalie today.
All
Definitely.
right, if he puts this in, it's game over.
Ezreal
Tough position,
scores.
can't save it.
Wow.
4
Just
goals
like
landed,
that.
and that's
And it is
game.
over.
All right.
Home team.
All right, so we got on this team, Antarow, Death Eagle. I don't know if I saw the names here, but we're going to see it shortly after the judges tally up some scores. We will go back to the board and show you guys where the standings are. But here are our players here. Fantastic performance from everyone. Some spirits higher than others.
Shafe only got 16 points in DTI, but
I'm speaking right now. So it seems like the Bloxy team is going to win each time, no matter who's on it. It's like a curse on the green team. All right, I'll pass the mic to J Party.
defeated here. Lime, Shafe as well.
You're not J Party. I didn't give you permission to speak.
All looking good there, but Lime and Shafe, the 2 members to win both matches back-to-back in Super League Soccer.
You know, when the folks needed that, I'm seeing a lot of the current leaders on the loss for that round. So that means the points are swinging back to the folks who need it most. An impressive display here on round 2.
Yeah, those
All
guys
right.
trying to go 3-0 into this 3rd round if they even can end up on the same team. Again, it's randomized every time of how these teams lay out. So we'll wait for the players to shuffle back in and have one last round here in Super League Soccer. I'm liking the development we're seeing throughout. I think they did a much better job this time of setting up for some of those passes, especially the home team.
Absolutely, yeah, the whole team. I mean, Dudda leading as striker, scored 3 goals that game, along with Shafe's amazing saves. Definitely deserved that win.
Yeah, you're going to be happy to have either of those guys on your team going into the last round. Still some players who have yet to take home a game here in Super League Soccer. Icy, Poke Dragon, those guys definitely have the pressure on them as we head into this final round.
Yeah, they'll need it because they had such a strong showing in that first round here. To fall in Super League Soccer is a little rough. But hey, it's a whole day of competition ahead
It
and
is.
not
Great.
the last chance here. Well, folks,
How many
this
hours
was an
is
exciting
that?
one. Super League Soccer has been a wonderful game here. Some fun facts about Super League Soccer. It
Please.
is one of the top sports games on Roblox. And actually, the governing body of soccer for North America, Central America, and the Caribbean actually released a mascot through Super League Soccer specifically. That was their major announcement. So it's exciting to see these actually large governing bodies using Super League Soccer as a way to talk to their fans and do some major releases. So it is a legitimate and recognized game in the world of soccer.
And up there with some of the iconic Roblox games we're playing today, the super classic ones like the way we're ending, of course, with Tower of Hell. This is a relatively new game, but it's definitely taken off very quickly. Similar vibe to Dress to Impress.
Correct.
Let's take a look back and see some of the highlights from that second game. Was a very exciting one here, NU.
Yeah, taking a look here. I can't tell whose costume that is, but there's
That's a
Roby.
Roby.
Yeah, Roby coming in strong
Yeah.
at the beginning with 2 goals, right? So unfortunately, he has not won a game.
Yeah, that is painful to see. Such strong
Yes.
individual play here, but could not actually eke out the win. Look at
Yeah.
another breakthrough, and that goal was beautiful.
That was beautiful. I love that one.
Yeah.
You got to feel bad for Shafe there. He dove just past the ball. Almost had that one.
To get past Shafe, I mean, it's not an easy task. So Roby's 2 goals are very impressive.
Yeah, Duddy Dud as well. I mean, I feel like we can't say enough good things about him in this one. He's looked so good on that offense.
Yeah, definitely needs to continue playing the striker for the next game.
Yeah, we've got some good stuff here. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about our
Yeah,
players here as we're
please.
taking a brief pause here to get our
All right.
next game ready. I know they've come from a lot of different places all over the world, or some are from around the world, some from Canada, and a handful of them all from here in America.
Yeah, I believe we have a Canadian, and then we have one guy, the Death Eagle, coming from Lithuania. Everyone else here is living in America. We have a Korean American as well,
Yeah.
born in South Korea. So a pretty diverse group of guys here from different places around the world and around the country to come out and compete today.
Yeah, we had some fun stuff. The Death Eagle on camera right there, you know, a really impressive player. Not only did he come all the way from Lithuania, he actually turned 18 on the plane ride over
Wild.
2 days ago, which is required for this competition. So we were excited to see that. That was fate. What did you do on your 18th birthday?
You mean yesterday?
Yeah, yeah, yesterday.
That's right. Don't remember.
Yeah, no one does, but I bet you didn't compete for $1 million. So that is an exciting twist on an 18th birthday that a lot of us don't get a chance
No,
to
I'm
do
very
here.
jealous. I'm very jealous of these guys.
Yeah, well, I think they put in the work, and it's paying off here. Nothing like a couple thousand hours of real play time dedicated and focused on the skill. And really, the competition itself, the hunt, was a wild competition.
Yeah,
with
can
the
you
folks
talk
at
a little
Dome.
bit about the qualification? Because it was very different than how we're actually playing the games here today. A lot more about solving puzzles and having to do some really challenging stuff to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing through 25 events, these contestants, as well as 100+ million, had to compete over solving intricate puzzles.
All right, I have the mic. So, you know, there's the main tokens, and then there's the mega tokens. There's different levels, and after each level unlocks, there's more mega tokens unlocked. You had to figure out what was the next mega token. You had to go in a certain order, and they solve puzzles, and you could solve the puzzle in the games as well. It was a very interesting way to do this, and I really enjoyed it, in my opinion. I did not like Infection Gunfight or Pet Simulator, but that's my take. Anyways, the mic is now to you, Jay Party.
Complex puzzles.
Yeah, I think it's so cool as well. Some of the different backgrounds. A guy like Icicle here, he's native to the area, grew up in the Bay, but he went to college for robotics, and he said like one of his biggest hobbies is like web puzzles, is riddles, is trying to solve challenges like that. As I imagine, looking at robotics would be a similar thing there as well. So pretty cool that he got to cash in on that skill set, but now gets to show a pretty different one with actually playing a competitive game and coming out here. All these guys have had different backgrounds. They've obviously played a ton of Roblox, but for most of them, this is going to be one of their first times playing an in-person competitive event like this, and certainly will be the biggest one any of these guys have ever played.
I like that you guys just gave out some facts about where the players are from, because now the chat is going to supporting their home countries with Lithuania, the US,
Or
and
doxing
Canada,
them.
along
Yeah.
with Team Bloxy Cola or the Witcher's Brew. So a lot of competition in the chat as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, we have two Canadians as well. Poke Dragon hailing from Saskatchewan, and then another player in here, Anonymous Lime, coming over from Ontario as well.
I'm rooting for Canada.
Yeah?
Canada. That's
I
where
am
you're
also
living right
from
now,
Canada.
and you. Yeah.
Yeah.
The folks don't know.
First time revealing it.
Okay. Now we know.
No one could ever guess. I imagine. Are you rooting for Lime then? Another guy from Ontario?
I am rooting for, honestly, I'm rooting for Roby. I think he
Okay.
deserves
Yeah,
some
I
points
think
in this
he might
competition. He's
win.
been doing really well, scoring the goals.
But we'll
so
see.
I hope to see him win the next game.
Yeah, a lot of our players, when they talked about their expertise, I would say the most common games they told us was Tower of Hell. Tons of Obby players, you heard it in the intro.
Yeah.
And Rivals as well, our penultimate game, the first-person shooter arena game there. So for a lot of these guys, it's a matter of being great and being confident in the later stages of the tournament, but you still need to make it there. There's 10 players in this competition. 6 are going to get eliminated in this qualifying round. And even then, you have to play a driving game before you even get to some of the ones you're going to be the most comfortable with. And even when you are there, it's going to be the highest pressure you've ever felt playing those games.
Pressure.
As a reminder
the
for the
mega
folks
token.
at home, we are a couple minutes, or hopefully seconds away from our final game of Super League Soccer, and this will be the first time we progress a player. So the first rounds of this
All
are going to
right.
be a progression-based, as you heard from us earlier. But just a reminder for the folks just tuning in here, we're going to be closing out one more match of Super League Soccer, and we will progress our first player who will be in the top 4.
Our players that we're looking at to be the most likely to make it here are going to be Death Eagle, 66 points, Jay, 63, and Dudadud at 60 points as well. Those are the front
My
runners
prediction
right now.
is either
Remember, a win
Dudadud
in
or
Super League
Death
Soccer
Eagle.
gives you 20 points. There's
But
no bonus
Larobe
points for
might catch
being
up.
the
I don't
best,
think he
best
might. I don't think he
goalkeeper,
will
being
necessarily.
the best person who's going offensive and actually hitting those shots into the goal. So it comes down to how well your team can do. And let's say all those guys ended up on the same team. It would be the Death Eagle, thanks to his great performance in DTI, who would be the first qualified member.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
Only
right.
for this round.
Only for this one, and then no more teams.
Free for alls.
Then the friendships end. But yeah, the top 9 are within 20 points of each other. So again, it is anyone's game. You definitely want to get that win here and secure your spot early on in this competition.
That you do. For some context, one of our players is having an issue with their headphones. We have our admins looking into it right now and working through that issue. We'll give you more updates as soon as they're available. We do want to make sure that everyone has properly working equipment and the field is perfectly fair before we start another round with stakes as high as this.
So for anyone at home wondering why we're yapping, that's why.
All right, I'm about to speak. Give me the microphone. Okay. So, what I could say is, I want to see. Oh wait, never mind.
Super League Soccer thus far.
Oh my gosh, we screamed whenever Roby hit the ball right over Shape. We were actually back here screaming. That was really intense. That match was amazing. I actually haven't watched a gameplay of Super League Soccer, so I thought that was really entertaining.
Yeah, and I'm not a big sports girly myself, but that move, my heart is still pounding from some of these moments. I've been in here taking notes, it's that real. Really impressed by Death Eagle, watching all of this gameplay. I mean, I don't have the coordination. You'll hear me say that a lot today. I don't have the coordination for something like that, but I feel like I've been literally watching the World Cup or something just on the screen via Roblox. It's so cool. It's amazing. It's been so fun to watch back here. I know everybody.
I have a fun fact for you.
Oh, yeah?
About the World Cup, by the way. Super League Soccer hosted an in-game integration with FIFA for the launch of the Club World Cup trophy, which is taking place in America this summer.
Rightfully so,
Wow.
because look, I mean, you would think that I was out here in South America screaming from the streets the way I've been hollering back here. I'm surprised.
She's not kidding. I'm just
Yeah, I hope I don't scare you.
No,
please,
you didn't.
Bring me
This
back.
has been very entertaining.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. Who do you think so far? Who have you been impressed by so far? The most?
I am rooting for Roby, Death Eagle. I really liked Jay in Dress to Impress. Yeah,
Jay has some good looks.
Yeah.
in Dress to Impress.
And Death Eagles, obviously, the last one was the really
the
good.
ice princess fairy.
The two-wing thing was very impressive.
That was a good technique. It's always good in Dress to Impress to try and see how you can layer your stuff to make it look more, exciting and more fancy, more cutesy, more demure. I'm not good at that at all. That's not my thing. I'm not a fashion girly, as you can see.
Shall we take a look at what the chat is saying?
Yeah, let's see. What's the chat saying
All
today?
right, chat. Who do you think is going to win this next match? Let's see what they all say.
When we came in, I saw a lot of people rooting for Death Eagle, which I can understand why after seeing
I've been seeing a
that
lot of
gameplay
Shafe as well.
Yeah,
a lot of
let's
fans of
see.
Shafe, Death Eagle. Chicken jockey, what does that mean?
I have no idea.
Blocks Fruits. Yes, Blocks Fruits is a great
I
game.
think that's a meme.
Blocks Fruits.
Okay.
Lithuania. We've got some Lithuania. Okay.
It looks like the chat is enjoying this, though. Go ahead and hit the like if you are watching.
All right, so Sabrina, if your avatar in Roblox had a soccer celebration, what's that gonna look like?
Oh my gosh. It's probably gonna be sort of like a big galaxy explosion.
I can understand. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and kick it back over to our casters so we can get this last match started for Super League Soccer.
All right, folks, we are back here. We've got hopefully we are closing in on the opening of this last match here, but a couple more seconds for you to enjoy the soothing sounds of our voices with our faces. It's a wonderful thing.
We just take a look at, stare at Jay Party's beautiful face.
Yeah, that's a real stuff content. For some context, viewers at home, they're still sorting out some of these tech issues, making sure the monitors and the headsets for one of our contestants is working perfectly. I pulled up some trivia for you guys. You guys are Roblox experts,
no.
right? Would
Nope.
you consider yourself such?
Oh,
Yeah,
trivia.
absolutely. A historian, if
Would
you
you consider him an expert?
Yeah, NU is, regardless of his opinion on it, he is a master of all things
Don't
knowledge.
put me on the
All
spot.
right, I'm going to ask some questions. Just slap the desk to buzz in. This one should be easy. What year was Roblox officially released to the public?
2006.
Here you go.
I'm going to say 2006.
Ding, ding, ding. Good
Yes.
job, NU. That's the first point to you. Another year question. What year did Roblox introduce the ability to create and sell game passes?
Ah,
Okay, I
crap.
know this one. It's
Go
about the
ahead.
birth of the expansion of our developer program. I believe it's 2012.
You're correct. Another one. This one about number of players. And chat, you guys should play along too. Write in chat who you think this is. See how well you know Roblox. Which game on the Roblox platform holds the record for the most visits as of 2024?
It's probably the wrong answer, but I'm gonna I'm gonna say Blocks Fruits.
No.
Incorrect.
That is incorrect. I'm curious. I'm going to give the folks on the chat a couple seconds to respond here. I think they know this one, and it is a surprising favorite amongst the roleplay
Is
community,
it
if I know correctly.
Meat City
I do love
or
numbers, and that is
How are they doing, NU?
Brookhaven?
That
Oh,
Yeah, what they
Brookhaven.
get. They get it right. The answer, I believe, is Brookhaven. Brookhaven.
The chat is still rooting for the
Brookhaven
players.
RP. Well,
They're still rooting for
honestly,
players.
good for them.
Yeah,
That's what they
absolutely.
should be doing. I love to see that passion coming out. All right, another historic question. What was the original name of Roblox before it was officially launched?
Dynablocks.
Oh, this is a fun one. Dude, the folks, this is a good one for chat. I wonder if they do know this one.
Yeah.
I might even be wearing those socks. Oh, no, wait, I'm not. We didn't. It's different ones. I believe it was called Dynablocks.
You're correct.
Dynablocks was the original, and it was a physics simulator at the very start here. It was a pretty impressive little creation here to kind of demonstrate science and physics to kids and everyone around the world to kind of learn. And it turns out if you allow logic into a block, you can pretty much make any game the world has seen.
Yes.
And that's kind of the origin, I think, of all video games. And we saw it here in Roblox kind of evolving over the years from the old world of Dynablocks into the Roblox we have today. Full-fledged game engine. So, you know, for the folks at home, we're waiting. Go ahead, open studio, start publishing your own experiences and find out what it means to create and build some of the coolest things around in the world.
What experience do you guys have with actually building games? Have you spent any time in the creation studio and tried that out much?
Yes, actually, I have. I went through a tutorial with some of the developers here at Roblox. They went through a simple one for me, but they threw out some terms that was very complicated. I did not retain any of that information. So whoever can make games in Roblox are very smart.
It's so impressive what people actually put together and how much work it takes. I know you get to work with the devs on a day-to-day basis. Must be special to see what creative things people put together in this Roblox game.
I do, and it is fascinating to know our developers from around the world. They are incredible folks who do awesome and wonderful things, but they're also good people. I think that's such a fun part of Roblox. A lot of our creators are building things they want to play, they want to create. It's both a hobby and a profession for them, so we see incredible stuff.
Yeah, and for this tournament as well, we had to ask a lot of developers to change things up about their games and make modifications for this tournament, and it seems like everyone was pretty willing to do that as well.
All right, folks, so here's the deal. We are trying to ensure this is a fair competition as much as possible, and I believe we're ready to get back in it. But to solve some of this out, we're going to be removing the headsets for this next round of Super League Soccer here to ensure
Bruh,
there's
they
an even
couldn't-
playing field for all 10 of our
They
players.
couldn't like get a
And
new
guess
headset.
what? I think they're on the pitch.
It's going to be new teams, a new look, and a last chance to make it. Two players competing for that top spot, Duddy Dud and Death Eagle. One of them will be able to be the first making it through. That or 3J, who's going to be on the same team here. Mad Max in possession, sends it up. Good pass, but a little too wide. No one super well in position to receive. Another pass going back. Chance for a goal, and it's not in. Shake
nope.
again on the defense,
Shape
NU.
once again.
Yeah, almost bobbles the ball from the goalie there. Thankfully, he recovers that, and it is out of there. Another chance for another play.
I'm looking for Roby.
Yeah.
Which team is he on?
A crowd favorite, again, without a win under his belt and maybe the most goals on the field. Hopefully, Rovi gets his big break soon.
He's going to be back on the green team there, joined by Duddy Dud. Jay as well, rocking with the home team.
Indeed, indeed. Again, a little slower of a start here. No one really securing those quick goals in this third game here. I'm sure the defense is starting to shore up and understand the strategies from all the players.
Good defense from Lime. A new person stepping into the goalkeeper position.
That's true.
All
This
right.
is the first time with Lime here, and I know they discussed briefly beforehand who would be the goalie as they need to rotate that with their new teams.
Wow.
The quick
Looks like a lot
turnover.
of
Control.
fouls there, but
Oh,
nothing being
oh
called.
my gosh.
What is happening?
Where's the referee? Those slide tackles are not coming in from the correct angle.
It is vicious in this game. The only way to change possession other than a missed pass is to just go for those slide tackles. Not going to get the red card.
Oh,
It's
and
Super
definitely.
League
Right,
this is
Soccer.
Lime
that's-
has
oh,
the
not
ball.
in the sweet spot. I know they try to put it just out of the goal box here. Definitely a specific strategy tied to SLS, and that's what you got to understand here with the best players in the world. understand the mechanics perfectly well, and we see that kind of sweet spot in the corner. When you don't have an out-of-bounds mechanic, it's definitely where you want to put it for some of the safer passes.
Let's check in with Jay, one of our top performers thus far. Passes it to his goalie, and he'll send things back into the middle yet again. This one a bit more reserved from our teams than the first, but maybe a chance here. No, Shafe, again, very good on the defense.
Yeah, closing in on that first minute, it has passed, and we are still 0-0. Lowest scoring by far, and really low shots on goal in general. Nothing too serious. It's been pretty casual. Defense playing it up.
Maybe that long pause really slowed down their adrenaline.
Absolutely. Gave the players time to breathe here. And I think, again, we're seeing a bigger plan. These folks are learning just as much as we are, again, how they play, how they perform, what the strategies are. But here's the
score by the Death Eagle.
Our top player in the standings thus far, Death Eagle with 66 points. If he can win this game, he would bring home the first spot in the top 4 for himself, and he wants to do it with his own hands.
I know we've talked a lot about his skill in so many competitions. If anything, the players maybe need him to get out now. Give other people a chance here, as he has demonstrated he has a strong fortitude for a broad array of game types.
It is truly a luxury to qualify this early. But it seems like there is a bit of a technical problem with the match. For competitive integrity, the admins have made the decision to reset this game. So forget what you saw in that one. We're resetting to where we were. With 2 games finished on Super League Soccer, 1 yet to play, we want to ensure that with stakes is high, everything is perfectly competitively fair for our players. So they're making that call. We'll get you guys back into game with the proper 3rd match as soon as possible when that technical issue is sorted.
All right. Well, it wouldn't be a sporting event without something to solve in the physical world. So we're going to get that resolved here, folks. Thankfully, that was a much slower game here. Defense was really dominating that one. Not a lot of hard breakaways. So, you know, it is what it is, but still an exciting day of competition. So while the team figures that out, we're going to talk about a couple other things here. Maybe get to know some of our players. Maybe some fun facts about the folks competing today. As you can see behind me a little bit on the screen here, they each have a color. That is the player's corresponding color. So as we go about the day, their outfits will be marked with that. So you can
Mine would
understand
be
who
red.
they are.
And it matches the monitor back there, so you can kind of reference the face to the player as
That's
well
right.
of who the real person is repping that Roblox avatar.
And they've got their outfits to match here. A very stylish way to identify folks and keep it cohesive. So very cool stuff.
Indeed it is. It looks like they also have pretty jackets as well with their names that are matching up for this event in you.
Yeah, can I get one of those after this is done? Or just steal it off their backs? I really want, I like those jackets.
Well, don't let him in the player room. He's going to just start pickpocketing people for jackets.
If somebody wins the $1 million, they could afford to give me their jacket.
I want to see if we could take another look at those points maybe, because we're starting to get to the point, like we were talking about, where the first player is going to qualify their way into things. And every time you win at Super League Soccer, you get 20 points. You see it thus far for Shafe and Duddy Dud. But the overall standings right now have the Death Eagle and Jay and Duddy Dud as the top 3 players. So basically, if any one of those players is to win this next round and they don't have someone with more points than them on the team, that's basically their ticket into the top 4. So definitely important things to look at and important players to keep watch on as we get into this final round of Super League Soccer.
Exciting times, exciting times. But don't worry, after that, we're going to be playing some blade ball. We're going to be playing some slap battles. And of course, doors to round out this progression system in the first set.
I want to ask you guys, we got a lot of games today. What are you most excited to watch?
My favorite on the list is definitely Blade Ball, and that's coming up next, so I can't wait to see that.
Why do you like it so much?
I like that it's fast-paced, action-packed, and not a lot of teamwork because I'm not into that. I like individual competition, so I like to see that bring out their fierce competitor in these players. So I think that would be very exciting. A lot more shouting in the back, probably.
Yeah, Blade Ball is an exciting game of reaction speed. You know, I'm pretty excited for Rivals myself. I know we've talked to a lot of these players. Rivals is one of their favorites, but I think as just an internal employee, we play a lot of Rivals. It's actually how promotions are decided within Roblox. Fun fact here. So always ensure you're on a team where you're better than your boss at Rivals.
How do I apply?
I know.
That sounds like a great job.
You'd love it. So that's going to be a real exciting thing to hear.
I think I have to agree on Rivals. When I was prepping for this event, I played all the games, and I gave myself like a good few hours to practice them all, and I think I spent half the time just playing Rivals. Because I got a win streak going, and I was like, I can't stop now. It's really addictive. I love how the the movement has so much skill expression in it. You can really go back and forth with the slides. You can out-movement your opponent in a lot of ways. And with that main AR only having 20 bullets, precision, movement, it's all super important. So a super fulfilling game to play, and one that even for players that hadn't played it before, I think a lot of them had the same feeling we did, that it was one of those games that just gets you hooked once you start playing.
Yeah, high adrenaline,
I
high
disagree,
pace to
but
play,
okay.
a fun competitive mode to boot. It's really got the perfect recipe.
Looks like it's 2-1, Rivals versus Blade Ball. I want to see what the chat says. What's let us know what your favorite games
I
are
prefer
on
Blade Ball.
today.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of them. You know, in the meantime, I think we might just toss it over to our correspondence team. I know they've had some time to think, some time to talk. What's going on over there?
Hello, J Party. We are just talking about our experience in this event ourselves, right, Geach?
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not good at any of these games. So I already know my strengths, and I just, when the hunts start, I do my thing. I jump in. I just kind of like dibble and dabble here and there, nothing too serious. But Sabrina, you actually had a chance to, you got all the tokens, right?
I got all the mega tokens. I did.
There we go.
I think I did a total of 19 hours streaming live. It's not as long as some other people. However, I did have the help of the community, so I had a little bit of a people helping me through.
W community. Which would you say was the most challenging game?
Oh my gosh, definitely pressure.
Maybe pressure.
I literally, there's a clip of me screaming. I'm like, no! Like,
For me,
I
it's
tried
probably.
for 4 hours straight before I beat it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
I got the mega token after like 4 hours. Yeah. They did nerf it though, so.
Did they nerf it before or after you got the mega token?
After.
Of course.
After.
Because that's how it goes. That's what happens. And so when you were working through that, did you have your community helping you with that as well, or were you just gunning
they were
for it?
they're in there just giving me moral support because I was literally just doing the same thing over and over and dying over and over. Yeah.
And you didn't.
But I became a pro by the end. Like I felt like my last run was so good. I should upload it as a video.
You definitely should, because after 4 hours, Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta put it out there for the people to see. So how did you actually what was your intro to Roblox? How did you get into Roblox?
I started in 2017. I had a gaming channel already. People were, commenting, you should try Roblox, you should play Roblox. I actually played it with my little brothers at first. And then I was like, this is kind of cool. There's so many games. And just, within like that year, we became Roblox exclusive. DJ and I.
Nice.
My boyfriend, who also is part of the channel, Terabyte Games.
Shout out to DJ. Yeah, so similar to me as well. I actually started because of my children. Hi, children. Yeah, so it was one of those things, where they kind of introduced me to it. Is of course, mommy, you should play this game with us. And then I get on, and now that's like all I do is play Roblox.
That's awesome. That's such a good thing to bond over.
It is. It's really cool, and it's nice because
I have the mic, so let me talk about my experience with Roblox. I started in 2015. I was introduced to Roblox watching Venturian Tale, and I decided to download Roblox. I was more of a Minecraft person, but eventually got into Roblox more and more. So I really started in like 2014 to 15. And the mic is going past to Sabrina.
We'll get to that later. But yeah, while we wait to get into that, we're gonna go ahead and get back to our caster so we can watch this last match of Super League Soccer. Thanks, guys.
All right. We are back again, folks, and hopefully we are getting through things here. We are just checking out what's going on in-game and hopefully testing the replacement equipment to ensure the playing field remains even.
Yeah, so it's going to be our third round of Super League Soccer. Reminder of the stakes, our first player that qualifies to the top 4 double elimination rounds will be decided here. The player with the highest points at the end of our our final round of Super League Soccer will be that player making it through. So exciting stuff here. And let's talk about some of those guys who are going to be the focus here as well. And actually, we're ready to go. Let's get into the game. Enough yapping from us. Let's start this last match of Super League Soccer. It looks like the players just getting their ready checks right now and getting set on the teams. I can't wait on you.
Yeah, and just to go back, a couple minutes ago, I asked the chats what their favorite game is, and it looks like the most popular answer is Doors. So all 3 of us are wrong.
Doors is fun, though.
Yeah, Doors is great. So stay tuned, everybody. Doors is coming up really soon.
Yeah, Doors will be the deciding match in this one. But for now, the deciding match of this first session is underway as, guess what? They're on
All
the
right,
pitch. The players
here
are
we go.
ready. Let's get this kickoff here. Again, the final round of Super League Soccer. The first winner will be chosen here. And boy, you get a long break if you win this first cluster.
And our two strikers, the two center fielders, Dud.
Dud.
And of course on the other side, the Death Eagle.
We got Death Eagle versus
Trying to
Roby.
compete to
All right.
make it into that top 4.
Yeah, Dud showing he's not a dud in this game at all here. Doing a great job. I believe scoring our inaugural goal of the entire set here. See if he can do it again in this game.
Can I just make a prediction here? We got Dud. Oh!
I mean, he's not going to let you talk, and you Dud another goal. He started
Look
us
at
strong
that.
here, and he wants to qualify.
Hey, my answer has not changed. Definitely the away. They got Dud and Roby on the same team. Two amazing strikers. I feel like they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is his chance. The Roby comeback here, he deserves it. He's been doing such a great job here. And look at this, the team gets the breakaway again. Can the away team do it?
Jay and the Death Eagle are two top players thus far on the same team here.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, nearly another goal there. That would have tied the game, but not today. Death
Not
Eagle has it
today.
back in possession and will pass to his teammate off the side.
Ooh,
All
Yeah,
right,
pass was a little
Lion.
dangerous.
that
Give it to
was
Max.
dangerous. The old crossover on your own goal
They're
there.
set up for another one, though. Pass back to Death Eagle. Oh, he can't
Right.
get it. Goes a little
Oh,
bit
Death Eagle
wide.
has
No.
it. Death Eagle has
no,
it.
it's gonna get
Breakaway
time. Here's
through
his
the
shot.
defender.
Here's
Score,
his
score,
chance.
score,
Death
score.
Eagle.
No!
It
There,
looked like it went
yeah.
in, but it didn't.
It was
It
very
did
close.
not. An attempt there, a little short. Not the Death Eagle's usual style of a cross goal. He kind of kept that one a little too short and easy, and they're able to recover it.
Wow, great teamwork there by the away team. A lot of amazing passes. Can they?
That's a scary spot. When you see the cluster just gathering on the net, it's hard to tell what's really going to happen there, and it's a good chance for the offense to get a score.
Looking at this match, on your home team, you have the Death Eagle with 66 points. On the other
Oh,
side,
oh.
has 60 points on the away team. If home or away wins, their respective top scoring player will be the first one qualifying. So especially for those two,
Yeah,
this is
high
where their
stakes.
performance counts.
Everyone must be really hungry for this win.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of commotion from the players in the back. Passions are high here. Oh,
Whoa.
slip and fall results
Well,
in a quick goal there.
Dud.
That's 2 goals in a row for Dud.
The world's greatest striker.
The away team showing they came to play in this round here. Dud gets the 2 goals for his team so far. Off to a really strong start, but again, with 3 minutes remaining, we've seen major comebacks.
Dud is truly doing this for himself,
A
trying to
one-man
get himself
army.
in.
Yeah, again, his own breakaway. We'll see if you see that backboard shot. No, ooh, I like it. Baits in the defender a bit, but it's not enough. Jay gets the steal, and it's out.
Here's a chance at offense. This game has been all about our top scorers, but maybe a new member stepping up. Antarell needs to score some more points in this group stage, and with the help of Icy, here's his chance. Open goal. It's in.
No, it is not, but the chaos
Nearly.
continues here.
Nearly.
A dangerous spot, and they're going to get it out. I think that's the right move here. Just get some time to breathe.
All right,
Death
Death
Eagle
Eagle
is
has
a
it.
one-man army here
Great
on
movement.
offense.
Oh.
Antarell again takes possession,
Good
passes
steals.
to Icy. That duo back at it again. Can they land it?
Oof.
No. Lime, good on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an important goal to save there. You really want to keep your hopes alive here. 2 goals is nothing to catch up to. That third goal gets a little dangerous.
We proved it in our first game. It was an 0-2 comeback to make it to overtime there.
Yeah.
Great save by Anonymous Lime.
You're not going to get the charge down on the goalie there, hopefully.
Oh.
Oh, their save.
Death Eagle
Dangerous.
cannot catch a break.
I know. He's trying his hardest here, but the offense has been rock solid for the away team.
It is really tough for Jay and Death Eagle here. They're going up against Shafe. He's been the best goalkeeper of the day.
Roby
Yeah.
went from an amazing striker to a great defender, really holding it down for the away team.
Yeah, and they need some of their best players there trying to play defense on the Death Eagle, who shows that he is unrelenting on offense.
Antarell's done well. A couple key steals for him, but he's yet to actually get a goal off of it. Another steal, but it's back into the possession of the home team. And again, they steal it out of the
Death
clutches
Eagle,
of
Death
the
Eagle.
Poké
Oh,
Dragon.
Death Eagle got
here's
it.
the
Great
breakaway.
movement.
Can he do it? His best shot at it yet. And
Oh!
it's easy peasy. Death Eagle keeping
Death
the hopes
Eagle
alive here. He
scores.
is unrelenting on offense.
He wants to keep that first spot in the competition so bad.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is important. It would be nice for him to get out early, get a little rest, stretch the fingers out, take a sip of water, and watch the rest of your competitors compete. Really see who the competition is going to be in the finals.
And it's just serendipitous that, again, it's Death Eagle and Dud on the kickoff together. Those two trying to make that qualification happen here. Dud back on the offense. No one defending but that goalie.
Not
However,
sure what that was.
home team's going to be a little ahead of it, and they'll pass back to the goalie safely.
Yeah. easy exit, end that play. Oh no, the goalie gets a missed kick.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Bit of a fumble there. Lime had his chance, tried to send it back up the middle, but a great position
Lime,
played
you
in from
idiot.
Icy.
That was an actual mistake there from the goalie. Played it too short, and on a missed pass, it just comes right back to his team.
Same two players up at the kickoff.
Yeah, and
Okay,
again,
Dragon this
still
time.
down by 2 with a minute remaining. This is not over yet here. They're going to need to step up that offense as we see the Death Eagle again trying to get in position. Oh, but Dudadud plays it well. Slight delay allows him to break away with the ball.
Dudadud is still on the offense, even though they're up by 2. Oh, no, looks like he's killing time.
Yeah,
He's
he
doing
is
well
definitely.
at it. Down to 40 seconds. Tried to pass it out, but stolen by 3J at the last second. They need goals, and they need them quickly. 40 seconds to try and lock this up. But Antorell again, they're just
amazing
killing
defense.
time.
Yeah.
Lockdown defense by the away team.
Yeah, that was a big steal here. Very important stuff here.
Lime defends yet again.
All right, back down the field. Another shot for offense. I think the Death Eagle needs a support player here. He can't do this again all on his
It is
own.
3-on-1, so
Oh,
man,
my
Antorell
God.
with
Oh,
how
no.
many steals?
And Terrell really came through in the clutch here as defense. That was a 3-on-1 and manages the steal and ends the play.
And that's just not enough time left. Dudadud. This is his opportunity. If they can wane down these last few seconds, they'll lock this game up. And that's time.
They're just standing still now. It's over.
3-1, the away team. They take things home.
Well-
And that's Dudadud. Our third place player heading into this round with 60 points. We'll claim 20 more. And that should be enough to put him ahead.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We're going to let our judges tally some of those points. In the interim, we're going to talk through some of the incredible things we just saw there as we bring to a close Super League Soccer, our only team event in the day here, working together to start because things are going to get fiercely competitive right after this.
They absolutely are. Really
All right.
impressive stuff across the board from our players. I think my biggest takeaway players were honestly just the 2 stars. Dudadud and the Death Eagle were both looking excellent on the offense this game, but you can't forget Shafe and Lime, honestly, in that last round as well,
Yeah.
holding things down at the goalkeeper.
And Terrell did great, played amazing defense there. But if I was Dudadud right now, I'd probably feel like the main character. That is just, I must feel on top of the world if I was him.
It's the game that mattered for him. He was just in that tight race to make it into the top 4. And that win there, of course, we have to officially tally it still, but that should be enough to push him across the line. And let's take a look at those scores and get official confirmation. And there it is. Dudadud takes home 40 points there from that one, but that's cumulative with their first points from DTI as well, where he had an additional 46 points.
Yeah, worth noting, Shafe, the only undefeated player in Super League today, holding it down with 60 points. You know, it's interesting, we didn't see as much of him on offense. He was a really strong defensive player and even a strong goalie.
Yeah, he had a pretty tough DTI as well. Only picked up 16 points in that round, but bounced back here in Super League.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a big opportunity for the comeback, which means a lot of our scores have shifted dramatically. After this, we will do the full calculation and show you where we stand. And again, we will crown the first progression in our tournament. And that player is going to go take a nice break in the back room, put their feet up, sip some water, and watch the competition from there until we get to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really cool stuff there. The competition, though, only going to continue to heat up. We have a lot more games in this qualification round, but while we wait again for that final tally, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondence team.
Hello, thank you so much, Mimi.
Thank you so much, Mimi. So I'm glad you gave the mic to me. So what I want to say is this was a very interesting match. At first they sucked, but I think they're starting to come back, and this was an interesting comeback, and it was very enjoyable. I can understand that they did not, play this game that often, but I will say this was an interesting play this round. All right, I'm passing the mic back to Sabrina.
Really watching Icy's goalie work was insane. Like, just he was really going for it. Well, maybe second round. First round, it was Death Eagle. Just straight out of the gate, just the juking and just ripping the ball and taking the shots. Like, I was really impressed by Death Eagle all the way through. And then at the end, though, Daddy Dad came through and really just showed, I'm not here to play with y'all. This is a game, but I'm not playing with y'all today. I'm coming to win this $1 million.
I think Shafe also is putting on a very good game today.
Shafe definitely did a great job. Shafe's defense, except we got to talk about the Roby shot. We got to talk about the Roby shot.
Somebody's got to clip that.
Listen, it's getting clips and both of you are going to be forever immortalized in Roblox history. not necessarily for the best reason, maybe, but Shave, great job regardless. Like, I probably it would have gone the same way, real life or in Roblox for me.
I agree. All right, let's take it back to you. Thank you so much for answering those questions.
All right, folks, we are back again. Exciting stuff here as we draw to a close. The first 2 games, you saw it here, Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer, done and dusted. Now we're coming into our officially first contestant into our next round. Mimi, you want to let the folks know who it is?
Let's do it. After our first 2 games played, we have our first player advancing to the top 4. It's none other than Duddy Dud. Congratulations to him.
All right.
He'll have a chance to step back, take a bit of a break before coming back for the top 4. He's already 1 step closer to that $1 million.
All right, incredible stuff. Duddy Dud really showed up with some fantastic scores in both of our first games. Let's see if we've got the leaderboard. We can pull it up and see the total scores of the day. Always fun to see where our players stand. Duddy Dud advancing, and I'll let you know his score was 80. So 4 points ahead of Shafe, and then a little bit of a stretch from the Death Eagle. But you see all top 5 of those players within 20 points, which means that game of soccer mattered.
It definitely made the biggest difference because if I remember correctly, Death Eagle was very far ahead in the first place.
He was the best player of DTI.
Right, yes.
And as we take a look back at some of the replays from Super League Soccer, we can think about some of the best players from it because Shafe, really, that guy, he went from 16 points in Dress to Impress to then rally back and win every single match of Super League Soccer. He was the only through line across our 3 victorious teams.
And here are Duddy Dud's goals for these last 3 matches. Incredible.
Yeah, showing it. He started the competition off in SLS making those goals, and he ended it making goals.
And
there's the Death Eagle.
With games so close, 2 of them going into overtime, you got to feel a little bad for the Death Eagle because he was performing so well, but only managed to actually get the win in one of these. It goes to show that no matter how good you are, it always comes down to just your team and how good they are. Let's take a look at Duddy Dud's reaction. This is him feeling things out and getting that win there, and you see how excited he is when he found out he was progressing to the top 4.
Oh, man, that is awesome, folks. Well, there are still 3 spots left, folks, and I think we're getting ready to see it. And you want to tell us what game's coming up next?
Yeah, that's right. So with 3 spots left, no one's going to go down without a fight, though, definitely. I hope you're all ready for an absolute battle now because Blade Ball is up next.
Game 3, Blade Ball. There are 5 free-for-all matches.
Oh,
the goal
crap.
is to deflect the ball and hit your opponents.
Oh,
Last
crap.
one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
Oh, crap. Oh, no. I think I could make it in this one.
We are getting ready for Blade Ball, and this is one of the hype games of the day, I will say. And you said it was a favorite of his, but I'll say it's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, so what should we be looking out for here today? Is there any strategies, anything like that we should get excited about as we are about to hop into our first match here, and you?
Fast reaction time. Who can click their mouse the fastest?
True!
You can click it at the right time, because you misclick there, you mess up, you don't have the block.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that part.
Yeah, and here we are. We're into our first match of Blade Ball with Duddy Dud gone.
In the that one Blade Ball
competing for
game.
3 spots, and you see how quick this gets going. A real
In the
back
Mega
and forth
Token.
rally here.
I did all right.
You see how tough it is to react.
Yeah, the first player falls.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's
again,
pretty
it's a
difficult.
quick game here. Slow to start with. Every hit speeds that ball up a little bit and a little bit more until we have the showdown at the end here.
By the way, guys, there are only 4 abilities unlocked in the Blade Ball match
Tell me
here.
about them.
So there is going to be Freeze, which freezes the ball until parried or until 5 seconds. There's Blink, which allows the user to teleport up to 3 times before the cooldown. Rapture, which unleash a ferocious upward slash. And of course, Pull, which pulls the ball towards you. Not sure if anybody wants to use that, but that could be an interesting strategy.
That is
Yeah, you
interesting.
see there a couple players with one of those abilities you were talking about. Largely, you're just going to be spamming that left click and making sure you're blocking, making sure you get the timing down right. It is going so quickly. Our players clearly adept with the reaction time. Freeze in play. Ball
Looks
will
like
come
Freeze,
back going
yeah.
pretty quick onto Icy, and you see
Well,
how fast it is
there
out
he
of that
goes.
freeze.
Oh, misses it. Jumps and jukes himself there, throwing off his timing. Yeah, that's all it takes is a second.
All right,
and that's
it
why some of these
comes
abilities matter
down
so much.
to
Freeze, you
reaction
can slow the ball
time,
down matters, but
being
throw off
quick.
defensive timing, waste your block too early,
This
and guess what? You're a
is-
sitting duck.
Yeah, it's actually,
the
you'd
ball
think
can get
on
pretty
hearing
fast.
the ability that it would be more about using to protect yourself, but you're almost always going to be using it to grief other players and freeze it right before it hits them and screw up their kind of internal clock.
Yeah, and there's that hit. Another player goes down here, and we are getting to the finals here. Roby still in it. Exciting stuff here. We'll see if he can come back in this one. Sure. And there's the rundown. We see it there in elimination.
It was a 1v1 there.
Strategy.
That was one of those strats you were talking about.
Standoff, and
Impeccable.
the Death Eagle wins the
Right from him, and
standoff.
it's a 1v1 against Antarel. This ball is only going to speed up.
All
They run
right,
each other
and
down.
Antarel wins the standoff.
Oh, there's one more left, though.
Oh,
yeah.
Roby.
Avoided being
Oh,
seen.
Roby.
Now he has this
He's
1 versus 1.
He's been sneaky.
That he has.
I did not see him.
Of course
all match.
it's Roby.
Roby, the
Run each other
powerhouse.
down.
Oh, Antarel.
Rupture.
Very nice from Antarel.
Wow.
Great usage of all of those abilities there and taking home our first of 5 rounds here in Blade Ball.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to see from the folks at home when you see that slight arc change, but it really comes down to a millisecond timing here.
It
Anything matters to
does.
throw off your opponent, and it came down to that, and a quick mistake from Roby gets him second place with that one.
Yeah, impressive for Antarel, the oldest player that we have in the competition today, still looking really on top of things in what is basically just a reaction time test in Blade Ball.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, reaction time plus good gaming chairs definitely makes a good difference here. So great job, Antarel. Amazing defensive player in Super League Soccer, and you can see that in his blocking abilities here in Blade Ball. So definitely translated well.
Yeah, he wins the first round there. That's going to be 15 points to him for winning that first round. And, you know, it wasn't a great TTI for him, but he won 2 games of Super League Soccer. He won this first match of Blade Ball. So he's starting
He
to
might win
sneak up
this
those
one.
standings real quick.
Absolutely. That's what matters. Can't lose spirit. This game is still very close. Looks like we've got some scores in here. Maybe we can check those out and let the folks at home know where we stand after that first game.
Yeah, Antarel there up top with 15. Roby, second place. The Death Eagle following along there as well. And whittles all the way down to 0 points with 3J. The player unfortunately eliminated first in our opening round of Blade Ball.
As a player, though, I really like Death Eagle, always on the offensive, you know, very brave, showing off his quickness. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him, but I like to see him keep that going in the next match.
But placements are still important in Blade Ball. Making a top 3 across, what, 4 or 5 of these games, or even less than that, is still going to be enough, even if you're not winning every single one.
Yeah, we are seeing that as well. It is tight race.
If
amongst the
Antarel
top,
wins
so
his next
anything
one,
matters every week.
he's on
Can't
his
let
way.
yourself get down. Momentum, be darned. Come back and win it. And we're in here.
Here
with
we go.
Match 2 of Blade Ball.
I'm looking at 3J here. I want a redemption run for him. He went out first in that opening round. Here's his chance to do a little bit better here. And thus far, he's mainly eluded the ball. Nice defense from him. And he's going to get into a bit of a rally early on.
Yeah, playing with that delay. Use those abilities now. Let folks kind of hopefully screw up their timing at the base level here. Knock out some of the good players with a surprise.
Freeze looks like the most popular abilities.
Oh, I see. Went down again.
Now, where is Death Eagle?
Death
This is a
Eagle is.
real cheeky
He's
spot.
watching. He's
Finding his way
watching,
onto the
hiding.
tree. He knows things that others don't. Look at that stylish avatar right there. Let's see if they can find where he even is.
He's
People
watching
might
till
be
it
a little
comes
confused
down
when the
to a
ball disappears into
1v1.
the trees.
Yeah, you can also kind of aim when you're bouncing back. So if you're not paying attention, you won't
There
see
it
him up
is
there.
again, Rapture.
Quick
Used very well.
Yeah, Rapture's showing a good job here. Everyone is really focused on that timing of a direct flight. When you see that arc and that increased speed, it throws things off.
So for viewers who haven't played a ton of Blade Ball, what does Rapture actually do, and how does it change how that ball travels?
Yeah, so Rapture is an upward slash where you're seeing a different kind of velocity coming from the ball.
And that's that flaming sword icon we're seeing on a
Yeah.
player like Poke Dragon.
Significantly increased curve and an influence on the power here allows for, again, a shift in timing, trying to throw off those
So it does
reactions.
get up to the
Personally,
trees.
I've never avoided a Rapture before. I've always died when it's used on me, so like to see somebody survive that here.
It's going real quick here. Frozen up in midair. Who's
Oh,
it going to go
beautiful
after
play.
here?
All right.
Death Eagle in the hot seat. Needs
Look
to
at-
reply. That's good from
Wow.
Oh, wow. Actually, incredible anonymous line play there. You saw Death Eagle hit a direct shot to the person right to the right, and they still recovered.
Oh no.
At this point, this is where things heat up. People are going to be falling real quick. at
Someone
this
might
point.
go down to this one. Yep.
Oh, just
even
like
with the freeze, he
that.
did not cover.
He did not count to 5 effectively. We'll have to bring that back to counting. Oh,
Wow.
look at that.
Interesting play.
Roby turning
Insane.
it on. He could do it.
He was kind of the unsung hero of Super League Soccer, scored a lot of big goals, but only actually managed to win 1 round of it.
Oh, good freeze there. Giving Poke Dragon enough time to back up, though. Hopefully he's got the space. This ball's going to become nice and slow.
Going to Max, yep.
And this is as fast as it's going to get going. Zipping back and forth. Our players doing well to react. It seems like it all comes down to the abilities with how you survive. And just the flick to the left there is very nice from Mad Max. I don't
No.
think Shafe was ready.
No, sending him back to the AFK zone to observe this match from afar.
Now Roby's on a tree.
Yeah, we'll see. It didn't work out for the Death Eagle, who did go down on his
Yeah.
tree, but Roby, king of the jungle right now.
Rapture used. Actually, I think the first time we've seen Rapture not end in an elimination. But there's
All right.
one back with the Rapture as well.
It's going to come down to Antrel Roby again, isn't it?
Antrel, defense of the soccer, now showing this is what matters in Blade Ball.
I want to try and check in with Antrel. Let's see if he can go back to back here.
Yeah.
And win
Impressive
both
play.
rounds of
Oh,
this
it's
one.
going to
He's
get to
looked
a
so good in
standoff?
this mode thus
Oh,
far.
it's getting to
Here
a
the practice
standoff.
is paying off in a long rally. The
Oh,
Rapture,
oh,
he avoids
oh.
it. Back
Rapture
it goes
and back
again.
Rapture.
Antrel.
Wow.
And wow.
Impressive.
So it's
Double
Roby
elimination.
versus
from him.
Antrel
All right,
again.
Roby is in it though. Let's see what he can do here. We've seen some of these favorites already coming out here. Is he going to stay on the street for the one-on-one? Interesting. A good position. We see the rundown strategy happening a lot. Folks close that gap, force incredible reaction speeds back and forth really, really quickly. But we won't see it here if he stays up there, which means no, he's coming down. He's going to play off this field. Doesn't like the angle for himself either.
It's going so fast. Who's going to make a mistake first? Who misses
All right.
at the beginning? Roby.
And Antrel wins again.
Back to back
Man.
for Antrel.
His reaction time is
That is
insane.
Huge for Antrel here. Really suddenly securing his spot here so far in Blade Ball. Really important stuff. Incredible to see. Back-to-back wins showing he does have what it takes.
Truly impeccable from him. I mean, just looking so clean with the reaction times. I think having really good positioning throughout and definitely not afraid to take fights. We saw a lot of players trying to hide, almost play placements up in the trees, and it worked pretty well for Roby to get second place. We'll take a peek at the scores here, which is going to show us another 15 tallied up for Antrel, adding 30 to his running total.
Can he go for the perfect score in 5 matches?
That would be
impressive.
ridiculous.
That would be
Clean
insane.
Wow.
sweep of Blade Ball, and unfortunately,
Sweep.
Roby going for the clean sweep
Just
of second
sweep.
place. But hey, that's still a lot of points here, keeping him in this game. A couple wins might be what he needs to pull ahead.
We got to see more from Jay. He lost first in the first round, went out early in this one as well. There's 3 matches left to turn it around, but definitely has to step things up for him.
Yeah, scores are tight. I will say again, anyone's game still just got to get a couple more wins here, and it's not over yet. Blade Ball is just the beginning. We've got some slap battles indoors still in the progression round, so there will be some more folks moving on. However, after Blade Ball, we will have one more progressing. So, all right, the folks are getting secure. They're getting in here. Final game. All right, and you, how you feeling? Who's going to take this one?
Third game. There's still
Third game.
3
More
games left.
after this.
Third game.
I'm just gonna go with Antrel. He's shown nothing but
Yeah,
perfect
I can
gameplay
see
here,
that.
so
I
don't-
can see
don't
he
wanna-
might make it.
I don't wanna
This
wrong
might be
here.
Antrel's
All right,
game.
you've heard it here, the master of Blade and Ball. We'll see how this progresses. Look at that. 2 players already running into
Wow.
each other. That was a quick close.
I like that from Poke Dragon. Had a couple rough runs here in Blade Ball, but starts things off with an elimination.
Yeah, impressive stuff here.
Tough positioning for Icy right at the start there.
That was.
Freeze onto the ball.
No obstacles on this one. The folks are on a flat, even playing ground. There'll be no hiding in the trees.
Death Eagle. Very interesting strategy. He's just going into the center of the map here. Clearly extremely confident in every one of these games we've seen thus far.
There's no tree to stand on, so he's got no place else to go.
Yeah, Icicle and Poke out already. The remaining players still on the board here. Doing the spread out, slow play for the beginning here. No one wants to get sloppy on these easy hits. All right, good catch on the freeze here. You don't have to
Interesting.
wait for freeze. That is important. People can close in on that gap and just hit it, which I think is part of the mental bait. They want you to run forward and forget your timings on defense.
Yeah, the thing is though, sometimes when it's frozen, you basically have to choose
Well,
do you
there
back
goes
up and take
Lime.
the risk on the timing, as we see doesn't work out from Lime, or do you close the gap and do that? Because it is
Lime
tough
isn't
to,
winning
to
this
get
one,
the
I can
timing
tell.
perfect with how fast that ball gets moving.
Indeed, indeed. We see Shafe playing with the jumps there. The jumps is a dangerous one. You can throw off your ability.
I'm talking about
to
specific
see
this
when
round. He
exactly
might be
that
very
timing
good at
matters,
doors.
but it can confuse your opponents as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It almost looks like he's reacting less off of actually seeing the ball and more off of just like feeling the timing. It's a very cerebral way to play it. Is unfortunately for the Death Eagle, he's eliminated early this
man.
round.
Look at his expression. That must have been devastating.
Yeah, that is devastating, but I will admit his fun fact on his player card was that he is a good loser. Unfortunately, we don't want to see that today. We'd like a good winner.
I don't know how fun that is.
Sad
He means
fact.
he's a
That's
good
a sad
sport?
fact.
No, he means he's a good sport, and that's what matters in a competition like this.
Oh, it's going real quick here. Couple freezes from both sides. Jafe ready to receive this one. Does he have the timing perfect?
Oh.
It's not going for him. Another freeze, and that's an elimination.
All right, but still some important folks in that. Unfortunately, that is Jay, and this was an important round for him. But guess what? Roby is still in it. Antrel is still in it, and these folks are on pace right now for the top scores.
And honestly, I'd love to just watch Antrel here. A chance to go for the three-peat. And thus far, he's playing a little bit back.
Yeah.
Letting the other competitors eliminate each other. He does a great job of choosing when to get proactive, when to actually become a part of this fight. His ability's online. It's going real quick back and forth. Antarel not finding him yet. Frozen for a moment. Roby hits it in.
Oh, wow.
He's gone.
And that's unfortunate. Coming right to him from around that corner. He might not have been looking the right way.
Roby has been our other best player of Blade Ball.
You
And him
cannot
and
look
Antarel are
away
both
for a
in this.
second. Can't even
Another
blink.
competitor, though.
Because if you
Somebody who's
blink, you'll
good
miss
in
it.
the last round. Shafe here as well with his chance to dethrone Antarel in this mode.
Dude, I'm getting
Yeah,
stressed
we saw
out,
some
and
impressive
I'm not even
goaltending,
playing.
Goalkeeping from Shafe. Oh,
Well,
that-
there goes
yeah,
Roby.
but
That's Roby gone.
that's Roby.
1v1. Antarel. He's three-peat on the line here. Up against Shafe. The goalkeeper extraordinaire.
Ooh, standoff.
Wow.
Dude.
3 in a row.
And Terrell's going to sweep.
Look at that fire emoji on top of his head. That must feel real good.
That is an important win.
Dude,
from
he's going to
Antarel,
sweep this. This
who
is his
takes
game.
3
He's
top
going to win.
spots in 3 rounds here. Boy, he must be feeling good. You've got a little room to breathe here, a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, that is the face of the champion of the Blade.
Yeah, I'll tell you
And
what,
ball.
if he gets a little bit better, he might just be able to match up against me.
Yeah, we're going to see that.
Yeah.
In the
I
Castro
feel like he
Throwdown.
might crush you, no offense. He looks kind of undefeated right now.
After this competition, I challenge Antarel to a 1v1
Okay.
in play ball.
Let's see it.
Yeah, you know, we did have one of our teammates warming up with these folks earlier as a 10th sub-in 10th player who we consider a very good player, and he was destroyed by every one of these guys, so
Yeah.
they are good. All right, folks, looks like the scores are in. Let's check it out and see where we stand. No surprise there, Antarel
Wow.
sweeping Blade Ball with 3 victories and 45 points on the board.
Antarel had 66 points coming into this one from 2 wins in SLS and a solid performance in DTI. This should now put him out in front of the lead. If he can maintain this through the rest of the rounds of Blade Ball, he is setting himself up for a bit of a break to not have to play through doors, to get to skip out on slap battles as well, and put himself in a great position to win $1 million.
And we'll see if he can, though. But again, our top players are still within 20 points of each other, which means a single bad round of Blade Ball could put you down on the scoreboard pretty quickly.
It's going to get really
It's
competitive
a
at
lot of the
doors.
time
It's going to
comes
be
down to
insane.
which way that ball is going. You can get caught off guard. One slight mistake, one slight slip up, and you lose a lot of points. And we're into our 4th round, the
How are they
penultimate
going to do doors?
playthrough here of Blade Ball.
Yeah, sometimes I notice when playing Blade Ball, you get caught up into other people's battles and you don't notice that the ball is coming to you next. So you got to be always alert.
You got to watch the cross. We see in the movement they mostly want to keep space with the players next to them, no surprises. But that cross-up is a dangerous time for both
I
players.
thought Piggy was
Try to
in
avoid it. I think
this,
in
but I
general,
guess I
again,
was
Antarel
wrong.
playing it safe, and this has worked for him in this initial round. Carve out your own corner and just play it easy. Let the fools charge in.
We've seen 3 rounds thus far. I want to ask you guys, how are we feeling about the ability choice of our players? I think we've seen some value from the freeze.
This is very
from a couple different
stressful,
ones. What would
even
you be
for me
choosing
watching.
here?
I'm not even playing.
Well, I think Rapture's really shown its shines here. Just being able to change that arc and mix things up has been awesome. A little harder to notice the magnet that pulls people in with the pull, but that is an important
do
one
feel
because
like
when you
Antarel's
sneak
going
up
to
on someone a
win
bit
this
there,
one.
use the pull and get a quick return, and that's what's going to throw folks off.
My go-to ability is the Infinity, which unfortunately is not in this game. But,
Yeah, this was hand chosen by the
Dude, he's
developers to
just,
ensure
like,
we had the most competitive mode here.
sweeping
Even
this
before they
whole
deemed
field.
fair, balanced, and a wonderful sport to watch.
That's one of the things that is so cool about this tournament, the involvement of the developers. I know talking to them, you were saying a lot of the devs of these games were so excited to see them played here at the Hunt Final.
Yeah, we appreciate all the work the devs did, adding some custom tweaks to some of their modes, and we know even some brand new modes, as we'll get to a little later in this competition.
Yes, we will.
So that's
one
going
of
to
the
be
special
doors,
kind of
isn't it?
magical
So
fun
that's
things
the new
about
mode.
Roblox is working with our developers so hand in hand to make awesome competitions and awesome tournament games that can stand the test
I
of
wonder
time.
what they're going to do
Well,
there.
our 3-peat winner here in Blade Ball is alive yet again. About half the contestants are gone, and another, that's Death Eagle, falling yet again here.
Oh, and that's rough. Unfortunately for Death Eagle, that was a real important game for Win. He's still high in the standings, but needed a good first place here to really secure a top spot.
The players that are closest to Antarel in score are going to be Roby, who's doing pretty well for himself. Shafe up just a few points behind. Those are the guys you're looking at here. Is it's Jay taken out of this round, and we've whittled things down to a final 4. Again,
Lime made
Roby,
it to the final
Antarel,
4.
Those are the guys
Interesting.
to watch in this final.
Yeah, an important one. I'm not sure they're paying attention to these scores as much as we are back there as the competition's fierce, but if I was Antoel, I'd be going for some of the folks who I know could compete with my top spot, and that's Roby, who's still in this game.
But Anonymous Lime, a 3rd contender, trying to step up. He's closing the gap. Antarel somehow always avoiding getting involved in these early fights.
Yeah, they really should be teaming up on him.
Yeah, that's right. They're kind of playing a little passive here, just splitting the board across this triangle.
It's just going back and forth around the triangle. Lime hits it in. Who slips up first? Who makes a mistake? Roby, abilities being used. It's going so quick, but every one of them up to the task.
Wow.
Still
Oh,
staying in it
it's
and
the
finally-
freeze. It's the freeze.
I mean,
This is going to be hard to recover.
Let's see if Enter.
Yep.
Oh, I thought it
Lime
went to
goes
Enterel.
down.
Lime
Round
still
of
in it.
Lime.
A 1v1 between two of our top performers. Antarel.
Oh, here we go. No!
Uncrowns the king. And is the first player besides Antarel to take home a round.
I mean,
here in
I'm not a
Blade Ball.
biased judge.
Well, that was
I'm not a biased judge.
incredible
Good for
knockdown
Roby.
there. An important win for Roby. That is a key moment for him to capture those points and put himself up there where he
So
needs to be.
I'm not rooting for
So
anyone
stoic
specific
and
here.
so relaxed.
Yeah, that's his
Zero
vibe.
pressure.
Yeah, he knows it, man. Just keep it cool, keep it chill.
Look at
Hey,
him.
$1 million what? Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, seems like he's been there many times before.
You got to be
There's
stoic
$1 million
when you're
on the
doing it.
line.
Our
Roby
scores
could
are ready
take
to
this,
go.
but
The
I
umpires have tallied things
think
up,
Antrel
and
may
still
recover.
It's Antrel leading out, but Roby is close behind. The issue is, if it keeps going down to those two, another 3 points is not going to be enough for Roby to overtake there.
No, we're going to need some tactical plays here because, again, they can win, but they need to knock Antarel out early. I'd be hunting, I'd be looking, and try to use those abilities fast and get him out of this competition.
58 points across DTI and SLS for Roby and 66 for Antarel. So not only would Roby have to do better than Antarel in this round, but significantly so to be able to pull ahead there. So he basically has to win and get Antarel out early if he wants to overtake here.
And another name that's not mentioned enough here is actually a chat favorite, which is Death Eagle. Everybody wants to see him come back, and let's see if he could pull off a win in the final game here.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple emotional reactions from him losing out in some of these early rounds, and he's definitely going to have to step up here, only taking home 22 points across the first 4 rounds. We want to see some more from him in this final one.
But a reminder, it's never over for all of our players. We need to keep on fighting because this is a progression system with points that count across each game. So you do need to try your hardest in each and every round here. It is important to secure as high of a spot as possible in each round. But here we are, the final round of Blade Ball. And here we
All
go,
right.
Anonymous Lime.
It's almost over.
It's going to come down to this.
The
Having
Blade
a great
Ball.
time.
I could watch Blade Ball, I think, all day. It is a beautiful game of art.
It is really fun to watch. The pace at which
Yeah,
it
it's
plays,
fun, but it's also very
kind of unlike
stressful.
anything else that we're going to be playing in the tournament today.
Absolutely, and a nice, quiet, distraction-free map here to just show this is a game of skill. As, again, there's a boom, and I believe the
Alright.
first player goes down here. Exciting stuff, but Shafe will not be remaining in this round of the competition.
Yeah, the brand new classic V2, I believe, the map, a fan favorite here.
That's really tough for Shafe. He was one of those players just on the edge, cumulatively 101 points for Shafe. He could have, if Antarel and Roby had been eliminated early, maybe looked to overtake, but unfortunately today's not his day, at least in this one game. There's still more for him to play, but that opportunity to qualify straight to the top 4.
Icy goes down, not expected.
All right,
I mean,
Death Eagle
expected.
takes down Icicle quickly there with a click, and a sweep, and that is down for the count.
That play just before that, too, with Jay freezing that Rapture was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of the best direct counters, I think, when we're talking about the abilities in this game.
Absolutely. Great reaction time there.
All right, well, Antarel's still in it, and that is the play to be watching in this round. If they can take him out early, there is a chance here. It is an important moment for him. We'll see where this freeze is going. I'm not sure they saw the trajectory.
Mad Max.
Oh, going
Another
with the
good
counter
counter there.
freeze. Absolutely.
Oh!
Wait, this is a chance now for
Huge
Roby
play.
to
The
come
king
back
has
here.
fallen.
It's true. Now, suddenly, this is a moment of truth here. Roby can claw this back. That was an early knockout.
It's really going to come down to how the points roll out. Did Antarel go out early enough? Can Roby actually win this? It'll be neck and neck between the two of those, but to have its absolute best chance at the points working in his favor, Roby wants to win this round.
Yeah,
Chad is still talking about Death Eagle. They can't stop talking about him. He's
As
very
neither can
popular.
we. Neither can we, and he's going to shine still. I have a lot of faith in our remaining matches here. But for this one, this is a moment for Roby. If he can place top 2, I believe, he might have the points to move on. We'll find out.
We'll have to see the umpires tally it, but all he's thinking right now is that a win would be so important, and that's Death Eagle, the fan favorite, going down. And I think we're down to 4 contestants. Jay still in this one, Lime still in this one, but they're fighting each other, and the real man who's winning off of that is, of course, Roby, sitting in the corner, letting his opponents fight each other off, and buying time, buying placement in this round.
Yeah, good plays for Mad Max. He's been a little quieter in the earlier rounds, but he's done a good job this round eliminating some important players and actually sticking to it and staying alive.
I like that we see Roby use the fully zoomed out camera and get as much situational awareness as possible. He's not looking at it from his character's perspective. He's looking at this almost bird's eye view and staying in the race.
Yeah, it's interesting timing. That means he knows the distance to the map because you're not going to see the collision with your character here. You got to just watch the ball, your opponent, the timing, and know the second count each and every bounce of this.
If you've played Blade Ball, you know, you're not even really looking at the ball a ton. You just kind of feel it. You feel the momentum, you get in a rhythm, and that's why the abilities are so strong, because they break that natural rhythm.
Yeah,
that's why I play with my eyes closed.
I was going to say, we should have the blindfolded Blade Ball competition and see how far anyone gets.
You probably could play off audio. It would be hard, but...
Also, shout out to Jay. He's sort of been moving his way up the ladder in each and every match.
Yeah,
and
doing a great job here.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Roby,
we've got a top 3. Anonymous Lime also doing great today with Roby. Who was that? Who
There goes Roby.
That just went down.
That
Roby's out of the round.
Wow.
Roby. I'm not sure if that score is going to be enough at
I
third.
don't think so. Antarell is going to have to be really kind of getting a sigh of relief out of there, knowing that he's getting a pretty comparable number of points
Jay
here.
with
Jay,
the win. Wow.
Final win of that one. He needed that one. Was sitting at 77 points going into this round, adding 15 more to the total from the win. We're going to have to tally everything up, of course, but I think that's likely to be a position that Antarell is feeling good about. He took 3 out of 5, got a runner-up position in the 4th, and got about a mid-level placement in that final round.
Yeah, it is cumulative, so as you get the scoring, even if you don't clear this one hurdle, it is important going on to the final. But again, wonderful stuff. We'll find out from the judges.
And that's why we're talking about, right, our top performer being the one who gets that insta-qualification, but there's still the other players who have to go and now play slap battles after this and then doors after that. Getting into second, third place and being competitive in that way means that you're in a way better position once that top number is taken off the board to sneak in and qualify in that next round.
Right, and I feel like in a way, slap battles coming up next is very similar to Blade Ball, fast-paced individual competition, and here are the scores, so let's take a look.
All right. Oh, wow. Look at that. 1 point lead.
By
for
1
Antarell over
point.
Roby in that
That's
one.
so
Yeah.
close.
And we'll wait for that official tally, but Antarell did go in with more points than Roby as well, so that should be enough. But we, of course, want to wait for that official confirmation from our referees. Antarell, though, what an impressive performance from him. 2 wins in SLS, a solid showing in DTI, and now 60 points tallied up here in Blade Ball. Looking like a fierce competitor there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that was epic, everyone. Let's all take a deep breath after Blade Ball and see what's going on with Geach and Sabrina and what they have to say.
I'm going to take this time to...
Yes, thank you, Jay
Use
Party. I
restroom.
needed that. I'm over here losing it watching these games. They were so good. Oh my gosh. Now, Sabrina, who surprised you the most?
Well, Antarell, because I did not expect those skills, and then they started going after Antarell, so that was a good strategy on their part.
Of course, because you've got to get out the guy who's getting everybody else out.
3 wins in a row. That's scary.
Yeah, especially with the intensity that I really enjoyed watching Antarell and Roby go at it, because I just knew that Roby was, I don't know, Roby had the strats. It's just like you just couldn't quite
the
figure it out.
reflexes.
Yeah, and then just the back and forth so fast, man. But, you know, Jay pulling it out the last round.
Yeah, that was unexpected. I didn't expect it. So it could be anyone's game at this point. We have no idea what's going to be happening in the next few games.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect Antarell to get knocked out in that last round, especially the way that he played the first 4 rounds, and then for Mad Max to come and just take him out. I think I had to double take when that happened, because I couldn't believe that Antarell got eliminated. I was like, wait a minute, did I say Antarell got eliminated? I didn't expect that. But then, you know, for it to end in Antarell and Roby to only be 1 point apart.
Yeah, that's insane. Only 1 point apart. Right now, those 2 are the top for $1 million. That's crazy.
Man, I mean, if I played like that, I feel like I'd have a pretty good shot. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm not a
Oh
Blade
crap.
baller, you know, it's a
Oh
little too
crap, is
fast
it
for me. I don't
is
get
it
my
looping?
Fun fact, they said something about playing Blade Ball blindfolded. I actually did do
Oh
that.
crap, that's what I
How
get
did
for
that go
playing
for
like the
you?
mic
I
right in
got
the
on I got
right
on
in the
voice
stream.
chat in Roblox, and I asked a random player if they would help me.
You trust
I
the
Hold on.
random?
Yes, I was blindfolded. I
Girl.
played the game. They told me when to hit, and I won. That was amazing, though.
stuff.
Thank you so much. Now back to you, Jay Party.
All right, riveting analysis from our fancy correspondence team. Y'all doing great
I can't
stuff.
believe she won
Appreciate it.
blindfolded. That's crazy.
I don't believe that.
I'm into the blindfolded Blade Ball competition. That's going to be for the next hunt. We'll see. All right, well, another game down, which means a new contestant is advancing to the round of 4.
And it's official. We are happy to announce the next
Intro.
contestant making their way into the top 4. It's the 3-time Blade Ball champion,
Yep.
Antarel.
Oh,
All right,
Antarel.
give it up for Antarel here. He is deserving of a good break after that performance. Wow.
All
Such
right.
a strong showing. So
That's
he's
a
gonna join our
Chad
first
right
contestant. Just
there.
like that, 2 folks have progressed. Exciting stuff. Dudadud and Antarel get to hang out and talk about how they're going to strategize for the top 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scores here as well, because we're getting all tallied up. We're getting towards the last 2 games here in the qualification stage, Enya.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. They're now 1 step closer to the $1 million. Looking at Roby and Shafe here with each over 100 points.
Yeah, that is strong, but hey, players in the 90s still have a major chance here. As we've seen, the points start adding up in these 5-round games that we're going to see.
Yeah, I want to give some credit to Jay there. He lost first in the first game of Blade Ball, went out early in the second as well, and then rallied back in those last 2 games, or the last 3, getting deep placements to tally nearly 30 points on the board and bring himself now into the top 4 of our standings.
All right, all right. Well, things are heating up here. We've got our 8 contestants left. And now would be a great time to get up, stretch, grab a snack, and take a brief pause. But don't go too far away. Don't change that channel. We're going to be resuming the stream here. But first, we're going to see some stories of some of the incredible creators that make Roblox possible. I think we've got some fun stories, some fun content for you folks at home. So maybe we'll check out some of these creator stories. And we'll be back with live competition soon for the $1 million prize that's coming.
It was funny being the art director.
Is this the audio?
Very little. The color pass is actually just kept blank. I'm an art director for Sawhorse Productions. Sawhorse makes interactive brand experiences on Roblox.
Is this on my end or is this on their end? I don't know why it was so funny to me. That was so funny. I'm sorry. Wait. The audio is interesting. Let me play that again.
Take a brief pause, but don't go too far away. Don't change that channel. We're going to be resuming the stream here, but first, we're going to see some stories of some of the incredible creators that make Roblox possible. I think we've got some fun stories, some fun content for you folks at home. So maybe we'll check out some of these creator stories, and we'll be back with live competition soon for the $1 million prize that's coming.
It was funny being the art director on a high-end fashion game. And I wear Crocs on the daily.
The difference between this and all of our other projects is there's very little.
The color pass is actually just kept blank. I'm an art director for Sawhorse Productions. Sawhorse makes interactive brand experiences on Roblox.
Or did they cut it there, or is it? The audio was interesting. got 1 viewer, and that viewer is me. I didn't get any viewers. That's crazy. Let me check who's streaming right now. Free Crab is streaming. IGN is streaming the Hunt Mega Edition too. Apparently. I don't think you guys can see it. No, you can't. Someone else is also watching, apparently. I'm just looking around. Yeah, 3 viewers. Interesting. Maybe I should change it so, like, if people search for, you know, anyone watching it, they can see it. Could probably... Alright. Give me a few. Oh, not again. Is it happening again? Hold on. Let me figure this out. Hold on. This happens sometimes. Alright, it should be fixed. I'm sorry. It's a weird glitch that... It's a weird glitch that happens sometimes, but it's whatever. How long? I think it said 8 minutes we had to wait. I guess I could maybe put something on and watch. I don't want to watch that, actually. Oh! If you want a car, you can go to Genesis.com to get a new car today. At Genesis.com, go to that website and you can get a car.
Play all games for...
No, don't go to that. Oh, and also let you guys know, if you go to Microsoft Edge, and sign up for Microsoft Rewards, you too can get free Robux. All you have to do is go to Microsoft Edge and sign up for Microsoft Rewards, and you can get free Robux.
Thank you all.
Too slow, you're a girl? Yep. Your voice is so cute. Thank you. Can you be my girlfriend? What? I'm subscribed. Well then, you can get custom make. Hopefully this will make him happy.
What the? Dude, I don't understand. Never show this ever again. That sounds like me. That sounds about right.
The second I tried to enter, an employee stopped me. So I panicked and blurted out, I'm filming a video to see how many free samples I can get by changing costume. And he laughed. Not because of my genius plan, but because he was asking for my Costco card, not my life story. So I walked in and got my first sample of their new electrolyte drink. Then I changed it to a banana costume to go for another sample, and the sample lady laughed, knowing it was me again, but she gave me another one anyway, probably thinking I needed the extra vitamin C. Then I changed into a Batman costume and confidently went in for another one, but the sample lady wasn't there. Maybe she was getting more from me, until the store manager storms in and says she'd sue me if I posted this footage. So I said, no problem, let me just buy strawberries and go. When I turned around, there were 2 Costco-sized security guards blocking the aisles as if I stuffed a rotisserie chicken down my cake. They didn't even let me buy the strawberries, they just escorted me out. So if you want me to go back with another costume, subscribe. I'm banned from a grocery.
I just tried the Minecraft McDonald's.
This man must be crazy. He sits on a giant balloon and it does not pop. Then his... This is how I learned...
The world has been overrun with...
Ma'am, your son is...
Olivia, I'm going... Olivia, I'm
and
going out with
welcome
Robin. Be good,
back,
okay?
everybody.
Oh,
Thank you
oh,
for your
hold on.
patience,
Here
because
we go.
the wait
Here we
is
go.
finally over. The even more chaotic slap battles is about to begin.
Oh, time to get the slap on.
Let's check it out.
Game 4, slap battles. There are 5 free-for-all matches.
Slap.
Contestants must knock everyone else off the platform. Last one standing wins. The contestant with the highest cumulative score will advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for
Crazy.
each match.
All right, folks. Don't let that charming music deter you. This is a serious competition, and it's really important for our players as there is a pretty close scoring amongst our top here, and it's still anyone's game because in 5 rounds of slap battles, if you go out first, you ain't getting any points. And if you make it to the top, you're getting a lot. So, again, the competition is in it. We've got some exciting stories from our players, and I think they're doing good stuff here. Mimi, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that this is going to be exciting. I think we're going to start to really shake out who our true top players are because it's down to the wire and we're into our first round of slap battles. There's going to be 5 total and this one is a little bit fun,
All right,
a
here we
little
go.
bit chaotic. Normally this is a game with a ton of different gloves, but in this version, we're only playing with one to keep the competition fair.
Yes, the basic
All right,
glove,
we're
and of
slapping each
course,
other.
The fart ability is the only one that is in the game, and as you guys can hear, it's already being used.
Absolutely, you're going to hear that flowing here. As this game's going to have a little bit of a slower pace start, the players are going to kind of jockey for position in the middle here with this basic glove. It doesn't have a massive knockback, which is kind of an important part of this.
All right, looks like some parts of the map are, yeah, it's starting to catch on fire. So this is going to make it pretty difficult.
Must be trying their best, fighting for life to win, because losing in slap battles must be the most.
So it looks like parts of the map are actually starting to burn away, which closes the, which makes the map smaller and smaller, so keeps people in the center. You do not want to go near these places. These are very dangerous, these corners. You don't want to go there. You want to go more towards the middle. You want to make sure other people are away from you in the middle as well. You want to slap them away. Like the king of the hill here.
Yeah, as you get a breakaway, we'll see as players start to get knocked towards the edge, you kind of see the whole mob move towards them a little bit, trying to get an extra slap, push them off the cliff, because it takes a little bit of time as all players are still alive here, but this board is getting smaller.
You are incentivized to, not take too many risks because you're not getting points for eliminating other players. You're getting points for surviving and being the last man standing on that island as it slowly whittles away. Still, our competitors all up, but we're starting to get a little closer to that edge.
Yeah, we see with this next drop on the layer on fire now.
Oh no, not the fire.
Dropping real quick here as we might be a single slap away from the center, and that's where the action really heats up.
This is getting intense.
All right, yeah, still 8 players alive, actually, which is a high score. I'm surprised as we saw folks falling a little quicker here.
Oh, no, Death Eagle, the fan favorite.
Tough for him. He had a couple slower finishes in Blade battles.
There he
Still,
goes.
one of our top.
Who else went down? Someone else went down.
Another one falls down. Shafe.
Shafe fell.
Wow, and we are going to be making it to it looks like our final small pedestal here with a lot of players still in this.
Yeah, 6 up on a very small island. Who's going to be
Oh
the
boy,
first
it's
to
getting
slip another?
competitive.
Goes down.
Roby
Second player
went
falling as
down.
well. It's down to a final 4. Who can stay up? Who can hold on? Mad Max in the center. It looks like a 1v1 against
Whoa,
Max
Lime takes the
taking
win.
first round.
All right, all right, all right. Well,
Congratulations.
that got a wee bit chaotic here. as
Congratulations
all the players
to
made it
Lime.
a really small form of the island here, but Anonymous Lime taking our kickoff match of slap battles and a whole new array of top players coming out in this next game.
And that's instantly going to shoot Lime way up the standings here. The pack was super tight in the middle of the group, and getting those full points for the victory is big for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah,
I
seems
agree.
like his name's just popping out of nowhere now. Didn't really see him much in play ball there. And me personally, I played a lot of slap battle, and I have some overpowered gloves. Just seeing them use the basic gloves, it must be really, really difficult to knock somebody down. This is the game that induces the most rage out of me. So
Really?
it's nice to see the players are still keeping their cool.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw some emotion starting to come out in our last match of Blade Battle, and I imagine it'll only get more intense as the games get closer and players realize that that chance to make $1 million is slipping away. But our scores are set to go, so let's take a peek how we're doing. No surprises, Anonymous Lime up top, earning 16 points from his win.
Yeah, Mad Max coming in
Obi
second with
ranking
13, and Jay needing those 10 points. And it's good to see some
Def
folks
Eagle
popping up.
ranking
Icicle had a
8.
rough round in Blade Ball, but takes 4th here. We'll see if that's enough to keep his hopes alive. Unfortunately, an upset here with the Death Eagle falling first and Roby going down again early on in this match here. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if that's enough to knock him down, but I think they've still got a shot here.
Yeah, looks like players are getting into the match now. So let's go ahead and hop in. Our second game getting underway now. And the island, for but a moment, is back to being calm.
Looks peaceful, right? Not for long.
There's the countdown. Again, no early knockdowns that last round. We'll see if that sticks to be the case because it's anyone's game, but the players still playing safe. Everyone kind of jockeying for that King of the Hill in the middle there. That's the spot to be. You could see a bit of a rundown if anyone shows weakness on the edge there. I think we see the Death Eagle playing a little more outside the pack. No one needs to get their hands dirty up front here. Take it slow.
It's funny because you actually see him kind of actioning a similar strategy to what he did in Blade Ball, staying back, playing the fringe of the map, trying to just basically avoid attention from other contestants until he runs out of time.
Interesting.
I see Roby both doing the same. Definitely feels advantageous, but there's a fight towards the edge, and Lime goes aggro, knocks Jay off the world.
Ooh, that's rough for Jay, who needed some more points here, but goes down early in this round. Again, this is only round 2 of a 5 cluster of slap battles here, but yeah, an early knockdown for Jay.
Jay was having a good run back like you were talking about. Good placement in the first round as well as back in our last game of Blade Ball as well.
Maybe that's why Lime was targeting Jay right off the rip.
Yeah, you wanted to go for that. Go for the people who are leading right now. You know, while the
There
map
goes
burns
Poke
down.
Dragon.
Oh wait, we did lose another one. Poke Dragon goes down. Fun facts about slap battles, you know, the devs develop and update this game all the time. There has been a one-glove release every Friday for 4 years since this game's creation.
There goes Roby.
So that's a lot of
He's
gloves.
not doing too good.
Yeah.
And there goes Roby.
Roby again going down early, and that is rough to see. Roby has a pretty comfortable position here, but if he goes down early,
Oh,
again,
there
that's gonna
goes
slip
Death Eagle.
away. Oh, but that's Death Eagle, one of his main
Knife,
competitors
no,
here.
oh.
Yeah, that was a close one. Anonymous Lime holding on. Well,
Oh, wow.
couldn't hold on there. That was a close call. He tried.
Yeah, so our winner of the first round off, and it's 3 contestants working for it. Shafe, one of the top standers right now in terms of points, a chance to win a round here. 1v1v1. Shafe pushed back towards the edge,
Gotta get
gets
up
back
quick,
up
and
just
he's
in the
back.
nick of time, and Icy falls off the
Icy goes
platform.
down, but takes 3rd, and that's an important score for
And
him.
there
He needs those
goes Max.
points. Mad Max balls.
Look at what he means to him. You can see the players heating up with their reactions as we go on. So for Mad Max, back-to-back second places as Shafe takes that win.
Yeah, a big round. You know, it's interesting to note here, Icicle and Poke Dragon were hurting a little bit, and we might see those in the scores. They're making a comeback, but why it's important is both of them are self-described doors experts, which will be the final game in the progression round. So if they can keep it forward, they're going to be in a good
That's
spot.
going to be
It's also
interesting.
weighted a little more heavily because we're playing 5 rounds of slap paddles and blade ball. We played 3 of SLS, 2 of DTI. There was a lot of chances for repetition. We're only going to be playing doors once. So that is the real, like, blue shell comeback opportunity for our players to get a ton of points if they win doors.
100 points. Everything will be on the line for doors, which is coming up next. But first, we still have a couple more matches of slap battles left to go. Let's see if any player can pull ahead here.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the Death Eagle here. He's, like we've talked about, one of the fan favorites. He's the player who had to travel the longest to make it here. And with a really strong early start in DTI, he's struggled a little bit in these more recent games. We've seen some reactions, getting a little, energetic when he was losing these, a little disappointed to be falling off. So you're looking at him to come back here as we see our scores. Mad Max,
Interesting.
the back-to-back
So
second
potential
places, pushes him above
people
Anonymous
to be
Lime.
Mad Max or Lime.
Consistency is key,
It
as
might
demonstrated
come
by
down
their
to
26
Max
points.
and
Our
Lime.
leader so far, but right behind him, Anonymous Lime, 24, 18 for Shafe, and again, the rest of our players down the line. Unfortunately, Death Eagle in last place right now with slap battles. We'll see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, that we will. We're getting into our third round now here of slap battles, the midpoint of this game and the penultimate game here of our qualifying round before moving on to doors.
Makes me wonder how Enterel would have done in slap battles. Doesn't look like the skills are translating directly from Blade Ball to this.
Yeah, we've seen a whole different set of folks come out on top here. And the initial high fives are happening. I like to pretend they're all just shaking hands at the start here.
Doing very important business deals.
Absolutely.
Fall off the world.
Those slap
Absolutely.
sounds bring back some nightmares for me.
Is this how you do the Roblox business deals when you're off talking to developers around the world?
Just slap.
That is true. More fun facts about Roblox. After you compete in Rivals for your promotion, you will compete in slap battles to have the best ceiling of the contract. So it is a wonderful world to live in, the whimsical life of a Roblox employee.
What's up for IRL slap battles after this?
We'll see. Do we get to choose our own glove?
We'll leave that one to you. Still, all 8 of our contestants are standing in this third round. We're watching the Death Eagle, the guy we've talked a lot about today.
Yeah, it's an important run for him. He needs to place in the top 3 here to keep his spot alive in this competition. It's unfortunately a lot of pressure for slap battles, a game of whimsical fun, but serious.
Whoa, that was close.
And we'll see Roby again, also someone in an interesting spot.
Pokey Dragon
Oh,
goes down.
okay,
I
goes
don't think it's
down.
going to make it
Missed
to the
his
top
follow,
5.
but
Maybe
he
he
is
might.
out, and
I mean,
all
4.
right, that gives a lot of our players still a chance here to get that score. I
He
know
has a
Roby's
chance
really
in
looking
doors.
The second round now where Poke Dragon is gone
Was he
down
the
pretty
doors
early.
expert?
I
I
believe he was
forgot.
the first eliminated the last round.
There
too,
goes
and
8.
that's
There goes
Jay
3J.
falling.
Yeah, a bit of a gang
Almost
up on
hit
Jay, gets
AJ.
down in the corner.
Yeah, he's been eliminated pretty early in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate spin for him here. And I'm surprised that first round we saw a long, drawn-out fight. But in this one, folks are dropping. With Poke and Jay out, only 6 remain. All right, platforms are applauding. Okay, Roby getting hit, but staying in it. Now we see back to that King of the Hill, jockeying for position, staying in the middle.
Ooh, that was a far knockback there.
Yeah, a lot of these platforms starting to drop.
Yeah, that power is a quick boost. Very important to kind of recover your position or sneak up and get that
Oh,
push
boy.
slap and get them over the edge as folks show signs of weakness. Ooh, the platform's burn in a weird way this time. It's going to leave a funny shape at the end here. And we're going to see a lot of folks dropping
Can
real
Shafe
fist
make it
here.
back? Oh, good use
There
of the
goes
blast there to
Icy.
boost his way back in. But
Ooh, and Icicle
Max
Shafe,
and
Novice Lane, they
Novice
all fall
Lane.
one by one by one. And it's Roby and the Death Eagle. Oh, this is an important one here.
Roby
Oh,
versus
Death Eagle, can he
Death
make it back
Eagle.
onto the platform? Just
Wow.
in time. The slap connects. Roby stuck on the platform. They're both falling.
Ooh.
Who makes it down first? Roby competing.
Oh.
Roby's just above.
The
No!
Death Eagle.
Death Eagle steals
Wow.
away at the
Wins it.
end. The most intense round
The
we've
Death
had in slap
Eagle.
battles thus far, and you see the elation on his face, disappointment the first 2 rounds, and now feeling good off that win.
Oh,
The fans must
man.
be real happy after this one. They've given him a nickname. They're calling him the Deagle in chat.
The Deagle. Oh, that is a good nickname.
Wow.
All right. Well, a win that he needs, that is for sure. However, the person he didn't need to get second was Roby. So that's going to keep things tight here as this race is getting into, what was that, our third round here? I think we had 2 more rounds left
2
of
more
slap
left
battles.
to go. Yeah, our umpires, it came so down to the wire. They're still tallying things up to make sure we get everything right here. But you were mentioning it earlier. Doors, a maximum of 100 points here. So even if you're one of these bottom players right now, I'm looking at Pokey Dragon, Icicle, the guys who have been struggling a little bit more. As long as they are not more than 100 points behind the first player, they still technically have a chance to rally back.
Exactly. Yeah, it's still anyone's game. So do not give up on your favorite player here in chat. Go ahead and show your love for whoever you're rooting for. Yeah, it's really interesting to see.
I might
that
root
all
for
3 matches
Lime.
had
I
3
don't know.
different winners.
Yeah, a little more
Roby,
competitive
but
than the domination
we'll
we
see.
saw from Antarel in the last game there.
Obi was my prediction.
Good
Not
stuff,
who I'm
good
rooting
stuff. You
for.
heard it here. Important for our folks. There is still points on the line in the 2 remaining matches. Hopefully, Poke Dragon and Icicle can step it up. And again, our friend Poke Dragon, the player in red from Canada, is a self-described expert of doors. So is Icicle. So that is their time to shine here. But keep it alive with the right slaps
Yeah,
here
still
as we are
watching.
getting underway and getting our next game ready.
Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're conserving their energy for the final match to pull off that miraculous comeback. I would love to see that. That would be intense.
It's a good way to do it. How to shark your opponents. You got to just let those first games flow away and then turn it up when it matters.
Get their guard down, right?
Yeah, when the money's on the line here. So, impressive stuff. Very exciting.
Yeah, back in our last game of Blade Ball, it was Jay who pulled off a last-second win, taking home the 5th game of that one. He's in another position to kind of have that rally back towards the end. Born in South Korea, moved over to California when he was young. One of at least 2 players that are local to California playing in this competition today. So for him, definitely looking to get another late win on the board and start to rally his way back up the points.
So, Enyu, as a master of the slap arts, are you seeing kind of a meta forming in this competition? Anything unique popping out here that you weren't expecting in the slap battles rounds?
I personally haven't played the slap battles where the platform falls down, so that is definitely making a huge difference in the players' play styles, I think, rather than just having the original platform. And like I said, I've always been the one to use the OP gloves because I don't have too much skill. I just like slapping people out of the map for fun. So these guys are very good compared to me.
We do have such a mix of the games that I think very naturally fit into like a serious esport. You think something like Rivals, it's an arena FPS. It's like a ton of other arena FPSs that have been popular esports before. But Slap Battles is one that is so unique that it's funny to kind of have the tonal dissonance of this incredibly silly game with these super high stakes and seeing the emotion come off the sleeves of our players while duking it out.
Right, and that's kind of the fun here, as I've nicknamed our Roblox Octathlon, a series of skills you would not expect to see in the gaming world here. Again, starting with fashion all the way to shooters and platformers. And today, we're in the reaction speed games with Blade Ball and Slap Battles here. And it's a broad array of skills, which again, these players, again, with the millions and millions who competed in the hunt initially, was a game of puzzles and skills and ingenuity and working together to solve really complex kind of mental challenges. Now you're tested on all these other elements of gaming. So these folks truly are masters of so many ways to engage in a digital world here. It's quite impressive.
We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but I want to go back because Enyu, I know you played some of the qualifying rounds to make it in. Can you speak to the challenge that it is? Because 183 people visited that main page for the hunt. Only these 10 made it. It was truly a difficult run to qualify here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it really goes to show what their perseverance, as we mentioned earlier, over 70,000 hours combined from these players.
Right.
The amount of, and it's not just about the skill. You could be very good at the game, but if you don't have the dedication and perseverance to put the time in to the actual event, then you wouldn't have made it here either. So it's very impressive all around.
All right, scores are in. Let's see what we're up to from this match. And it's getting tight at the top here. Anonymous Lime now tied with Mad Max for first place with 32 points each, and Shafe at 28. All right, big comeback from the Death Eagle, who goes from the bottom of the board to 4th place here.
Very good from him. Lime, Mad Max, not just tied in the points for this game, they're both sitting at 123 across our cumulative score here. They're pretty close to Roby and Shafe, our top 2.
Is it the same person?
Could be. Just move back and forth really quickly. You'd never know.
They might be. It's Anonymous Lime. We don't know who he is. He could be the Mad Max we've been missing. All right, folks. It's underway.
All right.
The folks are getting ready to go here. I think we're just getting them in position, and another island battle will be heating up. Scores are tight. We just saw there. I think it's still anyone's game, as we mentioned. I'm excited. Let's see what happens.
Here we go.
Focusing on one of our front runners here, Roby. He had a really good showing in Blade Battles, taking home 59 points there. He only has 21 to his name thus far here in Slap Battles, but still leading in overall points. We'll need to step things up, though, if he wants to keep that position and be the 3rd player in the top 4.
Yeah, we're underway. The music is a-bumping and the slaps are a-flowing. The respectable candidates all shaking each other's hands here, saying, hey, let's just hang out in the middle and relax. Although we see some players on the edge here. Let's see if anyone falls. No, Shafe looks like he's going to be No!
Oh, no.
Big knockout for the team. He has been leading so much here. Him going down first is going to be a crushing loss to his score.
As you can tell by his expression there, devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an important one to keep his hopes alive here. He'd really use Slap Battles to come back in this competition. All right, some more folks jockeying for position at the edge here. We'll see Roby in a dangerous spot. This could be it. If he goes down here.
Whoa.
There he goes.
Called it.
Oh, that is crushing. Oh, but guess what? Death Eagle falls on the other side of the map. Oh, man, the two finalists of our last round, an important game for them, both fall in the bottom three here.
It's been a new winner every time thus far for Slap Battles, and someone else up high in the standings is Shafe. He's going to be one of these final 5 players alive, but close to the edge. He has a battle against Icicle. Shafe is gone. It's going to be all new players in this final 4.
Gosh, that is rough. Poke Dragon, maybe this is his climb to the top here. A first place here is a lot of points he so desperately needs. He's going to have to play this fierce competition at the front of his glove.
His avatar looks like somebody who's just been slapped really hard.
That is true. He's shocked by something.
Those eyes popping out.
Yeah, hopefully it's not his score at the end of this game here because he's going to need it.
Yeah, he said his rival was John from Garfield when he was asked. Interesting response from him. I don't know if that's going to be playing in his head here as he's into the final 3 up against Mad Max, the 2-time runner-up in this game mode thus far. Maybe trying to get his first win on the board against Poke and Jay. And Jay,
there
he's
goes
gone.
Jay.
Down to Mad Max and Poke Dragon.
Who's
on the platform? Who jumps higher?
Oh, was that delayed?
Mad Max.
He pulls things through a last-second jump, and after 2 second-place finishes, Mad Max takes home a win in Slap Battles.
Well, that was incredible. I think he actually did get a delay on the dropping platform there, and that was the millisecond he needed to get that win, and just like that. Mad Max is going to take our 4th round of Slap Battles. That's an important one.
A very lucky positioning right there.
It was. Another interesting round, coming down to a different set of top 2, and as we've mentioned before, Slap Battles, a lot of variety coming out of our top contestants in that one. Unfortunately, Roby and the Death Eagle fall early on in that one.
And those are things you're never really going to practice for, being both on a falling platform and having to like time your jump perfectly to know when you're going to actually die falling off the map. Like, you really got to feel it out, have a little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill to make it there, and good thing for Mad Max. I mean, looking so good in the points thus far here for Slap Battles.
And I also noticed in the fourth round there, it looks like a lot of players kind of spread out to have some 1v1 battles. Let's see if they do that again in the 5th.
Scores are up, though, and taking a peek, Mad Max, 2-time runner-up, first-time champion, leading things.
Line could come back.
Solid amount of points there, up 14 over Shafe in 2nd.
Yeah, that's a big breakout. He needs that. Mad Max now at 48. That is a huge lead as we see a clustering of all the other players.
So again, as we ready for a final round here, I have to look back at Roby. He has the lead in terms of points right now, but Mad Max has whittled it down to 1. Shafe is only 5 behind as well. So this final round very well may decide who is going to move into the top 4 and claim that second to last spot.
Yeah, and we see Roby in the center of our camera right there. This is so important to him. He came in as a massive leader in Slap Battles and unfortunately has fallen quite a bit now, and his competition is right on his heels. With multiple players within 5 points and another within, looks like 15, this is still anyone's game.
Roby wants to win this one, not leave it down to the math, get a clean lead out ahead of his opposition. That's his goal in this final round.
You'll see if the players recognize it. There is some chance here for kind of some teaming up on folks as we get a push to the edge here. Who's involved in this? Is that Jay and Roby here? They don't want to go down early.
Managed to escape that.
Yeah, at the same time, though, the players, they don't see the points that we do. They're definitely going to be locked in on the game at hand and just trying to win in every single one of these games.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. Again, these collective points. All right, all right. No one falling early on this one yet. They're all taking it pretty seriously, playing it safe. This is our final round of Slap Battles. No, as I say it, what happened? We missed it off camera. Roby goes down.
Oh, no.
And that's a last place elimination. That opens the field wide open. So the player down in 4th place, Anonymous Slime, was trailing by 17 points, maybe just out of reach for him. But Shafe, Mad Max, those are the players we're looking at here to be able to do it.
How would is Roby not going to make it to the top 4?
Roby. Mad Max must be real excited right now. This is his time to shine. If he can stay on this platform for just a little longer, he might be in the spot to move on, which is kind of a sneak attack here. We didn't see him on the leaderboard at the top coming into Slap Battles, but showed consistency is key.
Shafe against Icicle.
Wow.
Stay alive.
Took down Max.
That is huge for our score, and I'm not sure. We're going to have to turn to the judges after this to see finals as Jay falls in 6th place.
The way I see it, this game is in Shafe's hands. He was great.
Wow. Anonymous Line could come back.
Winning every match there. Now needs to secure this win. Get as many points as possible. to
That
lock
is
in
huge.
that third spot in the top 4.
Yeah, this is his redemption arc for what was a rough SLS. Triple win and not enough to progress here.
He's in the final 3. That already might be good enough. It's going to come down to the wire, though. Icicle near the edge. Shafe in a commanding position, pushing them both back,
Yeah,
spamming out
winning the
the slaps
2v1.
and into a 1v1 now. He's falling.
Oh.
Icicle out of nowhere takes home the final round of slap battles.
Pumped. That was huge. All right, well, huge implications in our last round there. This is going to mix things up, and I'm not even sure I know. We're going to have to wait to see that scorecard after our judges add that up, and we'll reveal the excitement in this round.
It's such a big question. Did Shafe win enough points to take it over the players up top? Roby, Mad Max, they both went out early. This is going to truly come down to the wire for a third spot.
All right, folks, the dust is still settling. The scores are being added. It is some exciting stuff ahead here. Hopefully we'll find out soon who's moving on.
If I had $1 million, I'd put it on Shafe.
Yeah.
I think he really secured his spot, being second in that last round. That was very clutch.
Yeah,
All right,
I'd
folks.
take
Well,
Shafe.
let's tune in to Geach and Sabrina and see what they have to say before we get our final results. Oh, here was someone else.
Man, my hands hurt from just watching all of that slapping. Sabrina, if you were a glove, what kind of glove would you be?
Oh my goodness. I would probably be a glove that's similar to Rapture because I really like that ability, but it would probably spray out Bright Juice.
Bright Juice. Okay, well, we're going to check back in with the casters really quick and see what they got going on over there.
None of that. Just because it would be like controversial. Hello, world. No surprises here.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were just talking about it. They're still figuring out the points for this final round, and I think we have them tallied up now to see where everyone is standing at the end of slap battles. This is just the points for slap battles, though, so not necessarily determinative of who's actually going to be making it through, because it is cumulative, but a very close competition. Mad Max and Shafe came in with a lot of points themselves. You're looking at them as the front runners to make that third spot.
All right. Yeah, an unfortunate final round as we see there. Some of the top players early fell. Roby getting 1 point and 2 points the round before. That is crushing coming in last in slap battles.
Yeah, and for him, I mean, definitely a tough time there. Some moments of greatness, and, well, our umpires, they're still tallying everything up. So let's go ahead and check back in with Dagichi Gamer and Sabrina in our green room.
All right.
All right, you guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry. We just had to make sure we knew who was on top before we got back into it over here. So you were saying if you had a chance to be a glove, it was going to spray Bright Juice?
Yeah, that's something I use for luck. Never mind. I can't explain it. But yeah, what do you guys think about the standings?
I'm pretty happy that I saw Icy up there. He was really doing bad on the last game, so I'm actually glad that he kind of came back from this one.
Okay. With that being said, with Icy, kind of pulling back up, are you not worried about having to go up against him?
No, not for the next games. I'm pretty confident for these next two, especially in the top 4 ones. So I think I have a pretty good shot of getting to the grand finals here.
All right. Well, time will tell who advances us next. But joining us now, we have 2 people that you may have already seen or maybe not, who have already punched their ticket to the next round. We have Daddy Dad and Anterel. Welcome, you guys, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Daddy Dad, you've advanced after playing Dress to Impress and Super League Soccer. How did you prepare for such a wide variety of games?
Yeah, I played Dress to Impress for like hours and hours and hours with friends because I think my sense of fashion at first was really bad. I was not confident in Dress to Impress at all, but I was really surprised to get out first in that one round. So, and Super Soccer League, I don't know, I thought I did pretty well.
Hold on, I need to fix this.
Just a little bit of practice, I know.
You definitely went crazy on the third round.
The mic just keeps glitching out. What is it doing? Stop.
I thought it was bad because I saw everyone else was doing the ice fan. Way better than mine, and my colors didn't match.
We are definitely our own harshest critics.
No. Why is it coming off?
Well, that's how you do it. Just play with your friends and let them be your critics and let them judge you and troll you, and then eventually you end up in a competition where you can compete for $1 million maybe and pull it out,
How do I fix it?
Well, clearly it worked. All right, so we're going to take it back to Jay Party. Thanks, guys, for kicking with us. And we look forward to seeing you in the next couple of rounds. All right.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. It's good to hear from some of our contestants that have already made it in. But we have
Hold
another
on.
player
Trying to
joining
fix
them. And I'm
what
happy
is
to
going
announce
on?
our
Stop. What is going on?
the score. And the third finalist making it through.
Dude, what is going on? How do I fix it?
All right, Shay, congratulations.
It won't stop. How do I fix it? I don't know what to do to fix it. Congratulations, Shay. How do I fix it? How do I fix it? Dude, it's broken.
This is redemption round.
Dude, what do I do?
Everyone stands coming out of that competition. All right, and again, a tie now. Roby and Mad Max, but right on their heels is Anonymous Lime, and of course, the Death Eagle going into a massive scoring game here. Hey, we know by this math, this is a huge point score. So guess what? Anyone could still make it, although Poke Dragon, the man from up north, has a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Roby, though, gotta be feeling a little bit rough after placing last in slap battles. Had just a couple points more, and he would have been making it into that top 3. But he has another chance indoors, and is still our leading contestant heading into that next game with a lot of really points on the line here, Jay Party.
All right, good stuff. Note to myself, don't try to shake Shay's hand after this. He might just slap you. But that's not important, because right now we're going to hear the rules of our next game.
It's still
it
going.
is the final round of the progression system. And this is an exciting one. If you weren't already on the edge of your seats, you will be. Because coming up next, it's Doors.
Game 5, Doors. There is just one free-for-all match. The goal is to avoid attacks and survive. Last one standing wins.
Interesting.
The contestant with the highest
Is it still
cumulative score will
going?
advance to the round of 4. Here's the scoring for each match.
All right. We are in with... This is something a little different. This is actually a brand new mode released on April 1st. What a good timing for a new mode. That's a whole battle system indoors. This is going to be a whole survival competition between all of our remaining contestants to see who can stick it out, make it the furthest, and survive the longest.
Yeah, I was playing a fair bit of this leading up, and it is so different than normal Doors. Doors is a slow horror game about staying alive and pushing your way through, but now it's really upping the tempo when you're playing in ranked. You run a lot faster, you can slide, there are power-ups, and your main goal is to grief the other players, not work together. The monsters are a problem, but your other contestants are tough as well.
Is it picking?
Well, folks, it looks like we might be loading this game and getting into it. And I think we have. This is the kickoff for the last chance to keep someone's hopes alive. One more player will be progressing into the top round of 4. Who will survive and who will fall? One round of Doors is all that stands in their way.
Looks like they can't wait to get out of that elevator.
Yeah, seeing them practicing their jumping. It is worth noting there is some new movement mechanics in this mode, including a slide. And you're going to see when it starts here, I think we're going to delay a little bit here and have them reconnect. But in that time, you're going to see a lot of aggressive forward momentum, a lot of movement. It is a whole different game on Doors. It looks more like a parkour game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, having reached door 100 many times, being carried by my teammates, I am definitely an expert in doors as well. But you can see these guys will probably make it past door 50 within less than 5 minutes because of how fast-paced this game mode is. It's going to be intense.
It goes pretty quick, and it also ends a little earlier. I don't remember exactly what door, but once they get to the end, you get into like this basically sudden death mode where any damage you get from a monster, another player, anything like that will knock you out. And I imagine with how good our contestants are, you were mentioning, a few of them have even said that this is one of their specialties. We should be expecting them to go deep here indoors.
Yeah, going to be exciting competition, and maybe we can give a little more
Let me do
background
an audio
indoors. This
test.
mode
Is
also has an
everything
array of new
working?
items that have been added. So while you might be familiar with the monsters, there's a whole new array of objects, different bombs
I
to
think
throw,
everything's
knock
fine.
down players, slow them down, do some damage to their health bars, and of course heal that back up, as well as some fun, unique items.
Okay,
Hopefully we'll
I have
discover
no
throughout
idea
the
what was
match.
going
Some
on.
fun
It was like
surprises.
echoing
Yeah,
constantly,
there's
and
a
everything
couple
was
different
glitchy.
weapons you can use to basically PvP with the other competitors.
All right,
there are
we should be
props,
back.
things like shares, plants, random stuff like that that you can throw at them as well out to deal damage and put them into a stun state, there's also still limited places to hide. So you can grief other players, steal a closet from them when Rush is coming through and knock them out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one other important thing is all the players, they're very fast at playing the game, and all of them cluster together. It might block your vision with some entities coming your way. You might not even be able to see them with people blocking your vision. So that's going to be a key thing to look out for as well. Could be some unlucky players in this.
Yeah, there absolutely could. And remember, it's only one round of doors. This is a longer one, so we're only playing it once. But that means pressure is on for players like PokeDragon, like Icicle, who are sitting lower in the overall standings right now. This is their last chance to compete for that $1 million and make it to the top 4.
All right, folks, you've heard about Doors, but let's talk a little about the creators behind Doors. Doors are made by Lightning Splash, a really awesome and wonderful dev I've had the pleasure of working with and hosting in one of our last award shows. He helped me actually announce some of those prizes. But not only does he make this game, he also produced the entire soundtrack and makes the
music's good.
The music, right. And that is such an absolutely important and critical part of the horror game world is that sound, that complete immersion you get from wearing your headphones. And so really an incredible work here.
It is truly an atmospheric experience for sure. Another one of those games that I think has really taken Roblox by storm. But here we go. It looks like the players are all loaded up in the elevator, and we're ready to get things going here. This is Doors competitive. 1 round and a last chance to make it to the top 4 and have your shot at $1 million.
All right, the first door is open, and we are underway here. Gosh, is anyone breaking out in the lead early? Well, I'll tell you, it won't matter. This is a lot of game flow, and that's what you're seeing right there. This is a parkour-like experience.
Speed boosts.
Incredibly fast. You're seeing players slide past each other constantly, and while you're playing for speed like it is a race, again, you got to survive to the end. If you're out, you're out, and that's what's so important here. With up to 100 points for the victor and 0 for the loser here, you do not want to go down early.
No, you do not. 6.5 minutes, that's the maximum time that we're gonna have to play this one through. You can see there's different strategies to go for. Do you wanna be blazing the trail, being the first player up? There's risks associated with that. You're gonna be the first to see the monsters. Or do you wanna follow behind? There's risks there too. So in a very fast-paced game mode, you're gonna have to make decisions quickly and make the right decisions to stay alive.
There's the first bomb you see being dropped on his opponents.
Yeah, small amounts of damage being done. We see those health bars above. Again, if you're an expert on Doors, this could be a new mode for almost everyone out there. So those health bars do matter. That's what's going to be reduced to 0. And there is ways to hurt each other with those items. There are also ways to heal. And there, you just saw it there, picking up a heal. That's important there. Keep that topped off. You don't want to get low. It's an unfortunate way to go with another player doing damage to you.
There is also these boost packs on the floor. You see now how ridiculously speedy these players are that can help you go just that bit quicker. And on top of that, the heal items on the floor, that's another thing there. The golden gun picked up and a lot of damage onto, I think that was Lime, knocked down to quite a fair little bit of XP or HP.
Oh, you see another player get hit by something there, and look at that. 1 health bar is very low on one of our players, and that's a dangerous position to be in. You never know when a single monster sneaks up on you and knocks you out of this competition.
I hear something coming.
I do, I hear it. Could we get...
So what monster is that we're hearing, Enyu?
I barely heard that, but it sounded like it might have been Rush. I didn't see any lights flicker, though.
Yeah. There is a lot of monsters that have to deal with. A lot of this game is kind of having the game knowledge, figuring out which monster you might be facing, what the proper reaction is. If it's something like eyes, you have to look away, but hear that little psst, and you got to look exactly at the monster. So a lot to think about.
Yeah, and Rush is a big one here because you can steal each other's
there's
hiding
the
place.
right there.
And there it is. Yeah, we see that sneaking up on you. That's a good one to keep out for. Why the sound design is so important here. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh, it looks like we have our first player falling here. We're going to find out a little bit who that was here. I'm not sure exactly, but...
Looks like it was Anonymous Lime, I believe, that fell. He's looking into the spectator seat, and that's going to be tough. He had 132 points heading into this round, but that could be the end for Anonymous Lime.
Yeah, the first to drop is getting 0, so it's a crushing blow as you could be in first place and still drop to last just from this competition if you don't place high enough.
Unfortunate for Lime there, but the rest of the players still in the running.
Made it just in time. Wow.
And that was Rush that we're seeing, right?
Yes.
So what's the deal? How do you avoid that monster?
You must hide in the closet, or if I noticed one player had a hiding box, might have used that to avoid death.
That's an important one. Allows you to keep your place in the lead if you bring the box with you. But again, health dropping low here. Looks like PokeDragon is running real low on health. He's going to need a health pickup, or he's in a rough spot where another player could knock you out.
Remember, coming into this Roby 100, Mad Max, they were tied 141 points apiece. So
And both
Just
still
one
in.
place difference for the two of those will make or break your chance at $1 million.
Yeah, but it also means all of our top 4 players, including the Death Eagle, are within 20 points of each other. Meaning, you take that first place spot, you can knock all of the other competition out of here and secure the last spot.
When you look at someone like Icicle,
I'm gonna be honest, I
like
cannot do
Poke
this.
Dragon as well, towards the lower part of our standings, they're preying on the downfall. Not only do they have to win, but they have to prey on the downfall of our top players. So for them, Anonymous Slime losing out this early actually gives them a greater chance as we go deeper into doors.
Yeah, it's huge. It knocks the tournament wide open here and allows some of these players to have a real shot at getting at the last spot in the top 4.
You have a lot more agency than in the other game modes of how to take other people down. So if I was someone like Poke Dragon, like Icicle, I would be trying my hardest to grief Roby, grief Mad Max, try and get them out, because those are your biggest threats right now.
Don't give them any ideas.
We'll see. They all seem pretty focused. And again, it is a dark, fast-paced world here. I know it can be challenging for the players to get a sense of where the competition is at while not falling too far behind, which is a quick way for a swift exit. If you fall too far behind, the game has some mechanics to ensure you're out of there. As we hear another monster close in here, just taking a second to enjoy the sounds of what is an incredible top horror game in the world.
And you talked about this music. It's so impressive that a dev was able to just put that together as Poke Dragon gets a little jump scared, but still alive on a sliver of health.
Yeah, his dreams of this competition are still going on that last sliver. We'll see if he can find any relief or if he's going to get knocked out by even another player with that low of health.
Still 6 players alive, but as I say that, someone falls. Who did we just lose? That was Icicle. And coming into this with 107 points, only receiving 10 from his finish. That should be the end of Icicle as well. But good news for the lower players, Mad Max is gone.
Oh, this is huge with Mad Max dropping again, one of our leading players. This means Roby and the Death Eagle are still very much so in this.
Okay, Dragon's dream stays alive as well.
Okay, we've got a lot of points still ahead here as we're getting deeper and deeper into the doors puzzle. I'm not even, do you guys know what door we're on here? I'm having a hard time just even keeping track of how quick they're moving.
Our contestants are moving so fast, it's almost impossible to tell. Eyes spotted Screech as well there for Jay. He avoids it and stays alive.
Yeah, good camera work. And it's important to note from the observers, those quick spins, those quick turns, they matter so very much in this game. Those are all tactical. You are looking for monsters. You are getting the response. Did someone fall here? No. Death Eagle gets caught. We hear some emotion coming out behind us, but he is not out of this. Thankfully, you have the HP bar to deal with that.
I think I saw door 68 there. 69, 70, they're still going.
Ooh, I think narrowly avoiding Eyes there, and Rush as well, but someone falls to Rush. Who was that we just lost? That was Poke Dragon. And coming in with only 75 points, receiving 30 for that finish. It's not going to be them moving on either.
All right, well, folks, this actually is an exciting trio because this order does matter as you are fighting for your life here. Roby and the Death Eagle in a good spot, but guess what? I believe 3J still has a chance here if he can be the top finisher and knock Roby down.
Every one of these positions gets you 20 points ahead of your next opponent. The Death Eagle is within 20 of Roby. 3J is just about 22 behind the top finisher as well. So he basically needs to win and have Roby be the next out if he wants to make it here.
Time is ticking. After these final 5 seconds, HP bars will not matter. We'll drop down to 1, which someone has an offensive item.
That's a very
Sudden
big
death
pickup.
has begun.
Stop sign could put an end to it. Jay has his chance. Death Eagle
Jay goes
is
down.
no.
And this is it. The winner of this will actually be the survival. Wait, who just went down here? Was this
It's
Jay?
Roby against 3J.
Jay. All right.
1v1. The first one to land any damage will take this one home. Roby, though, came in as the points leader, has his chance to shore things up, and finds a hiding position. He wins it.
Oh, and just like that.
He let in points heading into doors, and he'll come out with 100 more. Roby, an incredible performance by him. We'll have to tally it up, but that should put him in a position to make it.
His usual stoicism broken for a brief smile. We hope we enjoyed that. That is a huge victory. The winner of doors and a massive return to form for Roby, a definite fan favorite from early on in this competition.
And, you know, it's amazing. He was a step away. He was the worst performing player in slap battles after coming in with the most points. He comes in with the most points again, finds his redemption indoors.
Didn't have to call him out like that, but yes, congratulations to him. And also, amazing commentary on you guys' end there because I was just trying to keep up the whole time, and I could not.
It is
an
overwhelming game.
What was going on. Like I said, I've always been carried indoors my entire career, so seeing players play individually is very impressive.
Well, that's a wrap for doors, and more importantly, a wrap on our qualifying round. And well, the umpires verify the ratings and update the leaderboard. Let's get some reactions from Geach and Sabrina.
My initial reaction, wow. Just wow, that was some next level gameplay. How long do you think you would have survived, Sabrina?
I would have ran into the wall and died immediately. That was
5
way
seconds.
different than normal doors.
So let me get my commentary. Thank you for giving me the mic, Sabrina. So that was insane. And I was rooting for Lime. He went down. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this could really well make it to the top 4. That's my commentary.
You know, working together to get as far as you possibly can together. And now we're adding in the element of competition, which takes it to a new level.
So in that case, I would not survive very long.
Yeah,
To
no.
answer your question.
I hear you. I'm not making it out of the lobby. Like, well, I guess the elevator. I'm not making it out of the elevator.
Is that as far as you've made it?
Actually, I think I've made it to the library before, where you kind of have to be stealthy.
That's pretty far.
I'd say yes. You know, maybe I've had to use a Robux or 2, you know, to buy a revive. Because
I have had my fair share of pay to win.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can't even say pay to win because
Yeah, you can't really pay to win.
I didn't win. I didn't win. I
Oh.
just came back a couple of times
Okay.
to try and get a little further. Once those chase scenes start with that big long monster, like down the hallways and stuff in the library, that's just kind of like it for me. You gotta
The soundtrack too, and all of the monsters, like all the sound design is so phenomenal. I am curious, did you experience April Fool's indoors last year?
No, because how things work for me is once I get to a point where I just realize that it's not really for me, because I love
You
doors.
said your favorite genre was horror.
Yeah, but see, it's the stealth factor, because I love horror. It's fun, right? But then with doors, it's a little different. You have so many other factors. It's puzzle, which I also like that too, but it's the sneaking through. I'm telling you, because that's the furthest I ever get is that doggone library with that monster kind of tiptoeing around. And somehow I'm not good at that. I can't really get through. So yeah, the furthest I've probably gotten is that. But no, I didn't get to do the April Fool's one. It's been a minute since I played doors.
Yeah, the April Fool's one was totally done by mouth. All the sound design. It was the developers. They mouthed everything. Like the
Really?
music and everything. It was very funny.
Do you remember how it went?
Wow.
Can you sing it?
Dude.
Are we gonna get copyright?
No, I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
I'm gonna do it.
No, are we? No. Okay. Well, let's.
Okay, okay. Should we take a look at the chat?
What's
See
in-
what
you
the
know,
chat is saying?
The chat was really excited for doors. That's all they were asking for all day. Slap battles and doors. So I feel like they finally got what they wanted.
They are screaming, "We believe in you, Eagle."
Oh,
Okay, Eagle.
And the chat's been rooting hard for Eagle from the beginning too. Eagle, you got a solid fan base.
Dang. Okay. Roby though, Roby is doing a really good job.
Let's talk about Roby being the sleeper here for real, because you know I feel like Roby's been kind of killing it all the way through, but it's always just been like he's always been falling just a little bit short. But it's like he's been really pulling it out. You know, last minute. Roby is clutch. Roby is the definition of clutch. That's what we really got going on here.
So you said that your favorite genre is horror, but you haven't beat doors. And I'm just curious, what makes a Roblox game instantly fun for you?
For me, definitely shareability. I just made that up. Because like I love to play games with my friends or my community, you know, shout out Geechee Gang. I love to be able to play games and introduce people to the things I love, including
That's what
video
Roblox
games.
is about.
It's perfect for that. So I really love that. Funny enough, I want to say Slap Battles was probably like the first game where I really said, I have to tell everybody about this. This is hilarious. It's a lot. It's very fast paced a little bit, but it was so funny to me to watch.
I'm really bad at slap battles, but I did beat the developer and he did say he could give me an admin glove, so maybe I'll follow up on that.
What does an admin glove even consist of? What can you
I don't
do with that?
know. I have no idea, but that would be pretty cool.
You know what I would do if I could create a glove? I'd make a zombie glove, right? Hear me out. So
okay,
you take your zombie glove and you start smacking people. And every time you smack somebody, you're now in control of them. Now they go do your dirty work for you, and they just go wipe out the rest of the map for you. So now you can do like Roby, kick it in the tree somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And just sit back and kind of just watch your work. You know, I think I'd go with that.
Okay. I'm gonna look more at the chat over here now that we're probably caught up.
And so, with that being said, I talked about how I really enjoy being able to share, my moments in my games with my friends and stuff like that. And this was a really cool opportunity for that as well, because this is the first event of its kind. What are some events involving Roblox that you've been able to participate? Because you said you did the hunt itself. So what are some other events that you've done?
My favorite event was definitely RPO Egg Hunt 2018. It like changed my life kind of. It made me really look at Roblox differently. It was all about community, all about working together. And so we made an event that was really heavily inspired by it, called RB Battles.
I was gonna say the chat has been talking about that too.
I agree.
Yeah, we make a championship series sometimes. We've done 3, and we love to do something similar to this. And so this is exactly what I think the community was asking for with the hunt, with all the secrets and the hunting and everything. Roblox super delicious.
Thank you for being so kind, giving me the mic, Sabrina. So my commentary is that I think wait, is it looping? Oh wait, I think I have it playing in the background. Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, hold on. J Party speaking. I'll give the mic back to J Party.
You all get a good shout out and be proud of yourselves. With 180 million visits to this hub, you had a lot of competition and proved these were the top 10 best in the world. You did incredible work, you solved incredible things, and cemented each and every one of you in Roblox history as legends in the Hunt Mega Final. But without further ado, while we celebrate our last progress into the top 4, we want to say goodbye to our heartfelt competitors who had a good run today.
All right, goodbye.
Let's find out who's going home.
Let's see who's going home.
Heading out first, unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye today to our friend from up north, Poke Dragon 100,000. You did great.
Oh no!
Take your final walk away from the
stage.
There
he goes.
Thank you, Poke Dragon 100,000. All right. Going on next, we're going to have a heartfelt goodbye to Icicle.
Oh no, Icicle.
Fantastic. I think you had some wonderful wins, some wonderful moments. Unfortunately, we're saying goodbye today. Coming out next from our competition is, unfortunately, Anonymous Lime.
Oh,
say goodbye today. You did fantastic work. Can't say enough. Again,
Lime?
beating millions and millions out for their spot today in the top 10.
He was doing
Anonymous
so
Lime.
good in
Thanks
slap
again.
battles. That's.
All right, heading out next of our competition is the one and only Mad Max. We're sorry to say goodbye. A fantastic run. Again, thank you so much for all your hard work. That was exciting stuff.
Farewell.
And now the next unfortunate contestant to head out of this competition is the Death Eagle. Say goodbye. You got a lot more fans today from the chats at home. The Death Eagle, wonderful stuff, wonderful job, incredible highlights, and that was incredible to see. All right, folks, they have been eliminated, but guess what? We have 2 folks remaining, and we're going to announce our winner. But first, why don't we bring them up? Why don't you come up here and join me in the middle of the stage here? Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This is good. This is good. All right. All right, folks, come on down. Let's put one of you. Yeah, we'll have you here, over here. Excellent. All right. How we feeling? Time to relax? Still amped?
So many emotions running through my head right now. It's crazy.
All right, folks. Well, this was a wild journey. And after 5 games, you 2 hold the highest scores, which means one of you will be moving on into the next round, and the other is unfortunately going home for now. All right. Without further ado, the contestant with the highest score today is Roby 100. You are moving on. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause. A handshake today. Really appreciate it, 3J. Hey, you did great stuff. Get in here, whatever we need. Wonderful work, my friend. We'll see you soon. All right, again, 3J, thanks for all your hard work. This has been an incredible journey, incredible performance. But today, Roby, you just entered your top 4. Are you ready? You're going to be in it.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. I mean, like that last round, like it all came down to that final game. Like, so everyone was so close. Like I was like,
Bro, that was the most stressful game of Doors I've ever played in my entire life. Like, bro, I was shaking the whole time. I was just so locked in. That was the only thoughts going through my mind were Doors, hide here, hide here. Oh, there's a thing coming. Hide in here. I like, bro, it's actually. But yeah, it was. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for the final.
Well, that was incredible. You were to hear the most stressful game, the most stressful mode, and the most stressful performance. But guess what? You made it. Take a deep breath. You've got a whole new world of competition ahead of you, and 3 other challengers await you in the back. But for now, incredible stuff. You showed amazing perseverance today. And again, that's a big time. How'd you prepare for today?
I played a lot of games. I honestly, I practiced Doors the most, so that really came in clutch there at the end. I was like, after the mode came out, April 1st, I just played it for hours until I had to leave to California, and that worked out in the end, so I'm glad I did that.
Do you typically win when you play online with all the other folks, just in the general Roblox population?
I hold my place. I do fairly well. Yeah, I was really close to edging out those few other rounds, and then right at the end, yeah. But.
All right, incredible stuff, Roby100. Thanks you again. You're going to join your fellow competitors in the top 4, and we'll let you go and do that because we're going to get ready for the next round. It is exciting. It is a competition that is just heating up. But wait a minute. I just got word that we've got a surprise guest. I think they're going to share their thoughts. Maybe we can jump over to our correspondence team and see who we've just got.
Flamingo?
Thanks, Jay Party. Joining us to give his analysis is content creator, Doors expert.
Me! Guys, I'm actually in this. Oh, wait, never mind. It's Creekcraft. It's Creekcraft, guys.
And we are on the edge of our seats through this competition.
I know.
Actually, no. Don't listen to him. I'm the special guest. I'm the special guest. Guys, this was insane. As the #1 door expert, I could have done this in 10 seconds. But you know what? They did do a pretty good job there. They did very, very good. I'm very proud of them overall. I think all the players were amazing. I could have beaten all of them, but I decided to voluntarily lose into the top 10 position. But yeah, it was pretty amazing. I'm glad to see how well they were doing in this game. They're very good players overall. But thank you for inviting me to this show to commentate. I think one of the most amazing parts was seeing the dedication that these people had and the sportsmanship. Even after losing, they walked away with a smile, and that's what I like to see. That is exactly what I like to see. I am so glad that that's how it ended up, and I'm excited to see where they go next. I'm excited to see this, the top 4 battle, and then to the final battle, and we'll see who it ends up being. It could be anyone at this point, really. But overall, I think at the end of the day, it's not about the million, it's about the friends you made along the way. That was what's so important. So thank you for inviting me here. I also like to say some amazing things. Shouts to Lime. He went down, but he went down like a champ. So did Death Eagle. But yeah, that was interesting.
Dress to Impress outfit was your favorite?
My favorite Dress to Impress outfit was definitely the fairy with the wand. Although people think it was the one with the ice cream, I think it was the one with the wand. So thank you for this question. This is a very good question. But in my opinion, it would have to be the one with the wand. I gave that one a 10 out of 10. I think that was the best. So, yeah. But thank you for this question. That's a very good question.
I think Iron Mouse said this. I think the second round, they did a lot better than the first round. They were a little bit more like acclimated with the game, a little bit more prepared, knew where everything was at. So, I don't know any specifics. The one with the double wings, who was that?
Yes, that was
Death Eagle.
Eagle, yes.
The Death Eagle, Deagle, yeah, him. That one was probably my favorite. Deagle's his
That was
new
my
name.
favorite as well.
I think everybody really did like that one. That was a huge hit with everybody watching.
Who do you think would do better in a racing game?
A racing game? I think I could see Death Eagle or Roby being better. I mean, I think Death Eagle would be great. Um, I think he could excel that. I can see him doing that. Um, overall.
I was gonna say the exact same thing because the way that Antarel's reflexes worked for Blade Ball really worked in his favor.
Antarel
But
too. I was
then
about to say him
the
too.
maneuvering that Roby, applied to get through doors, even when it seemed like, we didn't know how that was gonna go, that's definitely gonna work in their favor for the racing one.
Yeah, they all survived like really long too on that. I was playing a little bit of the Doors game mode since it came out, and like typically they go kind of fast, but they were hanging in there. Everybody did like a really, really good job. Came down to it.
So, what was your favorite part so far of this entire competition?
I think my favorite part so far of this entire question. Thank you so much, Sabrina, for that question. I think it really came down to I would have to say either the slap battles or the the blade ball. Honestly, the blade ball was very. I like my blade ball was my
But
favorite.
you approach that if you were, in that slap battles because now you had to factor in the level kind of being destroyed as you go. Do you think you could have handled that?
I think I could do somewhat fairly good, but I don't think that one is a game for me. I probably would maybe make it to like the top 5 in that one, but overall, I could take the stress, but I wouldn't excel necessarily in that one.
Who's more likely to open a cursed door, me or Geach?
I think it is Sabrina. She's more likely. I can see that.
Played Doors that much, right?
No, I've definitely played it. It's played me more than I've played it for sure. But yeah, I've got a little experience with it.
I'm gonna go with Sabrina. I feel like you're a little bit more unlucky in games like this.
What? Listen, I beat pressure, okay? I beat the mega token. Come on.
That one was that you said that was your hardest one, right?
Yes, it was. It was my hardest one. But I also have gotten further than her indoors.
Allegedly.
But I'll take it. I'm the one that'll probably open the cursed door. You were probably correct.
I will say though, although I haven't played a lot, I haven't gotten very far indoors. It only took one cursed door for me to never do it again. And that was way in the beginning. So I'm just saying,
What even is a cursed door?
so now you don't know. She doesn't know what a cursed door is, you guys. No, so for those of you who don't know, indoors, you have to find the correct door. The cursed door is when you happen to step into the incorrect door. So if you're on the wrong floor, you think you're going to 16, but really you've already done 16. You go into the 16 door, you're insta-kill. That's it for you. Game over. So yeah, like I said, it only took me one time. Never had to do it again.
You get jump scared.
Oh, I'm so...
Not a fun time.
Oh, listen, I'm so easily jump scared. That's the problem, see. My nerves, my anxiety is so bad, but I love horror so much, so I can't help myself. I don't know what it is, but yeah, those jump scares.
What about you? What about Creek? How many times have you screamed at doors?
How many times? Well, I'd probably say like 50 times overall, but then you get used to it. It's like kind of like Five Nights at Freddy's. You eventually get used to it overall. But yeah, I play a lot, so I'd say maybe 50 or over 50 times. After that, you get used to it. But there is that one point where like you're really stressed out, and then eventually it gets you. It's like, oh, wow. But yeah, I would say around 50.
Dang. Well, I'll make sure we have you playing more scary games.
See now I want to see what it's like for you to play this new level, this new version of Door. I want to see you do the competitive mode now, because even though you were like, oh yeah, that in the beginning, it kind of got me a little bit. I just feel like you're too comfortable. So now I feel like you got to really push yourself and get into like the new modes and see how you can hang with the folks throwing grenades at you while you're sliding under a wall and also trying to ward off a screech.
We'll see.
Well, you know what? I think I can beat this one. This one I can beat easily. I already told you I can finish this in 10 seconds. I'm the best Doors player there is. I'm an expert. But yeah.
Do you have a favorite entity / monster?
It would definitely have to be Eyes. Well, specific. No, Seek. Sorry, Seek. Seek has eyes, I guess, but Seek specifically. No, it definitely had to be Seek. That was my favorite entity. It's a lot of fun. But yeah. I'm curious, Sabrina, what your favorite entity is. I'm curious what you have to say, Sabrina. If you could answer this question, I'm curious. Is it Seek or is it eyes?
I don't know. I hate Screech because he's just annoying. But a favorite. I was saying Rush earlier because I just made up a stupid.
I can agree with that.
Because I would. Never mind. Don't even listen to me.
Because you would rush.
Okay, so I asked her. I said, if you could partner up with one of the entities, which one would it be? Yeah. But thank you so much, Creek. Entertaining as always. Appreciate
thank
you
you
for joining us, man.
inviting me.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And
Thank you.
keep up the good work.
Thank you for having me. I'm so glad you invited me to this. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
All right, my friends, we are back. Creek, always a pleasure to see you. I hope we hang out again soon. But folks,
You
we're
too,
gonna keep things
Jay Party.
moving and kick off the round of 4, which is of course a double elimination challenge.
All right.
Win twice, you're in. Lose twice, and you are out. And all 4 players will play both Driving Empire and Rivals. So you'll be getting some driving and some shooting in to see who's the best. All right, folks, get ready for some adrenaline-pumping racing action because Driving Empire is going to start our round off with the final round of 4.
6, Driving Empire. There are 2 matches in a 1-versus-1 format. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins. All 4 contestants will advance to the next game.
All right. We're in for Driving Empire. Folks, how familiar are you with Driving Empire or maybe driving in general?
I haven't known to drive here and there in real life. Driving Empire, though, not so much. I think I have played it once before for a different event, so not too familiar with it.
I don't have a car in real life, but I've played Driving Empire a fair bit. It's a really fun game. It's cool. It's one of those kind of special games. You have a ton of licensed cars. You have a ton of options to choose from. Today, all our contestants are going to be rocking the same vehicle to put us on a level playing field. But it's definitely an intense one, going head to
Thank you for the mic. I think, definitely, I think this one is my type of game as well. I think I can do well in this game. But, yeah, thank you for that question.
But if you lose Driving Empire, you lose your opportunity to be the undefeated player into the $1 million round, which is an absolutely huge advantage there.
All right, let's check out some shots and remind the folks at home who exactly is in this Final Four competition. And here they are. We have rearranged the studio. You're seeing Shafe and Roby here. Roby coming off an intense win indoors to secure his spot as the 4th finalist here. Exciting stuff. I know Shafe's had a bit of a break now. He's been able to breathe, collect his thoughts. Here we are in the new studio, thinking things out, getting set up in the game. It's exciting stuff. I know, yeah, Roby, a big fan from the chat out there. Hopefully he's got his fans still supporting him now in the top 4. And again, Dud and Antarel, the first 2 to qualify, they truly just cleaned up in the initial rounds.
And if you were playing, would you rather have qualified early like someone like Antarel or Dud, or would you rather come in hot after playing through every
I'd
one of the
rather
qualifying round games?
I mean, it
qualify
is a
early.
little risky, but I definitely would have loved to be in Roby's position just because he had played a more larger variety of games and definitely warmed up and got the adrenaline going. So I see him doing some good work in the next few rounds.
All right. We'll see if that momentum can keep him moving forward or if the pause will be too much. Anyway, it's time to get things going. We're moving into Driving Empire. Let's kick things off with our first round. We're going to see who the top 2 racers are. And again, this is a 1v1 race. They'll both be driving the 2024 GT Mark II around an exciting track, and there will be no collision on. Truly a time trial against one other player to see who's on top.
Well, it's the green car versus the light blue car. Roby against Dud in our first round here.
All right.
They're revving up their engines, ready to go and get us off to the races.
Right, here we go.
All right, we are underway here, right on this
Green's
bridge
in
start
lead.
here. This is going to be 3 laps around this arena, and this is an interesting course. There actually is a handful of shortcuts throughout
The
it.
blue
we
comes
see some
in.
stuttering on that first turn
Dud
there,
is
and
in
then
the
we
lead
see our
now.
first opportunity for a shortcut not taken by the blue player. Roby falling a little behind. A lot of race to go.
Yeah, Roby is
if you don't
behind
land
right
them
now.
perfectly,
He's
you
very
can end
behind
up
right now.
flipping your vehicle or kind of veering off in a weird way. So you really have to consider, and you see the second
Dudadud
shortcut, the
is
blue car
in a
takes
good
that, that's
position right
Dudadud
now. He's in a
pulling
good
ahead
position.
here,
Let's
but
see if he
catching
keeps
up
this
with
up.
a lot of speed is Roby on the overtake. He's out in front
Roby.
again.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. You saw the shortcut take, but again, going through the dirt there's going to slow your car down on that attempt for a max speed maneuver. But, ooh, this dangerous turn, we've seen this cost a lot of players time here, and they kind of weave their way through it with Roby actually getting in the lead there, taking a little bit of a tiny shortcut, but still neck and neck.
Very close competition. It's 3 laps around the course. We're about halfway through our second. Shortcut taken for Dudadud,
Right,
and that's going
Dudadud
to get him back into the lead
is back
here.
in
But just
first.
around the corner, they're very close. I think right on each other's tails here.
How important you think map knowledge is compared to actual cornering skills and speed?
Yeah, I think the map knowledge is incredibly important because that's where you got to apply your skills. And again, with
I
a
agree.
high-speed shift, if you look at those mile-per-hour drops, it's huge. People are dropping almost 0 on some of these incredibly tight turns, and it's an important part of it.
Well, just around the corner from each other, Roby is trailing. He won that last round, the final player to qualify to this top 4, and he's falling behind in this race. Dudadud,
falling
takes
quite
the
behind.
corner here. How close is that green car? Does he have a
Dudadud
chance to
is
catch
doing
up?
pretty good.
Dudadud is doing this one perfectly through the finish line. He'll take this home in first place as Roby rounds through in the second place of this round. And for Dudadud, an opportunity now to head into Rivals as a victor in the first round, maintain his second life, and for Roby, it's going to be last chances here when he heads to Rivals.
You know, true Roby style, he's got to keep it entertaining, taking a quick loss here in his first elimination. He's still in it. We want you to know that clearly, but he's only got one more chance to stay alive.
Not looking
Again,
good
he
for
keeps
Roby
the
so
drama flowing.
far.
But an exciting win. All right, folks, let's check out this Final Four leaderboard and see where we stand. This is how we're going to go through the double elimination here with Dudadud taking the win and Roby taking the loss.
So this might look a little confusing. It's as simple as an O means they won the round, the X means they lost it. It's all 1v1, so you'll only ever see 2 players represented per round. You have to win 2 before you lose 2, which means at maximum, you'll play 1 round of Driving Empire and 2 of Rivals. The win here for Dudadud, as we're mentioning though, it means when he heads into Rivals, he'll have 2 matches and 2 opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, definitely. And I was just taking a look at the chat here while you were talking. We put up a vote on who will win this round, and it looks like the fans were supporting Roby. So hopefully he makes his comeback going into Rivals.
Well, we appreciate his drama. All right, 1 match down and 1 more to go. Coming up next, we've got Antaral and Shafe heading into the orange and gray car. We're going to have
that
Shafe
orange color.
in the orange. Yeah, it's a good color. We appreciate them matching their jersey colors for this competition. And here is the warm-up. Let's see who will get first off the gun here. Exciting times.
All right.
And all right,
Here we
across
go.
the bridge they go. No initial mistakes from either player. Coming into this first bank, this is where we see the people going a little too quick, hit this rock wall, and take a huge loss.
Shafe.
But no, clean for both
Oh,
of them.
Shafe is
Very nice
behind.
cornering from
Antaral is in
the
the
player with
lead.
the most Roblox experience. 16 years since he first played a game on the platform. Still looking strong in this
Shafe
one.
is
Yeah,
reaching.
they've come a long way, I'm sure,
but
from what his first game was, that
is
first week
behind.
of the platform. But hey, still going strong.
No one's electing to take that ramp.
There was a crash
Oh.
there. I think Shafe might have just fallen, or Antaral that is, might have just fallen behind. Yeah,
Wow.
Antaral had the opportunity, and unfortunately, he falls into a trail position here.
Yeah, huge mistake there. Flies off the course and loses a ton of time. But that's what shows you it's still anyone's game within this race. Yeah, he's going to need those shortcuts. Now's the time to put it all on the line and just take every shortcut you can.
Shafe, he had
I
a job
agree.
opportunity in New York City. He put off his orientation for that job to take the risk, come here, compete for $1 million, truly putting important things in his life on hold to put it all out there for us, and at least thus far getting rewarded. We're heading towards the final lap, and it's still a good lead for Shafe, but one mistake and Antaral will be right on him.
That was a great backstory. That almost had me in tears.
Well, so far looking like a good choice as he is in the top 4, and that $1 million signing bonus could be a thing. Although for now, this race is looking a little rough as he still falls further behind here. Shafe has taken a dramatic lead. We'll see if he crashes. That's kind of what he's relying on at this point as he comes through one of the final banks here before the straightaway across the bridge, and that is a good high-speed moment for them.
We're coming up towards the final corners, and Shafe, he hasn't made a mistake yet. He'll round the corner and take things
Oh,
home.
man.
all right.
He clears that.
Into the water. He hits the final checkpoint, and Shafe wins his round. He'll face up against Dudadud in the 1-0 game when we head over to Rivals. It really goes to show that in Driving Empire, One mistake, that's all it takes to lose out. Antarell was looking great, but crashes once and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, how long did each lap take? Like under a minute?
Yeah, that's a fast game.
A lot of time to catch up.
You know, in true racing style, we appreciate the Driving Empire folks. But hey, I think it's time to check out this leaderboard and see the results of this match.
And there it is. Shafe with a win. Dudadud undefeated as well. So Roby and Antarell, they'll be facing elimination in Rivals.
An exciting game. Roby, keeping it dramatic as always. We'll see who can do it. Antarell, the defensive player of the early game soccer, coming through here in the shooters. We'll see if he can keep it going.
I think every viewer is foaming at the mouth to watch Rivals coming up next.
Oh,
first,
yeah, here we
with
go.
our correspondents, Team All-Stars, Geesh and Sabrina. What's going on, you two?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I need to catch my breath. That was some high speed, high stakes racing. Sabrina, what did we just witness?
We witnessed some intense racing.
witnessed history.
I thought that, like, at first it was going to be really close, and then at the very end, like, Shafe got really in front.
Yeah. It seemed like it kind of happened that way with both races, too.
They were just neck and neck for, like, most of it until the very end.
Right, because you figure the first race, you had, who did we have? Dud and Roby, which I was really sad to see them go against each other because I wanted to see them go a little further together. But, excuse me, y'all. You know, I kind of been watching both of them, and, you know, they've both exhibited such high skill level as it's come to all of these games. And we even talked about with Creek, you know, who did we think would have more of the advantage when it came to the racing game? And then we had, you know, Roby with the maneuvering, and then we had
off the
Antarell.
edge, like going off the edge and like doing the really quick turnaround.
Right.
That was,
By the
like,
way,
pretty. It looks
I'm
like
not
they
winning this
practiced that math a
one.
lot.
This
Right,
round
and then
is just going to have to be a loss
Antarell
for me.
with Blade Ball, you know, being so
And
quick on
Rivals,
the
so I
draw
wouldn't
and,
make
you
it.
know, just that same, you know, level of maneuvering. And both of them got beat.
Yep.
I didn't see that coming. I mean, shout out to you guys. You did it. You know, you did the thing. But, you
And
know.
some of them still have chances, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be pretty fun to see how this goes moving into Rivals now because, you know, you still, with that at this point, you got to have, like, actual skill. You have to have, you know, game IQ. You've got to have the quick reflexes. You've got to have, you know, the movement. You know, you got to be quick, you know. So
I'm not good at that.
I'm not either. That's why.
That's why I'm not in the top 10.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Me too.
I got a question for you though. So they've done some interesting brand collabs in this game. Which one are you most impressed with? McLaren, Porsche, or NASCAR?
NASCAR.
Ooh, honestly, I'm impressed. I'm super impressed that anybody could get McLaren on board. You know what I'm saying? That's really dope. So yeah, I think that's I'd have to say that one.
Okay. Well, we're gonna give it right back to J Party and look at the score.
All right. Thank you, and welcome back to our competition here. Things are just heating up, and we're going to get this next round underway, folks. So, if I understand correctly, coming up, it's going to be the intense elimination matches happening on Rivals. Mimi, what do you think?
I mean, I just think that was such a good time to start already in Driving Empire. But Rivals was the match that I was the most excited to get into here. I think this is going to be just a true test of reactions, of game knowledge, and the way that you position. There's a lot to think about when you're going into Rivals.
Well, yeah, in my personal opinion as well, a 1v1 in a first-person shooter is the true test to see a gamer's true skills. So definitely very excited to see that.
Great, folks. Well, Dudadud and Shafe are one win away from advancing. If you thought things were already intense, get ready, because Rivals is coming up next.
Here we go.
Game 7, Rivals.
All right.
There are 3 matches in a 1-versus-1 format. Contestants must choose their weapon, then kill their opponent to win. 2 contestants will advance to the final $1 million round.
Here we go, our first match of Rivals, where we will find out our first contestant making it to the $1 million round. It's Dudadud and Shafe taking stage. Let's hop into our first match here. When we're talking about Rivals, guys, there's really a lot to think about. I think first and foremost, as the players are working through it now, is the item bans. You can choose what map you're going to, what weapons you're taking away, and try and strategize early on.
Right, yeah. I mean, not just aiming and reaction time, but gun selection is very key to the in the 1v1s.
Yeah, it absolutely is. He's going to go over and get ready to receive our winner who makes it to that top 2.
You're leading us.
We're going to be finding out. I mean, he's got to greet whoever wins this round, but it's first to 5. Our map is selected, and we are just about ready to go.
First round in construction.
What are we looking for in this map, Enyu?
I think that moving a container box in the middle is a very good way to distract your opponent. A lot of head glitches, I feel like, on this map, so hopefully the players use that to their advantage.
Interesting. In the blue there, going to be the minigun selected. A little different from what we've seen before. Let's see if we can hop into one of our players' POVs and really get a look at the action here. Down in the low ground is Shape trying to find connections. Low ammo on that weapon, and he'll find the reload. Has to dip out and find cover again. Damage on both sides. Minigun trying to find the connection. He's spamming away. Both down to 1 HP and Shafe.
And
there first round on the board.
Very well done. I wonder why Dudada there gave up his hike round there for a second. Not sure, but you know, they're better than me, so
I don't know what the assault
I'm sure
rifle.
he made the right choice.
AR, good damage. Going through, bursting out of ammo. Switches to secondary. One shot straight to the dome.
Always love seeing revolver kills. They're very satisfying.
Shafe up 2-0 now. Remember, it's first to 5 in this round of competition. More headshots landing for Shafe. He has been so precise in this match thus far. And Dudadut has to rally here. Reflections onto the minigun fire.
Oh, wow.
Again, going huge for 3 NU.
That is it. This might be turning out to be a blowout. I would hate to see it.
He's gonna sleep,
isn't he? Can make a comeback.
Shafe, you see him good with the movement. Gets the drop on his opponent, but eats some damage back. Katana on the reflection. No shots received off of it, but that's good. Lots of damage exchanged on his first burst of the AR. Finds time for a reload, and did he fall off the map?
Oh, wow.
You can't have at this point in the tournament.
The self-sabotage. That is very unfortunate.
And that's when the pressure gets to you.
Oh, using the
One
environment?
little mistake.
The pressure mega
this
token?
Could be the closeout. Trying to use the slingshot of all weapons.
Interesting choice.
And trying to stay alive here for Dudadut and make it as that undefeated contestant to the obby.
I think Shafe's winning this. I'm sorry. But Shafe's winning this.
You know he wants that $1 million more than anything. You know what this means to these contestants. He's really trying to bait Shafe into the low ground. Shafe, though, not taking the bait. He wants to hold his strong positioning up top and force his opponent to go on the offensive. Good damage, and finally Shafe falls a chance here. But a slim one. He'd have to run it all the way back.
He's got to get 4 more in a row, which is very difficult.
Shafe back to his same position. Finds his opponent in the center. That's good damage. Finds a space for a reload. He's 1 kill away from the $1 million round. Good damage on a Dudadut. Can Shafe do it? His opponent's on 1 HP.
Oh.
Shafe closes things out. He's the first player to make it to your $1 million round.
Shafe's going
very
to
impressive. And Dudadut was
Power
actually
Hell.
the first to advance into the top 4, so it's sad to see him lose here.
A tough one for him indeed. He'll have a second chance down in that lower bracket in the 1-to-1 game here, but that's huge for Shafe. It means he's going to be heading into the obby with 2 opportunities to win. His opponent would have to defeat him with a bracket reset. And let's check in with that leaderboard, show you guys how we're doing. Of course, 2 wins in a row. That's good enough for Shafe.
Definitely, and just looking at the chat votes here, Shafe also had the popular vote, so it looks like they had the right idea on who was going to win this match.
Truly an impressive player, Shafe. I think back to some of our earlier competitions, he only got 16 points in DTI, but won every single round of Super League Soccer, earning 60 points there. 25 then in Blade Ball and rallying back right at the very end. A big congratulations to Shafe here. Let's see if we can maybe check in with him, and as we see him moving his way on into that $1 million round. A great moment here for Shafe.
It's a huge sigh of relief.
Very impressive from him, but we're ready to continue. We still have more matches. So I believe now we're going to head down to our 0-1 round, which means it's Roby and Antarel. They're playing for their lives in the tournament at this point.
This is definitely elimination, so if, as you said, one of them loses, they are completely out of the tournament. No other chances given to them.
And this is where the pressure really starts to mount. It's a game of inches of a little bit of damage going either way, and when the pressure's on, when the stakes are this high, it's easy to make a mistake. I mean, we saw Dudadut, I think, falling off the map in that last one. Little mistakes like that can lose you a life-changing sum of money.
Right. Well, that's the thing about rivals, right? Is the movement speed is very fast. It's almost like parkour, but you can use that to your advantage. But you also got to be very careful, especially a map like Construction.
What did you think about the gun selection in our first one? Because we went a little unconventional there with Dudada, and I don't think it paid off.
I am a little bit surprised. I do like the minigun because I'm in the business of spraying and praying. But yeah, no, definitely not the right choice in hindsight.
Well, the players are banning weapons into our lower rounds here, making careful consideration of what they want to compete against. Anything that you would want to ban away if you were a competitor here, Enya?
I would probably ban the assault rifle.
Really? It is the one where a lot of players like to play. When I'm playing this game, I almost always lock the AR.
It is the favorite. So if the assault rifle gets banned, people have to get a lot more creative, and that will make for some interesting matches. But doesn't look like that happened.
And it's the tried and true. Here we go. Elimination match. Anturel facing off against Dudada.
I am sweating, and I am not even competing.
Anturel gets the first lick of damage. A bigger map that we're playing on here. Wide open on the crossroads. Up top, Anturel a bit stuck in this lower down position, trying to find his opponent. Still, not getting any information. Nade goes up. That'll catch a little bit of damage, trying to find the headshot. Jumping in the air. They're both low, but Roby on the revolver. The sidearms proving clutch yet again.
Yes, because, I mean, the magazine, the assault rifle is pretty small at 20.
20 bullets, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to really use your secondary to its full potential there.
Roby was our last qualifier. Played every single round heading into this one. And already a good exchange of damage going both ways. They're both down to half HP. A reload found for each of these players. The utility off the Molotov. Doesn't find a connection. Over the top he goes. Melee in hand. Spots his opponent, but the shot's not landing. Roby in the air trying to find a connection, and he does it again.
Well done. One shot away from death. Roby clutches up.
Very nicely played from him. I think Roby thus far has had some impeccable movement in Rivals.
And it looks like the votes are in, and the viewers are voting for Roby as the favorite. So let's see if he could pull out these next. Whoa, there you go.
Got another. Yeah, we're up to 3-0 now. I want to focus on Anturel this round because we're starting to get to dangerous territory. This man has got to turn this around when the pressure is high, when he's against a strong opponent.
And this is what I mean. Oh.
That damage, it's just incredible. He hasn't even received a lick of damage, and Roby's beamed him almost down to 0 HP. It would take an impeccable clutch to bring things back, but from mid-air,
amazing movements, wow.
Roby off the top rope decimates Anturel. And we're on the verge of a sweep.
Oh, man. I would be so nervous if I was Anturel. And like I was saying earlier, this is where the 1v1 FPS shooters is where your skills really show.
It's all about mechanics in the 1v1. And again, Roby at range is dishing out the damage. Anturel, his last chance at $1 million, trying desperately to stay alive. Low health. An aid to try and connect. That's good damage, but
Molotov.
Still needs to find the shots at the end.
Looks like Anturel is electing to go with the ADS with hipfire, even at long range.
They spot each other, though. Anturel trying to find this connection. The spread on the bullet's just a little bit too wide to be able to take his opponent down. That's a good nade, but doesn't quite find its mark. Anturel now moving back through. This is Roby here as well. Trying to look for an opportunity. Anturel!
Wow.
He's back with at least one round. And
he could catch up.
Stay alive.
But
that was an intense one. When it gets close like that, this map plays a lot differently. There's way more opportunities to hide, duck for cover.
Yeah, it's a very big map for 1v1.
Oh, lots of damage going both ways here. This could be the end for Anturel. He needs another round win in a row. And to even build more off of that. But he's taking damage. Spots his opponent.
Interesting reload time there. Not sure why he chose to do that.
Still, you always want as many opportunities, as many bullets you can. Any second, you want to get that reload through. And he's kind of lost. He can't find where his opponent is, but it's the same for Roby. We're watching a man on the verge of staying alive, of progressing, having a chance to play another round, and maybe make it to that million.
They both understand the map very well, and it shows in their movement.
Anturel. Low health. 63 to his name against 60 on Roby. Low time, and Anturel again.
All right.
Bad timing
really
there
with back.
Yeah, bad timing there with climbing up the stairs. Couldn't
this
recover.
Is really
Anturel
competitive.
First, so.
Dude, I'm telling you, I cannot do this.
Could. Anything is possible.
Momentum's big. If not in the actual game, in the emotion. You feel like you have a chance when you start to score wins, rally through it. Range Roby, he's been successful.
Like Jay Party said, he likes to put us in an emotional roller coaster.
Oh, he does. A couple shots missing, a little uncharacteristic of what we've seen from Roby thus far. A good nade.
Ooh.
Doesn't do too much damage. Reposition. Antarel still stuck into the low ground. It's a danger to contest at this range, but the shots are good. He's connecting
Ooh.
again. 4-3.
He's catching
one
up.
away from tying this round yet again.
This is unbelievable. It did
This is
not
really
seem as
close. This
that
is really
from the
close.
beginning.
Certainly didn't, Enyu. And now you have to start to look at this from Roby's POV. Can he close this out? He doesn't want to choke this opportunity away and find himself eliminated from a 4-0 start to Rivals. Dives into the low ground, close quarters battle. It's coming down to the wire.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's going to come down to this
I think Antarel's
last
elected to stay in the
round.
low ground because he could just duck under the tunnels and move around and really lose Roby. It's happened a couple of times, so great strategy.
4-4. Everything comes down to this, but at range, Roby, he wants to close this out. Don't let the game slip. Don't let this be the one on your memories as you go to sleep tonight. Antarel, low again, but he's been clutch all game, trying to dip and dive. He'll get back to cover, the safety of the low ground where he's been successful all game.
This is so intense.
Antarel, can he do it?
There
down
he is
on
in the
HP,
tunnels.
down on
Holy
chances,
shit, holy
trying
shit.
to rally this
Oh.
one back. Roby
Amazing prediction.
also sticking to his guns. He stays up top. Down below, gun's not out. Roby, he finds it and connects on through
Wow.
for his 5th round. Roby
What a
stays
close call.
alive, eliminates Antarel from the competition, and has another chance in Rivals. That almost slipped him by on you.
It almost feels like he planned this because he always does this to us. Coming back, in the last second for the win, very impressive. And you could see with his reaction there, like he did the hand gesture. He knew how close that was. So great job performing under pressure. Was anybody's game there.
That is an intense one indeed. It feels like that map plays so differently because I think you saw Roby was always successful at these long-range fights. Antero was always winning at these close-range fights. But after that round, let's take a little peek at this leaderboard and talk more about it because that change-up in strategy from Antero was almost enough.
Right, and looks like Roby, his chance stays alive, and going into the third Rivals
Oh.
match, he might just have another shot at taking over, going into the final obby.
It would be him against Dudadud. All of these players said they loved the obby. It was one of their most played. Years upon years of experience across these players. But for Antarel, the most experienced member on the stage today, unfortunately, that ends his competition. He had
Well,
his moments. He almost brought it
there he
back.
goes.
But today, Antarel has to walk home empty-handed. Let's hear it for him, though. He definitely had skill on display. He really showed his worth in blade battles, qualifying through early off of that. A player who put a lot out onto that field today.
Keep your chin up, pal. Well done.
Would love to see him competing again sometime, but today, unfortunately, it comes down to seconds. It comes down to one round, and he will not be moving on.
Yeah, it was a very, very close call. I'm still pumped.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to be as well if you're the player who made it through. Roby here, he has another game to play, and
Well,
it's going to be against another competitor.
yeah, this is it, folks. Last chance for Dud and Roby, who will move on to compete for $1 million and who will be going home.
the
Give us your
question.
answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they say. I think Roby is, you got to look at him as a strong competitor, especially. I think he showed great precision at range, the way he was beaming with that AR, but in the close quarters fights wasn't quite as strong. Dudadud, however, the biggest thing I'm looking at is a weapon change. Frankly, I don't think the minigun really cuts it against a strong AR player.
I totally agree.
If I'm going up against a minigun and I'm Roby, I want to play a longer range map and I want to just use the advantage of that weapon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, maybe Dud likes to ban the assault rifle, seeing how great Roby is.
Honestly,
that
wouldn't
could
be a
be part of the strategy.
good call, yeah.
Yeah,
I like
Yeah, I
that
would probably
idea.
do that too.
Of course, they're getting into the game now. Looks like they're starting to go through their bans. And it looks like we're going to be going to a little different map, Station. Talk to me about how this plays versus the other maps in the competitive pool.
Station, to me, is it going to be Station?
Oh, I apologize. It's actually Docks. But it
Docks.
plays a little similarly. Another one of those maps with a lot of cover, a lot of buildings to get up in.
Right. Yeah. You know what? Docks is definitely one of the of the fan favorites, so great map to end this last round on. Yeah, like you said, a lot of cover, a lot of building, so map knowledge and movement will be key. Staying on the high ground, very important.
And look at this pivot. Dudadud is moving to the classic AR revolver. I think that's a good choice.
Great change in strategy. And the sniper
going
rifle.
for the sniper. He's staking his chance at $1 million.
Wow.
On a new weapon. It's a game about movement and avoiding that sniper, and soon Dudadud will see that glint. He'll 80-80 strafe his way on through and deal a lot of damage to start.
I mean, I believe Roby, with his accuracy, the sniper rifle could be a good choice here.
Could be. Revolver always in his back pocket. It's a bit more cumbersome than the other weapons in the game. And I love this. He's playing to his advantage. Stays in the low ground.
Yep.
Doesn't want to give range to his opponent with the sniper.
Yep. And Roby last round did chase a lot, but this time deciding to stay on the rooftop and not playing too aggressive with a sniper rifle. Definitely the right choice.
You see the clock at the top of your screen. When that runs out,
yeah.
What's going to happen then?
I have no idea.
It is actually so rare that it happens in Rivals. I believe then it should be the player with the more health winning that. We'll see if we get there. It's kind of a rarity to see Rivals actually play this slowly.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't get to that
Close
point.
range revolver. How does he win it? That's the sidearm coming up on top for Roby.
Wow, very impressive.
I'm astounded. True precision from
I'm
him.
not talking this much
It looks
because
like the
this
votes
one
are in.
is
Over
insane.
3,000 votes, 77% going towards Roby for winning this final match. Let's see if he can pull off.
He nearly hit that midair. And it's almost devolving into a bit of a game of chicken.
Yeah, Dudadud need to stay under cover and try to move closer towards Roby. But that revolver shot is also very deadly, so he still needs to be careful.
The dash with the melee weapon equipped as well is a powerful tool to reposition into ways your opponent may not expect. Dudadud, he's just vying for information here, jiggling in and out of every corner. He spots out his opponent. Dips away. Does Roby go in for the kill? Does he want the hunt here? He does. Close in, trying to switch to his weapon. He's got nothing out.
Oh.
And he loses this round. Game tied again.
Yeah, interesting choice there. Not sure why he pulled out the fists.
I think he was trying to throw a grenade. He thought he had more space, but then got kind of caught off guard and it looked like almost panicked a little bit with the util.
Yeah, it is always dangerous to play so aggressive with a sniper, so. Looks like he completed some tasks there.
Yeah, thus far he has not hit a shot with the sniper, but now he lands one. 70 damage onto Dudadud. But of course, he needs more than just that. The damage is good. Beaming him down. Switch to the revolver. They're both on the secondaries, and Dudadud takes the lead.
All three gunfights have been close quarters. I wonder if Roby decides to change weapon at some point here. Sticking with the sniper rifle.
I believe you're locked in once you choose.
Oh, you can't change now.
So,
oh, wow.
Well, he is committed to that sniper.
Wow.
He made his bet. He has to lie in it now, and whether that's one that'll bring him to the $1 million round or send him home empty-handed, could it be the revolver to do it? Good utility with the molly, trying to find it. Dudadud wins out in the duel of the secondaries, and he's up 3-1.
Oh man, but if we know anything about Roby, he could pull off some
he
miracles
could
in comeback. So I
him.
would not be surprised at all.
He was in the pole position last game. Nearly let it slip.
Great
He
movement.
closed it out.
Deciding to not stay in the high ground this time.
Yeah, Dudadud staying inside these buildings. He knows his advantage.
Yeah, it's so silent in this room. I feel like I could hear a pin drop. It's so intense.
And you look over at the competitors. They are so locked in.
Locked in.
They know what's at stake. If you were one of these competitors that made it within a hair's breadth of qualifying.
What was that?
I think just
You got a
breaking
hit
the window
marker on
there.
that.
I believe that gives you one when you do break that. Not sure though. Could have even been a connection onto one of the barrels. Definitely wasn't onto Roby. He's still sitting at full health. Where is he though? They're both inside of buildings here. Bit of a slower game yet again.
30 seconds left.
Making a lot of steps here. Roby on high, revolver in hand. Down below, quick scope in, doesn't connect the
That was
shot.
so close.
And now with a lower bit of health, he has to win it out practically with just the revolver. But Dudadud's got the same. It's gonna be a standoff between these cowboys. Roby chasing down his opposition. Revolver in hand, the lower HP, and the time, that runs out.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that means with lower health, Roby loses the round
Wow,
and is
with
facing
lower
down
health.
the barrel of match points.
So he loses
Smart
if
move
he
by
has lower
Dud
health.
there, knowing that the time was running out to just hide away to not get hit by Roby.
A chance. Another
Nice
shot
shot.
connecting. He needs another, though, and he's whiffing out. Needs to find this
Ooh.
connection. Third chance.
Oh.
Third miss. A fourth going wide as well. Now the big iron on his hip. It'll have to do. Both players locked into the revolvers. Da-da-da this time can't rely on the time. He's sitting with lower health. And he's trying to just find anything at range here. There's a connection. More damage to even the score. A second shot landing as well. It'll bring things a bit closer. Roby on 1 HP. His life in his hands, but his opportunity missed.
That was so close.
Wow, that was a close shot.
His fourth shot with the sniper miss. He needs precision if he wants a chance at $1 million. Just barely spotting his opponent. Da-da-da not giving him an inch. Playing off this time.
Yeah, he could also play it safe here this time.
Yeah, bounced into the air. He knows he's off the HP advantage, and Roby, with lower health, he has to make the play. The onus is on him. His life, it's in his hands. And this game will be decided in the next 20 seconds. A game practically of hide and seek at this point.
Yeah, if I was done that, I'll
Where's
just
he
hide.
gone? Dededad, he's hiding. He's locked
Look
in
at that
towards
smirk
the
on his
shipping
face.
container. He knows what's happening.
knows what he's doing.
Roby, it's desperation. He's running. He's trying to find his opponent, but there's just no
And that's
time.
it.
The time is up.
That's it.
Dededad, he wins the
Wow,
round.
Dun
and
Dun
he's
Dun
our
comes
second
back.
contestant, progressing to the $1 million round.
Incredible. Very strategic. Relying a lot on his smarts. This
I
time
was
rather
rooting
than
for
his gun skills.
Antro,
And for Roby, I
but
think a brutal way to lose this one out. He
that
took
was
a
close.
risk picking into that sniper
But this
rifle,
one
and
though,
it did not pay off.
Dun
for
Dun Dun
them.
went
Yeah,
from
I wonder
getting
if he regrets that decision. Maybe
absolutely
we can ask him later.
destroyed
I imagine it'll be something
to
he's thinking about for
not being on
a fair
top.
bit of time. For Dededad, though, I think he learned his lessons from the weapon selection mistakes in the first one. As we look at our final leaderboard from the round of 4, we, of course, get our 2 players into the $1 million round. It's Dededad, the lower seed, and Shafe, undefeated, coming through the upper bracket with his opportunity to win in the Tower of Hell. Truly, truly incredible stuff from them. But unfortunately, that of course means that we are sending another competitor home. For Roby, he had a great rally in those final few rounds of the qualification phase. But today, in Rivals, it was
I
not
will
his
say,
day.
give me the mic. I will say, to be fair, that was a very cheap move. That was a very cheap move to just hide. Because you know you have the health advantage. That was a very cheap move. I'll agree with I'll say that.
Just a round or two, one decision, that makes the difference. And honestly, it sets
That was cheap. Is that the right term? Cheesy. Then he cheesed it. I think that's really the right term. But yeah, he did.
Rivals
But, yeah.
and Driving Empire 2-0 explain to us how that sets him up for going into the obby.
Yeah, so that means that if he wins once, he wins the $1 million. But if Dededad wants to win, because he's coming from the lower, he would have to win twice in a row here. So definitely a tough one there. But we're going to reset. We're going to head our way into the obby in just a minute. And for the moment, let's go ahead and check in with our correspondents, Geach and Sabrina.
Take it away.
That was unbelievable. Everyone was literally running for their lives. It got me thinking, do I seem like a grenade launcher or a chainsaw type of person?
I don't know. I feel like, you know,
Chainsaw.
obviously grenade launcher would be a great choice, right? You know, for safety. But with the jacket and the hair, I feel like to see the chainsaw, it would just like perfectly tie it all in together. That would be
That's a really
look.
good answer. I do like grenades though.
Oh, so you're
Yeah.
definitely grenade launcher.
I love just throwing grenades everywhere.
You do that
Like,
for like in
any
your free time?
in any FPS game, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say you just
no, not in my free time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, girl, what type of life are you living? What about me? What do I get? What's my energy? Am I
Chainsaw.
Chainsaw?
Yeah.
That's nuts. What about me gives chainsaw? I'm curious.
I don't know. You're independent, and I feel like independent people have chainsaws, and scared people have grenades.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So let's talk about this match. These last couple of matches. Oh my gosh. I'm speechless, obviously.
You were screaming.
Maybe I'm just out of.
Literally, she was screaming. We were on the edge of our seat.
Dude,
That was so
my-
close. Like all those different rounds, we were like
like
screaming at it.
I I mean, yeah, there was
Except the last
I
one.
don't even know what to say.
Oh yeah, I cried a little bit.
Yeah, last one we were just sad.
I definitely shed a tear or two, you know.
Yeah,
happy
I'm
at the
on
same
edge
time.
right now.
Thug
That
tear.
was insane. I wasn't
You know,
even
but I
playing the
gotta
match,
say, like,
and
it
I'm
was really, really exciting to watch Antarel's match because it was so close. It literally came down
dude.
to like
I
the
feel bad for Antero.
very last second.
Yeah.
It was so exciting, but it's like, man,
The match that was back and forth and they just kept like tying up. That's what we
Yeah.
were screaming.
Yes, well,
Yeah,
you know.
I didn't expect it to be that close.
Right. And then I gotta say too, watching Dud get a chance to compete again against Roby. You know, I didn't know what to expect because you know, obviously, you know, Shafe was a tough contender from the beginning. Like Shafe did not come to play at all. That was that. He knew this is mine. Y'all can go on and just like it was fun for him. Like, oh yeah, I'll play your game, you know. Just to give you guys
very impressive.
to give you guys some content, you know, that you know, since that's what you want. But watching Dud go up against Roby, it was almost kind of heartbreaking, like watching my two children fight or something. I don't- because it's like, you know,
Are
you
those
got
those are the ones you're rooting for? The competitors.
they touched my heart. They found the softest spot right
Aw.
here in the beginning, and it's like watching the kind of underdog story. Well, not necessarily for Dud, because Dud was one of the first ones to place. But then, you know, we sat here with him, and he was just so happy and confident, you know, and it felt like, you know. He was like, yes, this is mine. And he did say, I'm not worried about these guys moving forward. This is easy. And he, you know, I won't say he proved it.
It's definitely tough. It's a tough position to be in.
He definitely worked for that.
And then it was gone.
Yeah, watching Roby, oh my gosh.
This is brutal.
But you know, personally, I just would not have picked a sniper for that map. Did you get to see the map
Snipers
first?
are like, if you're good with it though, they're pretty OP.
I think the problem though
Yeah,
is
but
that
he
map
was
was
good
just
with it.
way
It
too
was
big.
really big for two people.
Right, it's
Yeah.
huge for two people, and then you also have a sniper. But it's like, you know, Dead kind of took advantage of all of those closed-in spaces. You know, just kind of like Mimi said, you know, it's a game of hide and seek at this point.
Yep.
And
Yep.
just to get, you know, that close, oof, oh gosh, you know, I just want to go give Roby a hug.
Aww.
My feelings, my heart.
Okay, I got a question here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Rivals is fast. What's your secret to staying cool in high stress rounds?
Oh, well, that's my secret, Sabrina. I'm always stressed. See
Well-
how that works? I have no problem. You know, I can do this because I am this. You see?
But like, how do you stay cool?
I just, you know, pretend that, you know, I'm just in the kitchen or something, you know, think about food.
Okay,
You know?
well, with that said,
All right, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to you, Jay Party, and we're going to finish this up.
All right, my friends, I have returned. And what a journey it's been hanging out with some of our contestants, getting a first-hand perspective on the final eliminations. What a fun thing. Anyway, congrats to Shafe and Dudadud. They are the last two contestants standing. But who will fall? This is what it's all about, my friends. It is time for the $1 million round.
All right.
With the grand prize at stake, it all comes down to one final game. The aptly named Tower of Hell.
Of Hell.
It's going to be
Game
epic.
8, Tower of Hell. The rules are simple. Climb as high as possible. Whoever gets to the top first or climbs the highest wins. But if an undefeated contestant loses the first match, a second will be played. Ultimately, the winner takes all.
All right. You heard it here, folks. The race to the top will begin shortly. Also noting, whoever gets
Actually,
the
I probably
highest at
shouldn't
any
do that.
point, we will count that score. That encourages forward momentum in our players in a non-stop neck-and-neck race to the top.
Absolutely, and of course it's also going to be an advantage coming in for Shafe as that upper round undefeated player. He only has to win once, but if Dudadud is to take this home, he would have to win, reset the bracket, and going into an even match, win it out again. A big task for him. We already saw a great comeback in Rivals, winning that second game after getting trounced in his opener.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the odds are stacked against him, but clearly he's able to make these epic comebacks. And like you said, everybody having extensive experience in Obby's Tower of Hell, it must be the game that both of these players are looking forward to.
Well, it looks like we are ready to go. We started with 10 contestants to get into this one. Shafe, Dudada, they're the only two left here. They're just getting in, making the final preparations to arrive. For these two young men, the pressure is truly on. When you're playing through this, it kind of felt too real. Still a field in front of you, but now only one player on the other side
I know.
is
You see it
stopping you
here.
from $1 million.
I know, this is it. Millions and millions have tried to have a shot at the final $1 million. And this competition has been won for the ages. This is a double elimination, as you remember. So, if Dudadud can win this, there'll be an extended set. But Shafe can take the money on this race right through the heart of Tower of Hell. And actually, we have a little quick, exciting announcement for you all. A game that has not seen an update in quite so long, guess what? Has released a brand new Tower Portions update, greatly increasing the difficulty of this competition just as a little gift for our final two. They've not seen it. The world has not seen it. This is a brand new update. And I will say, I've seen the practice rounds. These guys are experts, and I think they need this. This is going to be a true epic race here as we're going to see some brand new sections of the course.
Here we go.
They're off to the races. 7 minutes between these players and $1 million.
Interesting word choice there, gift, Jay Party. I'm not sure if they appreciate this gift, seeing that it is much harder than it used to be.
Yeah, new sections, as we mentioned earlier, initially there was over 330 different sections of this puzzle leading to over a quadrillion combinations that could be possible. So I'm assuming no one's ever seen the same tower twice. Well, that got a lot bigger of a number now with a whole new array of challenges.
Shafe, though, is out in front here and already building himself a commanding lead, but a fall back down. He'll catch himself, but that'll put him just a little bit further down. I believe Dudadud also fell too. So Shafe, despite his slip, still has the lead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple falls here today, but thankfully, actually, Shafe had a pretty forgiving one. Did not hit an obstacle and fell almost on the same challenge he's on right there. So again, not losing a lot of time in the grand scheme of things.
Dudadud is hot on the tails, though. You see him catching up already here.
And as you can see on the sidebar there, we can see each player's positions in the race. It looks very, very close. They're just neck to neck.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game here. To say someone has a lead is just really, you know, the happen circumstance of a single jump here.
You see how close they are.
Oh boy, in this section, I'm not even sure I understand how to proceed here. I think both players getting a little confused there as we see a fall from Shafe.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Smile on his
All
face
right.
in good sport as he heads to the bottom, knowing he might be joined by
Wow.
his friends shortly here. And there we go. That was a wild section. Even with Observer Cam, I'm not sure I understand how to progress through that one.
It is definitely challenging, and I'd almost like to just see if we could zoom out and just get some context how far they really have to go to get to the win here, because they're still only down in the second section. You look at that right side of your screen. There's, what, 8 more sections more that you have to compete through if you want to actually win this challenge.
Yeah, and a rough early fall here. Nerves starting to get to him a little bit here as one of the players takes a knockout from that little plasma beam there. And we are getting back to our challenge section here. We'll see if someone can get past it. This is going to be a big checkpoint. Oh, and a quick slip down and fall. Wow, this is some uncharacteristic play. I will see. We've seen a lot of practices in this game. It's usually an undefeated flying through of the tournament. But here, Nerves getting to him.
It is funny, we had so many of our players that said that obbies were their favorite, the game they had the most experience with. These are two of the players that, well, they've played Roblox for years. They definitely have experience in obbies. They didn't necessarily say it was one of their strengths, but that's where this entire tournament, all 7 games previous, will get decided on.
Yeah, it is a challenge. You've got to be an expert in just so many things to compete here. So again, all right, Dudadud is back in this challenge zone. I assume he's going to wait a little bit and try to figure this puzzle out before he progresses.
For the first time ever, the polls are looking very close. 52% of the viewers going for Dudadud and 48 going for Shafe.
Another little fall there from Dudadud, but again, he catches himself. A little bit of luck on his side there.
We'll see. And again, the stump right here. Can we get past this? I think I see that they pop out of the corner there, and you got to catch that on the corner.
I can't even comprehend. My brain can't comprehend what's going on.
That's
it's
that's
definitely a
really
last-second
difficult.
jump to the
But once you
platform that's
learn it,
rotating out of the
it's
beam
going to
here.
get easy.
Oh, and he gets it. There we go.
There it is.
He's making the climb, slowly getting up higher. Oh, and there.
Oh,
another fall.
Yeah, he's solving it though. So again, we're actually having to see people reason through some of these new challenges here, and I think Dudadud might be getting there, but Shafe.
I mean, you've
Taking a
seen
hit
the
on that
emotion.
beam.
Every time these guys fall, they're reacting, they're feeling the pressure. I think, honestly, more than even a battle against the obstacles, this is a battle about staying calm, staying focused under pressure, not rushing yourself, not letting that big timer at the top of the screen get the better of you.
Now, I can't be watching the time here. Just relax, just focus. Already we've seen this is a much slower competition here. There are puzzles to solve, and they need to spend some time. I think this zone has been a major stump.
Just relax. Easier said than done. My hands are soaked in sweat watching this.
Down goes Dudadud yet again.
Yeah, that was a rough missed jump there. Again, nerves really getting the best of him. Obviously, such a funny climax of this entire event as a single missed jump is going to result in a complete reset. And here we are, neck and neck from
Back
the start.
to the beginning. And you can't let seeing your opponent get the better of you. You don't want to rush anything. You don't want to make mistakes. One slip could be the difference, and there's a mistake. One of our players fell. Dudada, reset again.
And looking at the sidebar there, it looks like they've reached about, what, 20% of the entire tower so far?
If that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a massive tower ahead here, and we'll see if we see another round, but this could be it here.
Dudada is kind of in the lead, so he is holding on, but yeah, if Shafe manages to catch up in these next 2.5 minutes.
The critical thing is only 2.5 minutes left in this round. So Shafe, this run could be his last opportunity to get ahead. He wants to be so careful with each of these jumps. I believe this is the obstacle that no one has made it through just yet. Here's his chance. Good jump. He stays up in it as Dudada is back down on the reset. And Shafe, I think he just fell.
I think we heard the oof. That means he's down. Oh, and there it goes again. Boy, it is a rough run for our players here. Not sure who actually got higher on that initial climb.
I believe they've both lost at that same obstacle.
Yeah, this actually might come down to a replay then of who made it to a block or a frame higher than the other person, because this is going to be rough.
Well, it looks like on the sidebar there, they do keep record of who reached the highest point, and so far it is Dudadud.
Oh, okay. Looks like he is leading. Good to know. Perhaps we'll have a redemption match.
Let's see if Shafe could maybe take his way up. Remember, if Dudada wins, as he resets the bracket, brings us to a do-or-die final round of this very classic obby.
They're getting back to this section. Everyone's favorite.
And I just want to watch Shafe here, see his reaction, because this is the make or break for him.
Okay, each one is different.
He's making it deeper through this obstacle, but it's a challenge even to figure out how you want to move in this one.
Oh, and just like that, Shafe has cleared it. This has been the backbreaker with a minute left.
A minute and a half. Dudada has to rally back and make it ahead of his opponent, because right now, Shafe, he has this in the bag.
Oh, he's still going.
And
he's going.
He hasn't stopped just yet.
He's
Dudada
going.
is on a reset. He's back down in the blue zone.
I think Shafe has time to just stop here and end it all, but he's still going.
But remember, the highest point he makes is what the game remembers. And if he keeps going, it might just be over.
Wow. 50 seconds. Is that enough time to catch up?
Shafe, the player who flew all the way from New York. He had a job offer on the line. He was ready for his orientation for that opportunity. And if we can watch Dudada, this is his last chance, his last run to try and beat him out. Shafe made his sacrifices, but he was the undefeated player through our rounds to work into this one.
Oh boy, all eyes on the man in blue here. Dudadud, his round to lose. Where's he at here? This is the moment.
He's made it up to the yellow. A chance
Oh, he has cleared it.
Can he do this?
is actually above it.
It's possible.
He needs
it's
to
possible.
Oh.
That should be it.
That's it.
Oh my gosh, 15 seconds. Dudadud, his hands off keyboard. I cannot believe the pain.
He knows it's over.
Oh,
And
the
at
final
this point,
countdown, folks.
A victory lap
Wow.
for Shafe. He holds his position
3,
up high.
2,
and Shafe,
1.
he's the
This is
champion
it.
of the Hunt Mega Final.
We've got it.
All right. All right. Well, that's a wrap. That's it.
All right, folks. We officially have it. Shafe, my friend, you're still standing. An incredible run here. Well, we've got a little gift for you. Hopefully this will ease your nerves here. Something a little exciting here. This will be your prize. So Shafe, congratulations. I still can't believe it. This has been a fierce, fierce competition. A shout out to everyone. We thought we'd bring some friends out along the way. All 10 contestants are here. The skill, the smarts, the determination to make it here. It's been an incredible journey. Congratulations to everyone. But here, let's take a big shout out again to Dudadud. He had an incredible journey there. That last jump, a painful fall in the last 10 seconds. But hey, it's time to celebrate everyone who competed in the Mega Championship for the Hunt. This was huge. You solved puzzles, tokens, looks, fought battles, outraced foes, conquered obbies, won shooters, earning you the right to be called the best. And of course, earning you the grand prize. Shafe, this one yours. Congratulations on $1 million richer. You've done it, my friend. All right, what are you feeling? How you feeling? Anything to say?
Oh my God, ecstatic, kind of all over the place. Dud, you did amazing. Oh my God, I was so nervous when you got to the, what was it, the yellow one? Oh, but
It could have caught up.
that everyone's here. It was
I
awesome.
felt if it was
This event
fast
was
enough.
awesome.
All right, my friend. Any shout outs, any thank yous you want to give to the folks at home?
Shout out to Gagarg. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to Cobb. Shout out to Vepix. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. All right, my friend. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna buy first with $1 million?
Honestly, I'm gonna help my parents. They're having it rough right now.
All right.
So, gonna help them save for a house.
All right.
Figure out the rest from there.
All right, you heard it here, folks. Wonderful stuff. An awesome person deserving of wonderful things. Shafe, congratulations again. That was incredible. I know if I had $1 million, I'd spend that fully on floss. Why? Well, that's for me to know and you to find out. All right, my friends. This is it. We've done it. We've had an incredible show with an incredible crew. And my friends, I'd like to say a few thank yous. We've got someone $1 million richer, and for the rest of us, well, we've got $1 million worth of a rich experience. And that's all the award we need. But hey,
And then at the
give me
end
some
it
thank yous.
says,
What's the fun?
there's
So I wanna
actually
say
a
thank you
secret
again
mega
to
token
the
somewhere
amazing
in any
co-hosts I
game.
had.
You gotta
Mimi,
find
new
it. The
to the
person to find
Roblox
it also
universe.
wins $1 million.
Where's my camera shot? There it is. Mimi, hello. Well, yes, welcome. I don't know. We're shaking hands now. Thank you again. And you, of course, Frace, you already know. And you, thanks again for all your work here. My co-hosts, you can even have a handshake. We're giving those away for free. Again, a huge thank you to Sabrina and Keach the Gamer. Fantastic commentary for saving us in the green room. Some wonderful stuff, hanging out with some cool folks. We couldn't have done it without you all. But really, the key here is all the incredible contestants who competed in an insane competition with millions and millions of folks and everyone who participated in the hunt. This was a massive community event, one of the biggest events we've ever had on the platform, actually. It was huge. It was absolutely incredible to see you all compete, and all leading to this moment. Again, I want to give an amazing shout out to the whole crew that makes this possible. You might not see it at home, but there are a lot of folks behind a lot of fun cameras and a lot of important switchers making this whole show come alive. So thank you all to the crew. It has been amazing. I want to give a big thank you to the talented creators. That's right, the folks who updated these games, the 25 hunt participants. Again, Roblox is nothing without its creators. Y'all developers make this stuff magic. I know almost each and every one of you who helped with these games personally, and it's been an incredible run. Thank you for all the gifts, all the additional work of updates that you have provided us, including that surprise Tower of Hell one for our folks at the end here. Again, incredible stuff. All right, well, thank you for always being insightful and entertaining to our live streaming content creators who joined us, some special guests. But folks, the most important person of all to thank. And that's not me like you may think. It's you at home watching. All of you, again, appreciate you tuning into the end. An amazing
Thank you, Jay
journey.
Party.
Roblox is possible because of all the folks here, all the magic, the folks at home. Again, I can't say enough. But hey, I'm tired of
Glad I
talking
can
here.
help
It's time
make
to
this
celebrate.
possible.
This concludes the Hunt Mega Final. So folks, I'm Jay Party. Here to say, we'll see you all next time. This has been a show.
Is that it? Is there nothing at the end? Like an event or a code or an item, something? No, that's it. Alright, so I think that's going to be it for the stream. That was an interesting stream. But I think at the end of the day, we all know who the true winner was. And of course, that winner is you guys. And me. Yeah. Cool stream. A total of 0 people have tuned into the stream, and I've gotten 0 new followers, so thank you so much for following and tuning into the stream. This is like a 5-hour stream. Well, that's it. I'm not going to do a later stream. Alright. I might do more streams like this in the future. We'll see. But that's it. I'll upload this to YouTube, and then we'll go from there. What an interesting experience. I'll probably talk more about this in my hunt video, and then I'll have my final thoughts there. But yeah, this has been an interesting experience. That's it.